Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off with the toxicity and self sabotaging. Uh, Salute, Big Cat. Thank you for coming. 7:30. FTC Vice Plug. Thank you for coming. New York Nikki. Thank you for coming up. Thank you guys for the support. And we just gonna kind of piggyback off of some of the things that we were discussing yesterday. So before I start, hey Black, get up here, Black. But do you have anything that you want to say, Weird Science, from yesterday, like you want to reiterate on? Weird Science. I don't know what happened to Weird Science. We were just talking backstage. Okay. Well, self sabotaging. How do I know if I'm sabotaging myself? It can be difficult to identify self sabotaging behavior, especially because the consequences may not immediately follow the behavior. What say you, what in the world?
Weird Science. Ooh. I'd say that's absolutely correct. A lot of times when we're in the process of sabotaging ourselves, we don't realize that it's our own toxic behaviors. Or another way to put it is negative self-speak, or negative behaviors, self-abuse, so to speak. And abuse is just misuse. Sometimes we can misuse our own talents and our own strengths and abilities, our innate God-given abilities. Before you even go to school, you're born innately knowing how to accomplish certain things. And sometimes we can misuse those abilities and cause ourselves to operate at a lower level than our true potential, which is, our own toxicity toward ourselves that causes a self-sabotaging result.
What say you, Black?
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? I just want to say salute to everybody here. Salute to Queen Mecca. Salute to Weird Science. Salute to everybody in attendance. And we getting ready to get into a great show. Because knowledge is power. And I'm just here. I'm glad to be a part of it. We're gonna get into some brain food. What y'all think? You want me to elaborate on the toxicities, or where we gonna go? Where we gonna go with it?
Yeah, we want to hear what you think about how toxicity can lead to self-sabotage. We're trying to tie this entire week's worth of discussions together.
Okay. Mainly what I think with that is right. If you don't take time out to look inside yourself, right, basically you're gonna be the problem. But the problem is you gotta start with yourself. So with that word toxicity, am I saying it right? It's like if I said it right, it's like this. It's like a spoiled apple in a barrel. Like it's gonna rub against the other apples and it's gonna somehow infect. And at certain points, it's gonna just like become a cancer. It's gonna keep growing, but it's gonna be inside you. And you ain't gonna notice it. So you're gonna find. I'm gonna try to make this easy. I'm gonna say me. You know what I'm saying? I like to speak from my side, being my truth. I was like that. I definitely was. You couldn't tell me nothing. I didn't want to hear nothing. I had a bad attitude, man. So basically, I had to learn that everybody would say certain things about me, and I would say things back, or I would deflect. And I knew I was wrong, but I wanted to be right. So you got to ask yourself, how can you be right if six people or maybe more say you wrong? So I had to slow down, learn to speak better. Because sometimes when you speak, you can be in control of how you feel. But once you talk a certain way, you're affected, but you can't see it. So they, like Mecca was telling somebody else, hey, try to use different words. Now, when you use different words, it'll lead you to thinking better. You'll talk better. You'll feel better. You won't have the demeanor that somebody's trying to downplay you or put their foot on your neck. Cause I've been there. I'm a crash land with that. I don't want to be all night with it, but yeah, we can get into all the subjects.
All right, so let's get back to some basics. I'm gonna just give us some just traditional definitions. We like to back up our discussions with research, and then bring the research
Okay.
forward into the reality of thoughts and discussion. So let's start with a definition of toxicity. What the traditional definition of toxicity is saying, as you said, Black, that it's harmful, it's poisonous,
Dangerous.
it's just like having a quality of being unpleasant or insidious, which we've seen there's a horror movie called Insidious. So insidious means horrible. So in essence, like you said, being toxic or having a toxic behavior or toxicity in your personality is, like you said, is you're rotten and you're the thing that can spoil everything else.
And
First and
yeah, I
foremost,
forgot one more
yourself.
thing. That's right. And I forgot one more thing. No matter how much people will see the good in you or what you could be, the way you are, it'll put you in a dark, lonely place. See, sometimes if people trying to work with you and you being difficult, they don't want to deal with that. Like not saying that they won't, they'll try with you, but you gotta try with yourself. So sometimes, man, that toxic stuff, it'll put you in a dark place by yourself. And I'm gonna say this. Sometimes that's where you need to be to find yourself. Because a lot of people don't think they're the toxic. So we need to start self-evaluating ourselves better. Stop always pointing a finger, because when you point one finger, it's three aimed back at you. So that's my point of view, and I'm working on myself. And I think we all should try to listen, open up to yourself and speak a little, because if you don't, you know who you are inside. Only you know what you've been through, what you're going through, and that's gonna be toxic if you don't open up and talk about it. There I go.
We
So
appreciate that, and that
we
goes back to
appreciate
what.
that. Okay, but
Go ahead.
that
Hmm.
also can go into with self sabotage
That's a fact. Let's go, Mac.
because toxicity, all right, like she said, it's the quality of being toxic or poisonous, right? Self sabotaging is not believing in yourself, like believing that you're undeserving of things that other people have, even though like you have the credentials, like you might have uh, uh, associates, a bachelor, a master's, and a doctorate, but you might feel that one of your other coworkers deserve a position that you really are better qualified for, but you start doubting yourself. So once you start doubting yourself, you're not even going to try.
Correct. And if we go
Self
to
sabotage. Hmm.
and if we go to a definition of self sabotage, like we did with toxicity, so the definition of self sabotage is called behavioral dysfunction or dysregulation. And we know dysfunction means chaos. So it's a type of having a type of chaotic behavior, and it's where you're when you procrastinate, put things off, make excuses for yourself, and you court reprioritization, and use and you listen to self temptations in order to devalue yourself. So again, we're back to the toxicity. Being self sabotaging is a way of being toxic towards yourself.
Right.
And never having self blame. You ever
And
notice
then
it's like
it also can be conscious or unconscious. You can either be aware and just that's probably where with the self sabotaging, you can be aware and still continue, which would run you over into toxicity, and some or you're not aware. And most people are unconscious about it because most people think their behavior is normal. Like if you grew up arguing and fighting all the time, and then you get into a relationship, whether it's a friendship, it don't matter, and y'all arguing all the time, even though realistically that's not healthy and it's not normal, but because that is what you used to, then you feel that it's normal. So that would be under subconscious. Am I right, Cuz?
That's correct.
What say you, Black?
I agree 100%. Meaning like sometimes like when is a person gonna really look and say
Hey.
I did wrong? Hey.
You don't supposed to say
So,
no hey, Black.
I got you,
No,
bro.
you don't say no hey.
They say
That's for the
hey
women.
back on what's happening. Nigga, you crazy.
That's for the
Excuse
women.
my end.
Remember when Dwayne came in and said hey.
No, they say hey. Raj always said it back when they was sitting in that thing and he turned that chair around. Hey. Anyway,
Anyway,
let's get
science.
into
Hey,
it.
Mecca, I'm back.
You back?
Hey, big guys,
Yeah,
I got something for you from this morning. Hey, guess what?
I know that's right.
we'll get
Guess
on.
what? Pew pew.
Oh man, see that? They shooting already. Pew pew.
Oh.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Oh, Duke the Dawn said drop the link for him. Yo, she done grab Duke. You done got you another son, Mecca. Duke the Dawn said drop the link now. Duke the Dawn ain't playing.
What we do over here, right? We make sure if you not strong enough to come up here, make sure you strong enough to get some of this information, right? Because one person's story could be the next person's story. It ain't no wrong or right. And I'm gonna say this too. I was always stubborn, but I was always a giver. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So listen, that means I had to get rid of the other side. You know, you could do good, but if you got the bad in you too, and the bad is outweighing the good, it's time to reevaluate yourself, man. And as we get older, right, to grow, it's call yourself mature. There's supposed to be some change in there. So change the way you speak, change the way you think. And let's get back into it, ladies.
All right. I like Black is facilitating tonight. I'm liking that. He said, let's get back into it. So let's go. So tonight's topic, actually, Big Dice, do you have anything that you wanted to add about the toxicity and self-sabotage topics? Are you ready to go forward?
Yes, ma'am, because I know my parts. I have a little toxicity in my life at a couple of times and points. You're right. That's why I paid attention to everything y'all was saying. That's why I was really so interested in it, because I wanted to hear the rest. Because, yeah, I'm guilty of self-sabotaging myself. I'm guilty of toxicity as far as being the aggressor, not being as compassionate, as understanding as I was supposed to be at certain times. And that's a fact.
I dropped the link for him. I don't see him.
Oh, he coming. Word up. Yeah, y'all on point like a number 2 pencil on test day.
Yeah, we just wanted to go go over. We just didn't want to like move on to something else because I'm gonna move on to another topic, but we just didn't want to move on without like
everybody knowing. That's right.
right.
I'm with y'all.
Want to get everyone up to speed so that they can actively participate in the conversation.
That's
right.
Well, I'm here. I ain't dumb, thank God. I found out yesterday again. Thank you.
Hey, mama,
I'm serious.
Mama Mecca. Right. Hey, yo, Mama Mecca and Weird Science. Listen, you know what's amazing? Some people hated going to school, but they tune into y'all, and we ain't want to sit in class for 30 or 45 minutes. God damn, look what they doing, y'all. This powerful. That's a fact. See, knowledge will last forever if you sit still and you get the right teachers.
Well, see, there's a difference between knowledge and education. I have 5 degrees. I can speak to that. But the things that I learned,
that's a fact. That's why I said if you get the right teachers, we in the right class.
But my knowledge came from listening and paying attention to what was going around me and the different situations that I was in along the way. So, because it's like Mecca knows, I mean, all of that's beautiful. That's something that I was able to work towards. But one day we'll talk about the story about what I had to work through to work towards the things I've been able to accomplish. Because my hands aren't clean either.
And she landed.
She landed. She damn sure
landed. All right, we check it. Mecca, she landed? Or just we check. All right.
I saw the mic go to mute, so I guess she landed.
Yeah, she landed.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we all have been through stuff. It's all in how you bounce back from it. You can either dwell in the funk, as we can say, or you can decide like
Duke, what's up, baby?
Salute. Hello, everyone.
How you doing?
Salute to Duke. Salute.
Hello.
Hello.
So, do you have something to say, Duke Don?
I mean, I'm listening. I'll tap in when I feel it's accordingly.
Facts.
Well, everybody's opinions over here matter.
That's right.
See,
absolutely.
Everybody's opinion matters. Everybody, we all partake in it.
I mean, I know I heard the say that word again.
Toxicity. I fucked up. I just learned it too, Duke. I just learned it.
Toxicity.
Yeah.
I understand that to be like some problematic in like my understanding, and that has to do with relationships. Sometimes, like from my experience, I heard the brother say something about sometimes you want to point the finger at your partner and say that person is toxic, and you don't really see your defaults or your actions, and that is 100% factual. I agree with him on that. Be quick to blame the next person, but we really don't ever sit back and do a serious inventory of ourselves. Well, I eventually had to do that. I had to learn how to understand that, everything I do, someone else might not approve of it. And who am I to judge them for that? That's why we all individuals. So, and as far as the sabotaging, my experience, I remember I would be doing I'd be in a low place in life, and then I'll start doing well, and for some reason or another, I'll find a way to sabotage that. And I can never understand why. Like, damn, I'm doing so good. Why I start doing this? Why I start doing that? And the truth, when I did the inventory of myself, I was afraid to succeed.
Mm.
Slow,
Like
dude.
I didn't, like, yes, I was doing good, but I was afraid to do better. Because I always it's normal to fail. The prime example. I remember when I was buying jewelry, and I remember telling my boy one day, like when I first bought my jewelry, I was like, yo, I bought this so just in case something goes wrong in the future, I got this to hold me down. And he said something so, like, 'cause I never looked at things that way. He said something so strong to me that it just stopped me in my tracks. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. I always prepare to fail for some reason. What he told me was, what he said was, when you told me you bought the chain and that you bought the chain, so just in case sometime in the future something goes wrong, that'll put you back on your feet. What you was telling me right there, you was preparing to fail.
Dang.
Shocked me right there, because that was true. Like, for some reason or another, when I was buying jewelry, I always said I bought the jewelry. Yeah, you want to wear the jewelry, you want to look good, but I bought the jewelry with the present of mind that something could go wrong in the future, and my jewelry could put me back on my feet. So
That's right.
therefore, I was preparing to fail, and that was crazy, because I never looked at it that way. So that's almost I look at that as self-sabotaging as well. Like, why would I buy jewelry and have that thought in mind, instead of buying the jewelry because I just want to buy jewelry and
Then
I want to
enjoy it.
wear it and I want to enjoy it.
Right. Instead of
Right.
it being a gift to you, it's kind of
Exactly.
like you bought it a success to failure. You already attempted it. That was a shot, bro. Salute, dude. That was a shot, bro. Because I'm gonna tell you, man, I did it too, but I never had it broke down to me like that. Like, we all did it, but we ain't
That's
think it
right.
like. I mean, you know what I'm saying, Dice? We was like, yo, man,
I
whatever.
would
I'm
do
gonna
that.
drop
Seem
that
like when you
and
write
get
it
this
top,
back up.
you just do the
Yeah,
craziest shit. And I don't even know where that
crazy as
shit
shit.
came from.
That was crazy, right? And we did it. Like, yeah, I got this. Boom, boom. Anything go wrong, I drop that and use this for the RE. You heard? You know where we
That's
going.
right.
But I feel a brother, man. Salute, dude.
No doubt, man. That's why, you know, I once again we was talking about the messenger earlier. And that's why I don't look at the messenger, man. Not no more. Uh-oh. What happened?
We
No, that's
good.
Mecca. She did it. You good. Mecca did
Oh,
something by
oh,
mistake.
oh. Yeah, I don't look at the messenger no more. As I got older, I started understanding the message. And I always, like, you see, there's so many ways to look at things. Like, I never looked at that in that manner. And you see how you just said that you do the same thing, you buy your jewelry,
Never.
because we so accustomed to failure.
That's
You
right.
know what I mean? Like, and that's
That was a
crazy.
shot, bro. Yeah, that's
That's
crazy, bro.
crazy,
Like,
man.
years later, that's hitting me. Like, we all did that, Dice. Yo, I'm
But
gonna go get this. I'm gonna get three. I'm gonna get one extra just in case, baby girl, something happened. Yo, this is a fact, man.
so
Right.
that's why, I appreciate when somebody give me a different outlook in life, man. Because that was special to me. I took that. I said, you know what? I appreciate that, and I'm ashamed of myself for even thinking that way. But I didn't know better. You understand? So he told me, don't be ashamed of yourself, because you're not thinking that way. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm bringing it to your attention, so that you could get those thoughts out your head. Stop thinking about failure. Think about always winning. You know what I'm saying? Think
So give
about
me
winning,
some.
like, and not temporarily. Think about always winning. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong about thinking like that.
Absolutely, because we're all deserving to win in everything that we give our best try to. And you weren't able to be a part of the conversation when we talked about how, there's no need to be ashamed of it when we're thinking in those terms, because we talked about
Yeah,
how, in some ways,
fact.
as minorities, we're all we seem to be pre-programmed toward oppression.
Yes.
We seem to be like born with a sense of being prepared to fail at everything we do. It's like there's always a stash. It's like we're always preparing for the depression, whether it's actually happening or not.
Right.
That's right.
And we just go out into the world with
Like
that
failure
programmed
is our
mindset.
crutch. Like we look for that.
Yeah, it's like
I'm
we're
sorry.
always trying to be. No, you're good. You're good. Always trying to be double and triple prepared. That seems to be in our DNA. That we're just always prepared for when a good thing happens. We got to be ready for when it ends.
And my question is, I know it's programmed, but who designed that program?
Facts.
Who
We
actually
know.
designed
We
that
know.
for that could be embedded into us as a whole?
So it was embedded into us by our oppressors, but we created the continuum for it. We perpetuated the behaviors that passes down the idea of that when things go well, prepare for that to end. When things go well, prepare for things to go bad. Or when things are going bad, that's normal. We're accustomed to that. Like how we always talk about being strong. You know, to have to be strong, it means that you're battling something if you got to use your strength. So why do we train ourselves to be in battle all the time?
That's some deep shit.
Can't even answer that
I
one.
done got certain blessings in the hood. That's crazy. I'm sitting there thinking about this shit. Yo, you understand that shit, Duke? Like Black, like you ever got something and been like, you talk to your man like, yo, why the fuck, how I get that? Like how that came to me. And
You
it
know,
seemed like I was
Oh,
upset
fact.
that it actually came to me. I don't know if that even made sense, but it's the truth.
It do. It's like we
it does
prone
make
to think
sense.
like I don't deserve the good. Like you ever heard? Like damn, like it's like we want it, but then sometimes we be like, damn, do I deserve that? Like, is it real? Like you know, like we're saying, it's like it's something in that DNA, right? And at the end of the day, we gotta get that out of us, bro. Cause I heard her say the other day, like no matter what, like her and Mecca said, if you got a job or whatever you doing and you good at that, try to be the best at that, man. Like, you know, I mean, like let's like why we always say what Duke said, like that shit over my head, bro. Like I bought jewels and some of them is gone, most of them, but I still got some. But they went right to what he was talking about. I had to dump them. I needed extra. The kids came first. I'm a land.
But you know, that's to show you that, you know, that you know, they say we don't plan, you actually plan to fail, right? But guess what? We do be planning to fail subconsciously without even knowing it, man. You
That's
know,
crazy.
because you know, when I be hearing those little
It's crazy.
metaphors about the cup, some people see it halfway or half, you know,
Halfway
that
full,
little
yeah.
phrase they be saying. I remember like I used to not like that. I used to be like, yo, come on, why be people be using all these word semantics? You know what I'm saying? But the truth is that there's always different ways to look at something. And that's why education is important. That's another thing that, you know, I I get mad at myself because yes, you know, I learned a lot in life. Yes, I became wise through experience. But I know for a fact that if I would have took the time and went to school,
Mm.
my thought patterns would have been broader. You know, you understand? And I would have not been gullible to a lot of things because I would have been able to think things through in many different ways. You know, but when you narrow-minded because all you know is what you know, then you know it's not too much that you could expect. You understand? In life, and it's the truth, man. Like education, I tell everybody that, you know, because I done had debates with, because I tell, like the debates I've had, I done tell young brothers, education is important, right? But as we all know, like college and all that, to me, like, well, I'm not gonna say we all know. I'm gonna put that on me. I'm gonna say what I feel about it. College to me is it's also a big hoax, and the reason I say that is because You got kids that go to college, graduate, come home, and you see them working at McDonald's because they overqualified for certain situations, right? And I mean, this goes on like a lot, not, there's a lot. You see a lot of people like, you got a master's degree and you plumbing, you got a bachelor's degree and you know what I'm saying? But then you got people that went and got a vocational and they making 100,000. They're clearing 6 figures a year. So through experience and through life, when I started learning, I'm like, you know what? I would encourage any kid to get educated, but I would not, I would bring that to him as well. Like, I think you should make yourself accessible, make yourself the one that's needed. You get me? Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's right. Get the job
that's needed. When you got a profession and you got your skills, they need you more than you might. You understand what I'm saying? But when you got this education, everybody got bachelor's degrees. I heard, they be giving those shits out like water. You know what I'm saying? You got people that get their GED in the same within 18 months and get their bachelor's. They got those little programs like that, right? So they just giving them out a lot, right? But as far as that same person going to get a good job, they go through hell and back, right?
Well,
so
it all comes down
it's
to
going to college really good for you? Or you understand? Like, and I don't want to down college. Don't get me wrong. Both my daughters are college graduates. You know what I'm saying? But I seen it through them. My youngest daughter been out of college 5 years. She just got a 6-figure job. So it took her 5 years after college to get a good paying job, right? My oldest daughter, she gets like maybe 60,000 a year, but she got a bachelor's and she's trying to get her master's, right? Now you got most of my mans that felons came home, did a vocational, clearing 90,000, 120,000, no college education whatsoever. What they got is a skill. So that's what I would encourage the young people, gain a skill. And if you want to get educated more on that skill and go to school, more power to you. But I feel they should gain a skill first. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I fully and completely support every last detail of every last thing you just said. Because I always say that, education plus knowledge equals power. They say education is power. Education alone is nothing. Like you said, it's only hope. And hope don't pay the bills.
Absolutely.
Hope floats, but it doesn't pay the bills. Education plus knowledge, like I mentioned earlier, I gained knowledge along the way while getting my education by looking at what's going on around me. Like you said, finding out ways to make myself competitive when I graduated. And one of the ways that I did that was having internships and getting work experience while I'm in school. When you get an education, all you have is a degree. If you have a degree and no experience, it doesn't mean anything. And that's probably why it took her 5 years to find that job that she finally found after graduating from college, because it took her 5 years to have some work experience where people would trust that they could bring her into the workplace and she could perform. Because sitting in a classroom for 4.5, 5 years doesn't say that you can handle being on a job, being able to punch the clock at 6:30 and be there sometimes doing overtime, making decisions. Do you have people skills? Can you work as a team? Can you work independently and contribute to a team? We don't know if you can do that or not if you've just been in class. I mean, that's like going to 13th grade. How do we know you grew up? How do we know that you matured to be able to matriculate into the American workforce? So you have, and that's where that knowledge and education come together. And then you have the power to be able to make that education work in favor of your lifestyle.
Absolutely.
So everything you said, I'll platinum plate it for you.
Thank you.
Fact.
I mean, I say those things, right? Look, I also learned, right, where we come from, these, our neighborhoods, right? From young, you could be an honor roll kid in these public schools. Honor roll, I'm talking about never got nothing less than a 95, 97, let's just say, right? That's what my youngest daughter was all her life, honor roll, right? What I realized was when she went to college, my daughter went to Rochester University. At that time, Rochester was the 30th, like 30th in the nation, meaning, top 30 in the nation, right? When she got there, her first year, she was failing everything. Not just her. Every other kid that came from any urban city that was just like her, honor roll, smart kids, when they got to school, they did not know nothing compared to the kids that was growing up in the suburbs, and so forth. Meaning they always minimize our education. That's why that saying that everything is designed for us to fail, even as far as our education. You
That's
understand?
right.
Thank God that she stepped her game up the following year, because the smart kid is going to be smart regardless. But for her to get to college, that almost made her give up, because she was thinking she wasn't qualified to be in those classes until she started meeting other kids from Chicago, from the hoods, from Texas, from whatever, Massachusetts, kids that was raised in the hoods like she was raised. Honor roll kids that was going through the same thing she was going through. They was failing. All that taught me was, damn, what is it that they want from us from little? It's for us to fail. They never trying to give us the best education. You match one of us with a kid from one of those third world countries, and I guarantee you that kid in a third world country's education,
It's better
that's
now.
a poor country, is at a higher level than one of our kids. Why is that?
Right.
The United States educational system, even in science, math, and technology, is not even in the top 10 in the world, in the free world.
Look at
Out of
that.
all of the free world countries, we are not even in the top 10.
You
So
see
even
that?
our best
That's crazy.
education is not as good as theirs. Is their worst.
That's crazy. You understand? Such a powerful country, right? With so much money and so forth. Yet you don't want to teach all your citizens because wouldn't that make the country even more powerful?
That's right.
When
If you
all
look
your
at the
citizens is educated, when all your, you know what I'm saying?
if you look at the HBCUs right now, they're historically Black. But you can go to Spelman, Morehouse, Clark, Atlanta, North Carolina, A&T State, Tuskegee, Grambling, Howard, Hampton, it don't matter. And you'll see a lot of people there that may be from the African continent, but they are not South African, dark-skinned, kinky-haired people. But they are enjoying our HBCUs and calling themselves African. And they come to this country and they go to our HBCUs because we're so good to people. We all know people. Majority of people can come into the Black community and not be treated poorly, but it doesn't work in reverse.
You know something? That you are a trillion% right.
Right.
This is
so
why
they come and infiltrate our HBCUs.
I'm glad you said that. You just hit up.
Duke said, "God damn it,
go ahead.
talk."
Yeah, you just hit something right there, because, and this comes to us as a whole, right? Us as a whole, we want to hurt each other. We want to, like, it's almost like we hate each other. Like we don't want to build each other up, right? But then some foreigner pulls up into our situation. We allow them to get stores. We give them our money. You know what I'm saying? We allow them to basically become our landlords, all the above. And don't say nothing to them. We don't have one issue with them. You know what I'm saying? But let it be one of us. You know what I'm saying? To own the store or own the property. Oh, this motherfucker think he all that. Does he own this shit? Or it's crazy how we treat each other, but yet
we're hesitant
a foreigner.
to
And I don't want to sound racist, because I'm far from a racist. I love human beings in entirety. But I've learned that all human beings don't love each other in entirety, right? And that is a fact, that the way we accept all cultures into our world, they don't accept us.
And in that, but that's also a part of what we were talking about earlier about how how oppression seems to be ingrained in us from the time we come into the world, from the time when we run our households, how we raise our children. We teach each other and we teach ourselves not to trust each other.
Incredible.
I mean, can any of us say that we haven't been in a situation where we looked at the person that looked like us and thought twice, and looked at the person who doesn't and felt more comfortable?
That's a fact.
All the
That's
time.
a part of that oppression that we're perpetuating generation after generation of self-hate. And it's designed to create our failure within this country. As I was saying, other people, they come to this country and they go to our HBCUs so they'll be treated well because Black people are good to other people. And because in their country, they can't get in the universities. Their standards are too high. So they come here because the American education system is easier to get into. And then the HBCUs is where you'll get treated even more nicely.
You know something else? They get money to buy businesses in our, you know what I mean? They come here.
That's right. They get grants
for those people. But we got to go through hell and back to try to go get a loan. You know what I'm saying?
10 years, no taxes.
So everything is always designed to keep us at the low end. Yet we accept everyone freely, man. And then within each other, we want to hate. We want to sabotage each other. We can't lift each other up, man. I understand that it's a yin and a yang with everything. We always got, if in a perfect world, everything will be as we would like it. Unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world, right? Now, what gets me is that we see it every day. We see it. It's in our faces blatantly. That we are not considered on a higher standard, right? So we know, like, damn, like, come on, like, what is it? But then, so we don't fight against that, but yet we want to pull the next somebody that looks like me down. I want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy, man, and it's sad because it took me to grow up. It took me to go through a lot, to turn around and say, when I tell a brother or a sister, I naturally got love for you as a person. I don't care how you look. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't care. That's not important to me. I care about we see it now. Right now, a million times, somebody, a handicapped person falls in the street, dudes will walk right by them. Everybody, dudes and females, just walk right by the person instead of saying like, "Damn, yo, hold up, let me help you get up." That's it. That should be natural to want to help your fellow peer, man. But it's not. But they'll laugh at you though. You know what I'm saying? You slip, you bust your ass. Now it's even crazier. Now they pull out the phones and they want to look. They want to show everybody
and record it.
You and like you're down for whatever. Y'all know what I mean. And that's sad. Instead of putting your phone away and helping that person, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
You want to make a fool out of a mockery out of the person, and that's like common out here. It's common. It's gotten like that, but it's somebody. There's some powerful people up there that sat in a big round table. And they planned all this. And we are going according to their plan.
That's a fact.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Like we've been doing since the Willie Lynch letter.
That's a fact.
Oh, man.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's really, really crazy, man. And yo, Duke, let me tell you something. You think I was joking earlier, bro? If y'all don't know who Duke the Don is, it's a comrade I met through YouTube, but that's my brother. We ain't even got to go into how that. But when he popped up today, he was like, yo, Dice, I was going through some shit with people in the hood, my family. It seemed like they, certain things. And when you said that, Duke, you heard the first thing I said? I said, yo, Duke, pull up, bro, because Mecca here. We know it like the way we can relate to that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I might tell you the wrong thing in good intention that might push you off the fucking edge, my dude. Because I got that anger, that betrayal, and that disloyalty too. And I know how that shit disappoints us as men on the honor we stand on, you dig? But God sent Mecca to me, and God sent Mecca to the world, bro. You see how you called the day? And when you said earlier, you was like, yo, Dice, I'm pulling up. I know you pulling up. You know what I'm saying? But Mec don't, she like, yo. And then yo, Mec, just now, he was so aggravated. I can show you the Texas right now. He was like, yo, Dice, how the fuck do you get to her? This shit is fucking up.
Y'all couldn't get in, man. He was sending me some Transformer page or something.
So I sent him the damn link on my phone and he pulled up. But boy, you in the right spot because Boss Victims that's her name because of her story and her struggle and how she survived and came back from death. I just met Miss Weird Science through Boss Victims because that's her first cousin. And she is a black woman that's a rocket scientist. You dig what I'm saying? And they've been helping me with certain stuff, man.
But
you know, see how every time God puts somebody in the play to what they talking about, I think you're cheating, man. I would have said you was cheating. If you knew Duke the Dawn, I'd have been like, y'all set this up. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. That ain't nothing but God. That ain't nothing but God.
Now, you know, like I told you earlier, Dice, this is what attracts me. You understand? When, like, you know, I'm attracted to people that have sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm attracted to people that care. You know, that's what that's what I chose to attach myself to. You know, if you ever noticed when I used to pull up to that, cause I haven't pulled up over there in a minute, but I still salute them and all that. But like the 050 or any other podcast, I mostly pull up and listen. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it's entertainment in a certain way, right?
That's right.
I told you I be wanting to, you know, like just tap in sometimes and be like, yo, bro, you sound crazy, my brother. Like, you know, whatever. But if I don't got something really good to say, I'd rather not say nothing at all, man.
That's a fact.
You know? And that could be a default, you understand? Because maybe I should still get in, you know what I'm saying? And maybe still try to plant my seed and try to give a person a different outlook, you know what I mean? And, you know, that's something I got to still work on. But I really like to listen, right? Because I say that because I listen so that I can make my own decision and say how I don't want to behave, how I don't want to treat the next person. You know what I'm saying? Because when you do sit in on panels or when you listen, that's basically what's going on a lot. Yes, they speak good stuff, but it's a lot of, you know, jibber jabbers, a lot of putting people down, a lot of, you know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to lift each other up, you know what I'm saying? And truth be told, man, like dudes don't even know how powerful that is. You know what I'm saying? Like you got a situation where people tapping in to listen to you, right? You should use it for the right. You know what I'm saying? Come on, we already grown people in our 40s, you know, 30s. We shouldn't be entertaining ourselves with like foolery. Get me? Like foolery, but yet it's catchy because once again, that's how I started watching it.
Yeah.
You know, I sat there one day, dudes is telling each other suck. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? You know, that shit caught my attention. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, what the fuck? You know, because that's what everybody gonna say. Like I had told China that. I'm like, yo, when I first came in, I'm like, yo, who the fuck is this nigga think he is? Some nigga suck. Like, this nigga can't be no fucking, I don't know no gangsters that talk that kind of shit.
That's
you
right.
Know what I'm saying? But who am I to, you know what I'm saying? Get up there and G-check a nigga for how he move or how he present himself. You know what I'm saying? Who am I? Because I got my own defaults.
That's right.
But that's what caught me. And then look, as time went on, believe it or not, I respect that brother China, and I'm gonna say why.
It's a fact.
Because I see he's not a follower.
Yeah, he doing his own thing. That's a fact.
He stand on what he stand on. He don't change whatever he say. You know, I can't speak for the rest of them, but
right.
as for him, he stand on what he stand on, and that's what I respect about him. You know what I'm saying? You know, he might do a lot of crazy shit, like I said, because grown men are not supposed to compose themselves in certain way. You know what I mean? Because that, you know, people looking at you, man, and people lose respect for you. You know what I'm saying? When you supposedly grown and you acting like a child and you saying childish shit. You know what I'm saying? But once again, who am I to judge? You dig? So, but when I tap in to listen, because somebody always got something or might say something that once again will make me look at a situation differently. You know, and I'll be like, wow, damn, look, I wasn't even thinking of shit like that brother just said. No, so it's all information, and it comes back to what I tell you about that money thing, man.
That's right.
It's all money. Money's information. You know what I'm saying? You got to know how you spend your information, man. You know what I'm saying? When to pull it out the wallet. You know what I mean? When you gonna spend it? Because you save your money, one day your money gonna save you. You know what I'm saying? So I attract myself to information, and I love when someone has something to say of substance. You know what I mean? Because it'll make me think, and I appreciate smart women, smart black women.
What?
You know, your dogs, like I praise the floor they walk on, man, because like once again, like I can't understand why we as men disrespect our women like that. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm not no innocent dude. Like I don't be in relationships, I got mad, like yo, fuck you, bitch, all that shit. But I catch myself, and I would immediately be like, yo, listen, I apologize.
I ain't mean that.
I'm sorry. I definitely do not ever want to offend you or speak to you in a manner that I wouldn't want nobody to speak to my daughters or my moms, you know what I'm saying, or any of my loved ones, you know what I'm saying, be friends, whatever, female friends, because we as men should respect our women, man. We come from a woman. I'm going to be honest with you, and I don't even want to get into this type of politics, but you know, when we speak about God, somehow, some way, that's been embedded in us that God is a he. But who's to say
and
God?
I've always said that.
You know what I'm saying? Who's to say God is not of she? Because she creates life. You know what I'm saying? So all that little stuff like that is what makes me honor a woman more. And now when a woman is educated and when a woman has substance and she means well, man, I praise the floor you walk on, man.
That's a fact.
And I damn when nigga disrespect you in my presence. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
I don't want to hold the floor up. I don't want to keep talking because.
We're enjoying your conversation. That's what this is for. We want people to express themselves. It's not just about us. Of course, we like to talk. I like to talk, but it's not about us. We're trying to open a forum where people can come and speak their truths, and we can sit here and tell the truth, and then we're going to take that truth and see how we can turn it into a positive walk in people's lives.
I agree.
So when you talking, we're listening. This is what we do. It's not for us, it's for you. It's
organically, like I said earlier. And see, when I speak from the heart. I don't speak from up here. You know, yes, I choose my words wisely, or I do the best I can with my words, because I like to be very articulate. I like to be understood. So I try to speak as clear as possible, and trust me, I speak from my heart. You know, and because of that, I've been able, believe it or not, because of how I learned to be, I've been able to stop riots in the prison system, man. You know, because I done had the goon that don't listen to nobody.
That's right.
He'll listen to me because he know I mean well. You know, and that makes me get. I'll pat myself in the back for stuff like that. I done had those goons that don't listen to nobody, older than me, turn around and call me their big brother. You know, that's an honor to me, because if that brother looks at me that way, that shows that I'm doing the right thing. You know what I mean? I'm walking and I'm like, I'm talking like I'm walking. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
You
So,
know?
Mecca, do I speak correctly when I say that Duke is on topic? Because
On
Yeah, Duke on
topic
topic.
all
he's
the
showing
time.
how he has dissolved toxicity that's been in his environment, and he's being able to keep others from being self-sabotaging by their own behavior.
Yes.
So am I correct, Mecca, that
Yes,
we're
we
on
on
topic?
topic always, always,
That's
always.
right.
Okay.
We
I just want to bring
always.
us back to
But
that.
I told you, Duke, when you came over here, you was gonna get some cornbread, sweet potato pie, apple pies, and peach cobblers. I told you.
That's
Oh,
right.
and my southern banana pudding, honey.
Whoa.
Okay?
My mama's from Birmingham.
We trying to
I
tell you.
love dessert. I love dessert.
That's what we do over here. That's what we do. Everybody that comes over here for some reason, they feel so comfortable and they just talk and we just let them. And we
Because it's
listen.
real. Ain't nothing but God, man. I tell people, man, I don't believe in coincidence, man. And when Duke hit me this morning, I ain't hear from him. I was like, damn, I hope but I know he good. I ain't even gonna say nothing like that. We know how we do. You know what I'm saying? Certain shit just be coming up. And when we was talking earlier, he was like, man, just certain shit in the hood. And I know it's pain because it seemed like every time he want everybody to win, out of 20 people, it'll be 16 that want everybody to win, and it'll be 4 out of the 4 to be 2 to be like fuck everybody else, and it'll be 2 to just want to follow them too because they scared to win.
Okay, so then guess what we do with those 4? Send them on about their business.
Absolutely.
Everybody can't come. Everybody can't come.
Me personally, like, it's sad, but right, because I still I'm not far removed. You understand from the streets itself. Now, Mecca, you basically said you was from the Bronx. You said from Clay. This is my neighborhood. I'm right now on 170th and Sheridan. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Very close.
I used to be all up and down over there, all up and down. You know
Okay.
what Taft High School is at?
Taft High School, training animals for tomorrow.
You know down the street.
Oh shit!
You know, like when you go under the tunnel.
Right.
That's where they used to sell the dope at.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. They used to have the white wall, the annex.
Okay, I'm trying to tell people.
Yeah.
I know things. I just don't speak on what I know, who I know, and how I know them.
So you know the area. You know what?
Very well.
This is like projects over here.
Yeah.
Literally,
well.
these little city blocks is like projects.
Look. I know about 183rd and Christian.
But yeah, I'm talking about 170.
No, I'm just saying. I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know that I know these things.
Okay.
See, that was Renee.
Yeah, that's my brother.
You're talking to Magnificent Mecca.
Okay, I got you.
Renee is the Bronx woman. See, Magnificent Mecca.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said Renee. I thought you were saying Renee from 183rd. I'm sorry. I kind of jumped out the window.
I probably know him too. I probably know him too. But see, there's who you're talking to right now is Magnificent Mecca. She's the reasonable one. Okay? Then there's Renee. She's the Bronx one that still got that Bronx mentality when the mentality needs to come out.
Right.
But I prefer Magnificent Mecca.
I know that's right.
Because she's going to reason with you. She's going to say, okay, they're a little upset right now. They could be having a bad day. But see, Renee, she don't care about your day. All she knows is you interrupting her peace. That's it. That's all. My peace means more to me than anything.
That is all.
That's it. That's all. You come in peace. I'll come in peace. But this is my saying. I used to say back in my younger days, we can handle this like ladies, or we can get into some gangster shit. The choice is yours. Okay. But I'm past all of that now because I had sons, right? So since I had sons, it was certain behavior I couldn't have or display in front of them, right? So
Right.
being that they were with me more than not, it taught me how to think before I do something because I had to think about them. Now I'm sitting
It's like I
talking.
told her, cause you raised boys and you raised your boys to become prominent, respectable black men. That takes a certain type of woman. You have to adjust yourself for that whole experience.
Yeah, I had to.
I had
Excuse me,
lost.
everyone. I'm about to go upstairs. I'm
Mm-hmm.
about to sign out, and I'm gonna sign back in.
You fine.
All right, my phone's dying, so I got to get to a charger. So
All
I'll
Okay.
be
right.
right back in.
All right. I got you.
All right, hold on, I can do this.
And trust me, it wasn't easy. Trust me. It was
Yo,
not
Becky, you would
easy.
never believe. I don't mean to cut you off, Becky. I'm sitting there smiling. That's why I put my thing up. You would never believe the people who you be having on your platform, man.
I know. It's
Like it's serious, man.
but I'm magnificent.
That's a fact. See, I wasn't questioning that part.
There you go.
I wasn't questioning that. For real.
See? And
It's
then,
just God
like,
is real, y'all.
but
God is
remember,
real.
I always said this. This is one thing that I always say, and I'm going to stick to it. And the reason why people feel comfortable talking to me and Weird Science, I was getting ready to say your name, but and Weird Science,
Not my name. I work for the government. I'm joking.
That's a fact.
right, exactly.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. So the reason why is because our demeanor is calm, it's welcoming. But for the most part, a lot of people can talk to me because they know I've been through something. So they know that when they're talking to me, when they're over here talking, there's no judging no one. We don't judge over here.
Facts.
Salute Jay Jackson. All right. So we don't judge because everybody's been through something. And I might not deal with it the way you deal with it. Or I might think that I didn't have no other way, or I couldn't come up with a solution. And then I go talk to somebody and they might say something right 7:30. And they might say something and make you go, you know what? Yeah. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah, we are doing the best we can with what we know at the time. And those of us who are lucky, just like when we had Danny on the phone, she said she wished she had better people. Some of us are lucky enough to have somebody to, like you said, you can go to and talk to, and they can give you a different perspective, so they can you can turn that corner and go right instead of left because you was on your way left. We all find ourselves in those situations. I appreciate Dyson. He's calls me the rocket scientist, and yeah, I mean, but that's what I do. It's not who I am. I also have a journey. I earn
That's right.
And
yeah, we want to talk.
Like I said earlier, Yeah,
that's our next. That's our next topic. Your journey.
Yeah, I went to school, did my thing, but like I mentioned earlier, I worked the entire time.
Mm.
Bachelor's degrees don't take 9 years, but they do when you work for them. So that'll come up at another time. But I don't know, Dice. We might have to put 2 words in front of that rocket scientist. I might need a 4-word title: self-made rocket.
Oh, I'm with that. That's it. Self-made rocket scientist. Shit. Yes, you are.
And my cousin knows that is so very real. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just allowing myself to reintroduce my truth.
Oh, I know you're crazy. Don't get it twisted. I love your soul. I know you're crazy.
Oh, I'm from Detroit.
Oh, I hear it in your voice. You're so polite and yeah, you'll jump through a window. I know that.
Don't fall asleep.
And you met a cousin too. But I know your heart is good and your soul is pure. So that's all that matters to me.
So I'm trying to wait for our guests to come back before we go into abuse. I have some definitions here.
Oh God, this was gonna be
segue and tie. Oh yeah, we're gonna tie it all together.
We tying it together.
and you're self-sabotaging, and yeah, you probably have some abusers, and you've probably been abused.
Or
Lord
you
have
probably are the abuser.
That's right.
Because remember, it ain't always physical.
That's right.
Exactly.
Because that's the first thing everybody think of when it comes to abuse. Oh, physical. Oh, male. It has to be.
No,
They have to be in a relationship. No, it doesn't.
it can be anyone. It can come from any direction, any gender, in the home, workplace, school, passive aggressive. It can be, there's this new teaching that they have now called microaggressions.
Mm.
They're saying these little things that people do, that they're doing it with the intent of making you feel a certain way, but they're doing it with the intent to make sure that no one notices what they did.
Oh my God. Did you hear what she just said, Mecca? Did you hear that? No, that's
Yes, and she's going to elaborate.
Oh
We're trying to wait
God.
for
Yo, that was done to me. Like, that shit just like literally almost brought a tear to my eye, man. Like, because people be having personal
Duke. We waiting on Duke.
narratives.
Where Leon? At work?
Hold on, let me call Leon right now.
We know Black at work.
Oh, Duke is having trouble calling back in, huh?
He going upstairs.
He got to put some juice on his phone.
Oh, he's got a charge. Oh, okay. I guess everybody's not like me, going from charger to charger. Stay plugged in.
You stay plugged in?
Yeah, because I know my phone is raggedy. I just have to remember to lift my pinky toe. People don't have any Rice Krispies on the phone. There's no Snap, Crackle, and Pop. There was some earlier, and I tried to move and lift my pinky toe and put some aluminum foil in my other hand and lift it up at about 45 degrees.
I'm glad you're partaking in this with me. I really am. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. You know, I guess I believe in real family.
Do your dad know?
Yeah, he knows. He went when I told him, I was like, I'm not in touch with Mecca.
He'll pull up in 5 minutes, ladies.
Okay. What he said? What my uncle said?
Out of all of your cousins, Mecca is someone, that I would like for you to be in touch with. Stay in touch with her.
That's right.
See, I always love my Uncle Ted and my Uncle David and my Uncle Joe and my Uncle William Jr.
We got some phenomenal uncles.
And my Uncle Nate. My Uncle Nate always say he got 99 problems, but a prayer ain't one.
There it is.
That's what my uncle said.
There it is. Oh, yeah.
So
we came from some good stock. And
that's
there's
beautiful.
Nothing like a woman who received good training from the female side and the masculine side. It's not that common, since we stopped being able to watch the Cosby Show.
Well, we had
the Cosby Show. Day, when she said
but we had that. I didn't have to look up the Bill Cosby. I had my father.
Yeah, I heard you say that. That's when I started praying for a good man. If you ask Meg if I ain't say that, because you said something the other day. The only person I've heard say that, true story. I'm not saying that other people don't say that. The only person that I've heard say that out their mouth was my mother, talking to my father about something they was going through, and she told him, she was like, "Ronald, I love you to death, but if I disappoint Daddy, that's gonna break my heart." So when you said you got certain men that you look up to and how they feel about you, you honor that, you keep that respect level, and you cherish that, and make sure you don't do anything to fall out of grace with them or disrespect the worth of yourself and how they see you. That shit just fuck me. Excuse me, I'm sorry. That just messed me up.
Put it in context while we're waiting for Duke.
That messed me up.
My cousin Mecca, she asked me, she was like, are you a person who needs male validation?
Yeah, that was it.
I said, yes. And she said, well, that's sad. I said, well, then I'll just have to be sad. Let me explain it to you. I'm not saying.
Wait. Explain it now. why I did that to you. Don't be putting,
She was
don't
making
act like
sure that I would be okay to be on the panel with her, that I wasn't going to get on here and be a jerk and be negative, because that's not the type of energy she was trying to generate. But she was interested in taking her cousin with her on this journey. She was making sure I was worthy.
Okay.
So she was testing me.
Because they love you, weird sign. Don't be putting no stain. No, don't do
Like,
that.
girl, I got 5 degrees. Don't be giving me no test. I'm a pass. I ain't worried
Look,
about
look, look. It makes tomorrow they be done. Yeah, you see how she did weird signs? It be all kinds of videos.
I mean, I passed so many tests in life before I ever got a degree.
I know that's right.
So, yeah, I was gonna pass your test.
But say I wasn't. Say that I say I wasn't good at that interview.
Oh, you was good because you had me kind of hot. But I was like, this is my cousin, and I respect the relationship. So we're gonna back and forth, and I'm gonna stay cool because regardless of how she's making me feel right now, that's my cousin, and I respect my relationship with her more than I do being right or being heard because she's talking over me.
Yeah, you did it just to make sure. That's right.
But I backed down because I was like, I'm not going to sit here and argue. We're not going to talk over each other, go back and forth. If she's talking, I'm going to be quiet, let her finish like we do with Duke and everybody else has been on our platform, because that's what we do. The relationship with the people and giving the people the opportunity to speak their mind is more important than anyone's, rebutting them, talking. We're not going to have no talking over. So, I let her do that because I respect my cousin more than I care about whether or not I get to talk.
Facts.
So, yeah, but I told her when she said what I said, well, then I'll just have to be sad then. Let me explain it, though. Why are you calling me sad? Can I explain?
Right.
She was yap. Testing me to see if I would go off or if I would be petty or if I would be childish. No, ma'am. So my answer was, it's not in the sense that you think. I need the validation of the men that are important in my life to help build me into the person that I am, the woman that I am. And that's beautiful. My father, my uncles, my brother. I seek their validation and I take very seriously whether or not I'm living my life as a person they can be proud of and never embarrassed by. I had a policy as I was going through college. Like I said, it took me 9 years to graduate because I was working at gas stations, doing toilets, grocery stores, whoever was going to give me an honest dollar. But I had a policy. I will never make a dollar that I can't tell my daddy where it came from. So I told her, yes, I am a person who needs the validation of a man, but I'm not talking about a boyfriend, husband, no, that person. Now, if he becomes my husband, that's a different situation, because we should be constantly seeking to keep each other validated. So then he becomes important. But if you boyfriend, fiance, you're about 50% there. But if we're just dating, trying to see what's about to happen, then no. You're not validating me. I don't need anybody to complete me. That's a whole other ballgame.
No, that's right.
Well, Duke ain't coming, so he'll be here. So go ahead on.
Yeah, go start. He gonna pull.
Go ahead and start.
Yeah, I'm running out of filler topics. So,
right.
Yo, y'all are crazy.
So we talked about abuse. As we talked earlier, we like to start with research. We like to start with, not giving our opinions and stuff, but giving a definition. So what's the definition of abuse? There's several different ones, but at the root, it is the improper use of something. Ab means wrong. The Latin meaning of ab, A-B, is wrong. So wrongful use. And I'm looking at the Oxford University Dictionary. It just says the improper use of something. So we're using each other as people improperly quite a bit, apparently. As Dice mentioned earlier, about how some parents get in dire situations and they improperly use the gift of a child. And how siblings in some of those same similar compromising types of situations can abuse a sibling and properly use the fact that that sibling trusts them. One of my kids gave me an analogy of something that happened at school today. One of his friends was telling him about how he had when him and his little sister were 8 and 3. Their grandmother gave him some money for chores, and the 3-year-old did such a great job at something that should have been hard that grandma gave the 3-year-old a $20 bill. But then grandma gave the 8-year-old 5 $1 bills. And so the 3-year-old felt slighted. She said, I only have 1, you have 5. So the 8-year-old came to the 3-year-old and said, hey, I'll trade you my 5 for your 1. Yeah, that's
Same thing.
That's improper use of the 3-year-old.
Word up.
But some of us are walking through life in that same naivety. And it's sometimes it's even rooted in an innocence. We just don't know what we don't know.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Will Sign.
Sure.
What kind of teacher are you?
Oh, I'm a professor in engineering and
Damn.
physics. And I also teach in modern philosophy.
No, that's just so nice.
No, it's you. I'm just your reaction. That's all.
Word up. That's just beautiful, man. For real, man.
So that's kind of how I fill my free time. I just teach. A lot of people do other things. I have hobbies, but I like to give back. As I said before, a lot of sweet souls poured into me, so I try to pay it forward by teaching. So that's an example of the abuse or improper use of another person. And so, Mecca, do you have the types of abuse, or you want me to keep going?
You can keep going. Well, I'll go get it. I got a
You sure?
laptop. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll keep going then. Magnificent one. Aye, aye, Captain. So there's 10 basic types of abuse, even though there's 4 of them that are the most common. So the 10 basic types of abuse are, of course, physical abuse, which includes domestic violence, which includes sexual abuse. The next one is psychological and or emotional abuse. And those are the ones that you can't really see the scars until you start to get to know the person and wonder why some of their reactions are so extreme. When their reactions don't match the situation, you know that you're dealing with a person who's experienced psychological or emotional abuse. There's financial and material abuse. And there's also neglect or acts of omission. And to elaborate just a little bit on that one, neglect or acts of omission, that form of abuse is the reason why in some of the states in the United States of America, alienation of affection is grounds for divorce. Because it's a type of abuse. It's a type of neglect. When you take someone's affection away from their relationship, when you're the cause of it. Use your phone before you flush the toilet, whoever that is. Don't know.
It made me think about Archie Bunker, All in the Family, yo.
Good.
Every time she used to look for Archie, you hear the toilet flush.
Right.
He said, I'm coming, Edith.
There's also discriminatory abuse, which I'm sure all of us are familiar with. That's self-explanatory. And there's organizational or institutional abuse, which most of us minorities are also very familiar with. So, Mecca, did you want to go into the details of
We can't win the motherfucking lose, man.
Wait, what?
We can't win the lose. Every time, everything y'all list, everything y'all got on the list, we subject to in our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, and for the sake of time, hey, dude, good to see you back. For the sake of time, I'm gonna skip over physical and domestic
Yes.
sexual because those are kind of obvious, right? And we don't
So
want to go too sad here.
did you get to the mental? You did the mental. You're gonna
Uh,
skip over.
yeah, psychological and emotional is one that I think we should go into detail with. So
Is
here
it
are.
can be,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was that?
where we at? Psychological.
Psychological and emotional.
Okay. Which will fall under mental, right?
That's
Yes.
right.
So
That's mental. Mhm.
right. You got degrading, causing undue fear, stalking, isolating, or refusing to let the person go anywhere, humiliating or shaming the person,
Oh God.
intimidating the person, showing extreme jealousy, blaming your partner for everything,
Oh God.
insulting or calling names, making the person feel bad about themselves. Now, don't that fall go back up? That goes back to the toxicity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one more that I didn't hear you name that will go back to one of the ways that a lot of us don't realize that we've been emotionally abused as children. And it's in
It's,
no way to discredit our parents who did the best that they could with what they knew at the time.
Facts.
But it's for us to heal ourselves as adults because we're no longer those children. So we need to learn how to heal from some of those childhood traumas that we may not even realize we have.
That's
So
right.
one of them is failure to respect privacy.
Damn.
How many of you grew up in a home where your mom said, "Don't close no doors in my house"?
Dunbar's in the building. Yeah, my
But you
mother did
had
that.
your own room.
My mother said you close the door when you start paying bills.
Exactly.
For real.
Exactly. So we don't realize it, but there are some things that we don't like for other people to do to us that relate back to that failure to be allowed privacy. That affects a person psychologically. And a lot of us may say, "Oh, I'm strong, that doesn't bother me." These are genuine human traits. So if you're a human being, you've been affected whether you realize it or not. Okay, the other one is threats of abandonment or alienation. Mecca, I also didn't hear you mention that one. How many of us were around people or grew up with someone saying, "I'm going to leave you here"?
Yeah.
Or like we talked last night, Dice, about the person stopping on the side of the road, "Get out."
Yeah. See,
so what you said? Wait. Hold on.
Yeah, Mecca. I mean, you did it.
So what you saying?
I always have my own vehicle. Praise God.
So what you saying is, when my husband was in my car, right? My car that I paid the car note on, he paid the car insurance. Oops.
Hold up. He paid the car insurance.
Never mind.
Wait. Whoa.
Forget it. Scratch
Now we don't have to pull up on you.
Scratch that.
So that means that's your car.
Look, let me explain something to you.
Oh shit.
Now she got to explain something.
Let me explain.
Let's all shut up.
Because I just realized that I had left some stuff out the other day. So, because if I'd have remembered that part, I wouldn't have told that story.
Oh shit!
But since I put it out there, now I got to clear it up. Okay, see what had happened.
Boogie Lee, what's up, boy?
Right. What had happened was,
don't come in here sounding like you're in a horror movie. Fix the headphones, Lee.
He was talking junk.
It's always when I'm on Mecca's channel, man. It doesn't do it when I'm on your channel.
What you on an iTablet?
An iTablet.
You can take that out. You don't need it.
Oh, word.
Yeah, so like he's talking in a tunnel.
Yeah, you don't need it.
All right. So what had happened was he was talking junk in my car. And I said, if you keep talking to me like that, I'm going to pull this car over and I'm going to put you out. And he said, well, do it then.
Why he say that?
And I did it. But he was halfway to the job, though. See, I didn't just, you know. He was halfway to the job, which it wasn't even that far. He might have had to walk maybe 5 more minutes. You know, it wasn't a big
Oh, that
deal.
ain't too bad.
Right.
So let's just go back to the root cause of the fact that the story started with what had happened was. Okay. So I'm gonna cap that off with his toxicity caused you to respond in a way that was self-sabotaging to your relationship.
No.
You decided to pull the car over and cause him some alienation trauma.
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, I summed it up.
All right. Well, let's sum it up this way. Okay. Let's sum it up. Let's sum it up to I did not want to deal with his toxicity, and he alienated his own self, and he self-sabotaged himself because I was still in the car. I'm just saying.
But Cousin Mecca, who I love and adore so much, you know how much I'm a strong fighter for people to exercise self-control. He wasn't controlling the steering wheel or the brake pedal.
Right. But he was controlling his mouth.
But you could have just took him to work.
What? And I could have just put him right on out like I just did.
Or you could have just took him to work. I mean, being a bigger person is hard.
Or he could have just shut up. He could have just been quiet. When I said, don't talk to me like that.
He had control over his mouth, but you didn't.
Okay, but I got control over my vehicle, though.
So do y'all hear this though, y'all? Because what we're doing is teaching right now.
I had control.
That's why you gotta have your own.
That's why you gotta get along.
Right. That also.
That's why when somebody tell you and you in somebody's vehicle and you ain't and their vehicle and you ain't got your own because yours is in the shop, that means when the person say stop talking to me, stop talking. Don't tell me I pay this car insurance. Put me out.
I mean, I agree with that. If you have
what? All right, well, listen. He paid the car insurance.
To fire a warning shot and ask you, could you please be quiet? Could you please stop talking? Yeah, you might want to listen. Right. That's true.
I agree.
If they're firing warning shots, you might want to stop before you get executed.
Does that work both ways?
Both ways. Both
ways. Absolutely.
I just gotta make sure I hear that, because sometimes, we get as men, we get the wrong impression as y'all, exerting a certain thing, and we we feel sometimes as men we feel like I'm not gonna say us men, I'm gonna say me. We feel like some things are I feel like some things are one side.
Okay, Leon, you don't.
But see, most men feel most people.
We don't.
Yeah, what y'all cooking? What are y'all cooking? Cracklings?
That's my pinky toe.
Oh, you got a big ass pinky toe, man.
Okay, is that better? Yeah. No, just so you know, this is a gender.
I'm laughing. It just stopped the minute you said that. It just stopped.
But this is everything we say, it applies to both, because we're trying to teach people how to have healthy relationships with each other, whether it's siblings, parents, cousins, in-laws, whatever. I mean, so everything we're saying applies to men and women, and we're definitely including ourselves in this.
Yeah, because I just told y'all how I put my husband out my car. And I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I own everything I love from the bottom of my ovaries. Don't get in my car talking junk. And I say, please stop talking. You're distracting the driver. You distract the driver like that.
It's crazy that you're talking about.
It was an accident.
I kind of seen somebody doing that today, and I tried to talk to them about it, and then they actually looked at it and said, you know what, you're right. They didn't realize at the time that they was basically self-sabotaging themselves the whole time. And I was like, yo, you just got to speak up. But you can't do this to cover up the pain and the hurt. You got to, you have to say something. But you can't wait till you get that liquid courage in you to want to say something. Because I don't believe that's the right time to say something.
Facts.
100%.
Yeah.
And that would fall under verbal abuse, which is something that people tend to do a lot when they're on liquid courage or powdered courage or any other type of courage.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
said it. Every time
See,
you talk
I had to, look, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I didn't even realize in my marriage, right? Even though I was volunteering and helping women in domestic situations, it wasn't until I learned all of the things that falls under that I sat down and said, I'm in a verbally abusive relationship. We is talking to each other like we can't stand each other. Oh, we got to separate. Because, sometimes the damage is done. That's when you can separate on a beautiful note, when the damage is done. And both parties knows, okay, as a couple, we couldn't be together. I know this for a fact. Because I'm not going to allow nobody to talk to me a certain kind of way and then think that I'm going to love you. It's not going to be possible. It's impossible for that person to even care about you the way they should. They're not. They might care, but it ain't going to be like your mama or your son, or like even though it's your husband or your woman or your man. Once the trust is broken, and it doesn't have to be because we didn't have outside issues. We just had a you can't tell me what to do type of woman, and you ain't gonna talk to me any kind of way and expect wife duties, if that makes sense to y'all.
Yeah.
That's like once you've broken the emotional trust.
Right.
A lot of people don't realize that there's, different levels of trust in a relationship, even in friendships, any type of relationship. There's levels of trust. And in a marriage, there's not just, breaking the trust so far as cheating. There's also breaking the emotional trust that I no longer trust you with my feelings. You will hurt me at random. And I don't want to live like that. So it's like, even if you do still have a tremendous amount of love for the person, sometimes gentlemen especially need to realize when it's time to let her go, because it's going to be toxic.
Preach.
She's gonna like we mentioned, liquid courage. I mean, or whatever. It might be her mood swings are just too severe or whatever, but there are going to be times where she's gotten comfortable talking to you in a way that you should not tolerate because it's bad for your spirit. You're feeding yourself poison by continuing to allow that from her. And how can you go out in the world and keep yourself mentally strong on the job, stay motivated to exercise and eat right and keep yourself healthy if you have someone consistently pouring poison into your spirit? You're not going to be able to live a healthy existence, let alone have healthy relationships, because that poison is going to spill over to your other relationships and how you treat people because of how you're being treated at home.
Yep. Because I'm going to keep it real with y'all. If I would have tried to do this, say, 5 years ago, I wouldn't have did it. Because my attitude at that time was so... I wasn't mad at the world, or I wasn't mad. You ever woke up one day and looked at somebody and said, I don't like you. I don't want you around me.
¿Qué?
Have you ever... Has
No,
that
espera,
happened?
mami, estoy haciendo algo, espera.
What? Who's speaking Spanish? Hello?
Well, I don't know no Spanish, so I know it ain't me.
Oh.
Está bien,
So,
espera un momento.
Oh, that's Duke the Dawn.
Yo le hablo en 5 minutos, man, espera.
That's
oh,
dope.
okay.
Yo, hit his mute. Oh,
Oh,
yeah. He doing that thing. Yeah, he Dominican. Shout out to Duke the Dawn.
I knew I heard Spanish. I'm like, who's speaking Spanish?
Heard it.
Sounded like a scene from Scarface.
Everybody has had that person in their life that they woke up one day and looked at them and didn't want to be around them no more, or didn't want that person around them.
Lord have mercy. Jesus, won't y'all stop doing me like this?
That's when you know that them scars run deep.
Right.
You know,
so that's what I mean by the damage was done. You see, by the time, let's say, even if he had decided, okay, let's go to marriage counselor, I'd have said no. Let's say he said, well, let's see if we can work. I'd have said no, because I already tried that. I already came to you. I expressed to you what you was doing that was irritating me. I even expressed to you what you can do, which I shouldn't have had to do. I expressed to you what you can do to fix it.
Damn.
And instead of fixing it, you got worse.
Yeah,
and so I knew that the alcohol played a big part in it, because my dad was an alcoholic. So either way, once he became an alcoholic, I would have left anyway.
That pinky toe.
That's yeah, that's Duke. I'll mute his mic real quick. But yeah, so yeah, I would have probably, because I noticed the more he started drinking, the more nastier his mouth became.
That's right.
The liquid courage.
Right. And it wasn't even that he was mean to me. It was everybody else. I didn't like it.
And that's actually something to take into consideration as we talk about improvement and how you can grow yourself. Because I'm going to talk about myself again, apologies, or not.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. You go, girl.
So I have never drank, never smoked, never tried any substance at all. So the question might be, how in the world, people have asked me, how do you get through life? You're black, you're female, you're brown skinned, and you do what you do, live how you live. How do you do that? Like I was telling my cousin earlier, I'm the biggest cheerleader out of all the things that I try to promote above and beyond, education and all that great stuff, above and beyond what we're doing tonight. I promote self.
Hold that thought for 1 minute. Hold that thought for Skittles. I see you. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you. This is one of my childhood friends for like 38, gonna be 39 years.
You said Skittles?
Skittles, yes.
Oh, there it is. What's that?
So everybody, I would like y'all to greet and welcome my Skittles into the
Salute.
Peace.
Triples?
Skittles.
No, I said triples.
Oh, dribble.
I said triples and doubles, triples. You know them Skittles, there's some doubles and them triples.
Hey, Necky, your uncle has a joke about Skittles. I'll tell you about it later.
Well, go ahead, say it now. It's Skittles is,
Yeah. So your uncle, your other cousin, is pretty famous. He's an entertainer. He, does events and stuff. So your uncle decided, in his early 70s to go to one of your other cousins.
And what's the cousin, the DJ? What's his name?
Oh, we can't say that here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, he's pretty big. Well, he your uncle decided to go to one of his events in his early 70s, And I asked him, "Oh, did you have a good time? How was it?" And he goes, "Man, them women in that club was throwing their panties around like Skittles falling out your pocket." And I can never say it the way a 70-year-old man from North Carolina can say it, but that was so funny. I think I was laughing for about 2 days.
It's funny that you was talking about that you never tried any type of substance or drank or anything. You know, it's been like 3.5 years since I smoked any weed or took a drink, because I said to myself that from now on, whenever I make a decision, I want to make decisions in my own, in my mind, in my own right mind. I don't want to be on the effects of nothing when I make a decision anymore, because of
And
all the bad decisions I made when I was drinking, when I was smoking weed. I made a lot of bad decisions. So,
Oh yeah,
you know,
there's one more thing I want to say before and
Okay.
this is it. My friend Skittles, her daughter has a page called Life with Naya.
Life with Naya.
Life with Naya.
N-I-A or N-Y-A?
Is that right, Skittles? Matter of fact, it's going across the screen. Let me see. Okay, I got Magnificent Mecca. I got Weird Science. New York Star. Y'all didn't meet her yet. She's coming. Yeah, Life with Naya. N-I-Y-A-H.
Okay, N-Y-A. All right, cool.
Yeah, Naya Falls. Life with Naya Falls.
N-I-Y-A-H. All right, cool. I got it.
She's into like fashion and health. She goes to the gym. She works out in the gym and stuff like that. So it's nice that, we should support her because, she's young and she has it together, and she's a mother, and
And it's great to support someone who got it when they were young.
Right, and her daughter, like, they do things together, like she goes and show how to get, your eyebrows arched. She goes to the gym. She cook different things. Just go check her out. If y'all love Magnificent Mecca, y'all go check out Life with Naya Falls.
We got her.
Sounds good.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
As long as she got some White Castles.
No, but it's not Skittle. It's Life. They know that's why I fixed it for you. That's why you need to get your own page, Skittles. That's why.
So, Leon, you were saying you enjoy making decisions now.
Yeah,
because you're making them from
my own will, and not, not under the influence of something else that's affecting my decision.
Yeah, that's kind of the same mindset I was in. I just saw what it was doing to other people. I mean, I've carried some of my friends out of the club just because they got wasted.
Lord have mercy.
A pretty girl in the club wasted is not something you want to let happen. It's
not safe.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I saw a lot of that happen. And then, of course, like I said, the gaining knowledge throughout life when they talk to girls about, the things that go on college campuses and date rape and all that kind of stuff. I was like, oh, I'm not about to let that happen to me. So, like you said, it was a matter of self-discipline, that I wanted to be in control of myself. And a lot of people over the years say, oh, you're just a control freak. Well, when it comes to yourself and being able to make sound decisions that really come from your heart and your spirit, and you're hearing what your soul is saying in the situation, you should be a control freak. Because having self-control and self-discipline is the most valuable gift you can ever give yourself in life. It's more valuable than anything other than the air in your lungs.
Facts.
I'm working on that every day. I think that brings you. I think just to be calm takes a lot of strength.
Facts.
Just 'cause it is, as a man, even a female, like, someone's talking to you, in a very belligerent way, immediately, you're gonna match that energy. But to be able to stay calm, that it takes a lot. And I think once I master that, you know, I'll be able to make better. I'll be able to, I'll be more in control of myself.
Right.
So I work on that. I've been trying to work on it because it's hard. Because sometimes I'm so used to reacting. That even if, I don't let myself get the thought of stay calm, relax. Because if you stay calm in a situation with someone speaking to you, eventually they got to come down because you're not matching the energy. And that goes in any back and forth for anyone.
It's gonna throw them off.
Right. Anyone, man or woman.
You know what, Duke? I said that we're gender neutral in most cases, but I'm going to give the gentleman something on this one. I'm going to give you guys my emeralds because I'm born in May. I think this is one of those times where it is harder for men. Simply because those of us who are real women, we don't mind having somewhat of a submissive side to us. So when things happen, it is a little bit easier for us to learn to hesitate before we respond. But men are taught to be the protectors. And those real men who take it seriously, that they part of the purpose of their existence is to protect and provide. You guys have it a little bit harder with trying to maintain your demeanor when you're being challenged.
Facts.
That's why I say that's to be able to do that. That's strength. To just be able to stay calm in a situation where both people's getting aggressive or loud, and normally someone gets loud, you get louder, and then eventually you clash. So to be able to learn to stay calm while and that's not being because I know who I am now. I'm in tune with myself. Now I don't consider myself being no punk, no less than a man because I chose to stay calm, or I choose to stay calm. Which, like I said, I'm working on it. I haven't really been able to master that yet. Because I don't let myself. I'm so spontaneous that at times I just react without letting myself get the thought of stay calm. But
right.
I'm working on it so that I can give myself that little 1 or 2 seconds to get that thought and not match the energy. Because, not everything has to be a reaction. Sometimes just by staying calm, you could probably even listen to the person better. Maybe they have their point, but by just, you don't get to hear what a person really wants to tell you.
Hold on. Angel.
Yeah.
You got to turn the TV down. Because we getting feedback.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, you fine. Okay, everybody. This is my friend Angel.
Hey, Angel.
That's my cousin.
What's up, guys? What's up?
That's Big Dice. Let me do this so you can see their names. You got everybody's names? That's Dun Bars. No, that ain't Dun.
Yeah, I said how you done. That's what I said in the chat.
That's Duke the Don and L Boogie.
No doubt.
We got Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens in the house. Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens.
Okay, hold on. Let me call you back. I'm on live.
No, that's right.
It's my thirsty daughter, y'all. What's up? I hear y'all talk about some stuff. I just had to throw some things in there, that was true to my heart. I ain't never had no abuse or nothing like that. But that emotional stuff is what gets me. And I couldn't believe that I got caught up in something like that. It's like a drug. If someone is treating you, a certain way, instead of you recognizing that, damn, I don't deserve this. You be trying to please and trying to, get a kind word or some stuff like that. And when I found myself in that situation, I felt like I had to turn it around real quick. Like, wait a minute, you forgot who you were.
Word.
Behind, some pissy dude that really you're making him look good. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you just forget. I don't even know if this what y'all was talking about, but damn it,
Yeah,
you have to
self-sabotage.
realize who you are when you in a situation like that, or it can drag on forever, Sorry, hey, how y'all doing?
Doing
No
good. We doing
apologies.
good.
We're doing great. We're doing even better now that we hear from you because you're right on topic.
Yeah,
Oh, I am on topic because I didn't get the alert, but am I talking too loud? I don't know if I'm close enough.
Now you good.
We hear you.
we hear you.
Oh, I'm
Nah.
not too loud. I got that projective New York thing that comes strong. So make sure I don't blow
Oh,
your
I'm from
ears
Brooklyn, Mom.
out.
You ain't did nothing wrong.
Oh, okay, good.
I can tell you one thing. You sound like Gladys right about now.
Because I'm serious about it, man. I couldn't believe I was in a situation like that. And once I woke up, it's like now I turned into the beast. Now I'm like, I don't even want to look at why you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like the venom, it turned around and it's awful, but that's what you get.
That's
Well,
right.
You know
see,
what I mean?
I just was saying that before you pulled up.
Really?
Before you came in the building, I just said, has anybody ever been with somebody and they woke up one day and looked at that person and was like, I don't want you around me?
That's right.
Me, Mecca, me, Mecca, me.
She said me.
She got a hand raised and everything.
Oh, and look, guys, earlier I was saying I wasn't fishing for my daughter's channel. I was trying to explain the name Skittle. My youngest daughter that's in the picture with me, she took over my YouTube channel, changed the name, did everything. So now it's some kind of anime thing going on over there. I don't go over there too much myself, but I wasn't fishing for Naya channel at the time
No,
because
you
I
no.
was feeling
Look
the
at the screen.
conversation. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute. Look at the screen.
I seen it. I appreciate it that much.
All right. All right. She gonna get promoted over here.
Yeah, and the lady, let me get my readers. What this say? Weird Science.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite movies. And
Facts.
you were speaking some real stuff. I know YouTube got a little sensitive, so I'm gonna clean up my language best I could. But she was saying some real stuff, and that's what prompted me to want to speak of that emotion, because she was saying how the man, he leave the house and he's feeling all beat down, how he's going to be successful on his job or in life, or you know what I mean, like it works both ways, you know what I mean. So I just wanted to, I believe that's what she was saying.
That's a fact.
Yeah, you articulated it well. Yeah, and thank you for I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's about the part I walked in on, and then I did hear Mecca talking her mess. Now I know her on another level.
Oh my God, no, do it.
We won't go there. But
I know that's right.
but listen, I will say the name Scrappy would describe her I would say some years ago. Scrappy. So if that term means anything to you, the smallest thing will
Ready to
be
kill
all
everything.
over you.
That's right.
And I'll leave it at that. I
I
won't
know
put
what you're
you
talking
on
about.
front. I won't put you on Front Street,
You
but
don't
that's
have.
what I will say.
I hear.
Nah,
I'm
here
not.
we gonna have magnificent Mecca in this building.
I've never met Mecca personally.
But she
Listen.
in my defense, I never started anything.
Oh,
I just was the little one in the crew.
I can hear it in your
What?
You can tell you got a strong
That's
character.
what we were taught, though. Don't start nothing, but if someone starts something with you, what do you do?
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You know what I mean? But like I say,
man, you fucking biting me.
Speaks, you could pretty much get an idea of who they are almost by how they speak. You know, like I said, I never met you personally, but I hear it all in your voice.
Strong character.
Who, me?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Y'all talking about Mecca?
Yeah, Mecca.
Yes, sir.
The nice person?
Or Renee. We talking about Renee or Mecca?
I know that's right.
I was talking about Renee. I was damn sure talking about Renee.
Word up.
Now you can hear it in her voice, though. She got a strong character.
Right. That's right.
But I agree. It's retaliation. It's not to start.
That's right.
It's not to start.
I know a lot of like I said, I'm not that type of person either. But like I say, if you take it there and I feel like I have no other choice, I'm
going with you.
Right?
We can go to the movies together. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun though at the Latin Quarter. I was trying to tell them about the Latin Quarter. They act like they ain't want to believe me.
Oh my God! Did you say Latin quarters?
Yeah, the Latin Quarter. Woo, woo, woo.
Oh my goodness! You done took the Rome back.
Did you say Latin Quarters?
Crazy. Which one though? They had two different Latin quarters for two. Like which one you talking about?
There is two. I mean, three different eras actually.
What you talking about? Upstairs and downstairs? I mean, what two?
Hey, all right, somebody knows something.
I mean, what two? You can go upstairs the Latin night if that's what you're into.
Now there was one downtown, I believe, and then they had one on 89th Street. I'm correct.
This one was downtown around the corner from the Sbarro.
Yeah.
The pizza shop where you get your pizza and hop on the train and go back to the Bronx.
Yeah, she from Brooklyn.
Emerald City. I used to go to Emerald City and all that.
I didn't. I used to go to the underground.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
That was reggae night. That was reggae night. That was way downtown.
Yeah, that was like Union Square.
Yeah, that was way downtown.
I can tell
you. Underground.
Yeah, I used to love the underground. Reggae night, of course.
Yeah, they played across the street on the other side of the park.
Uh-huh.
But y'all, she from Queens.
In effect.
Okay.
Yeah. That was that Latin Quarter when you did that bullshit right there.
Yeah, I flipped the script. Yeah, I flipped the script.
Yeah, Dice. We in Latin Quarters, right? So, that's when the South Bronx came out, right? So they playing South Bronx, South Bronx. She like, ow, the South Bronx, ho, you should have seen it. She was all with it. And then she seen her homegirls from Queens. She looked at me and Nixie turned around and was like, Queens in effect. We was like, what? We was like, what happened to all the Bronx stuff?
You know, you can't deny that KRS-One song. You can't deny it.
That's a fact.
Not at all.
Yeah, but we had some fun though, Angel. We had some fun.
Yeah, we did. So what? I don't want to take us off topic. I don't want to ruin nothing.
That's right. We want to know. She said,
"Oh, you good? You are. Right,
you good.
This is good conversation.
You good?
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't want to come in and disrupt nothing. I never really logged on. I watch a lot of YouTube, but I never logged on to nobody's StreamYard or nothing.
Well, I appreciate you coming over here.
Yeah, I've been trying to catch it, but when you send me the links, it be the other people. I'm like, well, who is?
Because I be on the Big Dice Chronicle too.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I didn't know them. I was like, okay, I
Well, you
don't
know him now. The dude with
mega.
the S. The dude with the S. Me.
I think one
Yeah,
of
that's
the
me.
links
That's
had.
me.
Oh,
That's
that's
me at the
you.
big
I
dice
think
bar.
one of the links had the dude that undressed a little minute ago. I was saying, what in the world? What is he?
Oh,
What
shoot.
is he
Oh,
taking
my bad.
off?
My bad. I was hot. I wasn't undressing. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was hot. I took off my sweater.
Oh no, honey,
Apologize for
don't
that.
apologize. I
Don't
don't. You don't
apologize. You,
Ain't
apologize.
we,
nobody
we,
was.
I
Ain't
don't
nobody
see
say they
nothing
was
to
mad. We
apologize
just
about.
noticed it. Who
we
said
ain't
everybody
mad or
was
nothing.
mad? Ain't nobody mad about nothing.
Okay, no, I want, no, I don't know. I don't know. I just felt like if it was somebody felt funny, I apologize. I ain't mean it
Oh
in there.
yeah,
I
I
just got
know
hot.
we in this new era. I'm old school. I'm a
Yeah.
woman of particular age. So
Yeah, no,
yeah,
we're
that
not
don't
having
bother
Myself
Chick
as
me.
well.
Dale's
Myself as well.
auditions around here. There'll be none of
Yeah,
that.
I ain't running out the room because you whip it out. I'm just gonna say no, thank you.
Gotta snap that thing on back.
Don't.
Okay.
Well, I'm just gonna sit here and say I'm not blind, and I'm gonna keep going. So,
That's it.
financial abuse.
Oh shit!
Oh shit.
We got eyes and we can see, and I got 6 of them. I got 6 eyes.
You got six.
Yes, I got 6 eyes.
I'm
I got my 2 regular, then I got my distant vision, and I got my bifocal 6 eyes.
Oh damn!
6.
That's good.
God damn!
I forgot you was into that ophthalmology. Hope
No,
I
I'm
pronounced it
not.
right.
What you said? You said it right.
Ophthalmology.
Yeah, you said it. But yeah. So just so y'all know, bifocals do not mean that the glasses are thick.
Well, it's a new time. It ain't
But
like
it do mean the prescription is
No, it does not.
it means you blind and
just a slight
fearless what
bifocal.
it means.
Flag on the plate. Flag on the plate, y'all.
Flag on the plate.
Flag on the plate, y'all. 15-yard penalty. Okay. Now, thank you for coming, Cuba Dale Brock. Now, if the prescription is thick, right, without a bifocal, it's going to be called high index.
Okay.
Right? The bifocal, what do bi mean?
I don't want to hear about no glasses.
Like two, like bicycle, right? Meaning two. So that's all a bifocal is that you got your near vision. And if you see the people with the line in their glasses, that's the bifocal part. And then the part on top of that is the distance. So if you go and they say you get a progressive lens, then you have your distance, intermediate, and near.
Why would they call it bifocals then?
Because it's two separate kinds of lens. You got your distance and your near, because the bifocal is really a magnifying. Like if you go get a pair of reading glasses out the store, it magnifies.
Yeah, you got to stare down to look through them bifocals. You got to stare down to see through one set of lenses, and then when you look up, you see through the regular setup.
Right. And if you got the progressive, meaning no line, you really need to be careful when you're looking down, because the side, whatever you looking down, if it's steps or the sidewalk, it looks higher than what it really is, because it's magnifying.
Right. I thought that was for reading when they did that.
Right, and that's why some people have to have them in their glasses. See, like for instance, me, I have astigmatism, meaning I see double vision. So I have distance for my driving. Driving is distance, in case y'all didn't know that. When you're driving, that's distance vision. And then looking at the dashboard is near vision, right? So if you need a corrective lens to read, you're not going to be able to read with a distant pair of glasses. It's going to look blurry to you. And if you're trying to look from far in a pair of bifocals, you're not going to be able to see the distance. Now, when they combine them together, the brain is going to train your eye to go to that spot when you need to read where the bifocal is at.
Yo, you know, I thought I was smart until just now.
I
thought I was smart until just now. I'm talking to a rocket scientist for 2 or 3 days. Do me a favor, man. I ain't slow. Tell me that what you just said again, because I don't know what the fuck happened, but yo, you threw me off the fucking boat. You dig what I'm saying?
Okay.
Back one more time.
All right. I want y'all to envision a circle, right? Right? Okay. Just envision a circle. All right. Now put a dot for your pupil in that circle, right?
Okay.
Then I need you to imagine that you have a pen or a pencil. Above the dot, draw a line. Below the dot, draw another line. And there you have your bifocal.
Right.
Oh, I caught it that time. All right, copy.
You like centered. You centered when
I thought I was going crazy. I was like, hold on. And I was feeling bad.
Yeah,
long story short, I said, I ain't gonna do that.
There's 2 different types of prescriptions within the same lens.
Exactly. That's why it's called bi two.
Because I got a slight bifocal.
What?
With my glasses, I have a slight bifocal.
What's the number?
I don't know, but my glasses are I need them for reading because my head start getting hurt, and I need them at night. I need them at night. Like, say for instance, when I got my glasses on at night, I can see the number, but instead of it looking like it's saying 55, it's saying 58. But if I put them glasses on, I'm in there like swimwear. Because one night I was coming home.
That's from the glare. That's from the glare.
But but you know what? I thought a mailbox was a reindeer one night, so I knew I was blind. No, seriously. Because it was wintertime, and you know how they had the reindeer thing around, like the ornament around the mailbox? Man, I'm coming down 41. I damn near think it's a buck at the damn road. I done damn near killed myself and hit the brakes. It's a mailbox with cute reindeer glistenings around it, man.
Yeah.
That's when I knew I needed glasses.
So you are farsighted. I'm nearsighted.
Yeah, that's it. I'm farsighted. Yeah.
I can see up close, but since I'm I'm closer to 60 than 50. I need a bifocal. That's just how the eye works. When you hit 40, you're gonna need some kind of form of corrected lenses. It's going to start.
40, you're gonna need some readers because you can't read the medicine bottles.
That's a fact.
That's what I mean by corrective lenses.
Because I freaked out in the drugstore. I wanted looking for some cold medicine and stuff. And I couldn't read any of the labels. So I done went to the David and Foster reading thing. And I'm putting on readers trying to see which one will work. And ever since I've been reading readers.
Well, that's it. That's if you don't have problem with distance, right?
Right. I only need to read.
You're driving because I know you drive.
Yeah, I don't need
to drive. Do you see the signs far away, or you can't see them until you get close up? Which one?
I can see far away. I don't have
you only have problem with near vision, and that's what happens when we get 40. That's just the way that the eye works.
Is that for everybody though?
Everybody. If it don't happen at 40, listen, if it don't happen at 40, it's going to happen at 50.
Yeah, because that's when mine started. Mine started around about 48, 49.
Right. It's going to happen, and it's going to start. You're going to see, actually, it really happens at 40. But what happens is we don't realize we can't see yet.
It's bad.
So we'll start squinting, right, because it's not as bad.
Right.
We'll start squinting, or we'll bring the paper closer to us or further away.
Yeah, further away.
Doing that?
First start doing it.
Yeah, when you start doing that, walk to the Dollar Tree. Walk to the Dollar Tree and go in there and pick up. Start from
1.25.
That's not really good because
read it the first time and now I'm at 1.5.
Yeah, it starts at 1.00.
Hey, they got 2.75 too.
Yeah, they got 0.3, 0.5. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They have them. So what you have to do is I'm gonna tell you what the basic number that people normally have.
Early, Mac. It's early.
Basic number. Wait, I gotta figure out how to get there she go. So the 2.50
.00 ain't no joke, man.
is the norm. It's the norm. So anybody who's having problem reading, start with the 2.50. And if that's too much, then you go back down to the ones. But they got some threes and some they do.
You might as well go to the eye doctor if you get past 2.50.
No, because you might not have, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't recommend that.
Somebody echo it.
You can go, but I'm gonna tell you why I don't recommend it. Because if you don't have a prescription on the top, right? Why would you go in there and pay hundreds of dollars when you can go in the drugstore and pay 10?
Well, I did it because I just wanted to see what was the difference. And when I went to the eye doctor and got the readers, they were much stronger. They were stronger than what I needed. So I went back to the readers. The readers at 1.50 is perfect for me.
Right. Because that's where they're going to start you at 40. And then it's going to go up as you go along. That's why you got to get your eyes checked. It used to be every 2 years. Now it's once a year.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to go do that.
See, like your daughter could get her eyes checked every 2 years. You, me, everybody up here that's over 40.
I'm 27.
You need to go once a year. And you need to let them, and you also need to let them dilate your pupil so they can look behind your retinal and look in your retinal and behind and your corneal and stuff like that to see if you got because you might have like a busted vessel in your eye, you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Or you might be.
What you mean? Let them dilate your pupil? How they do that? How they do that?
Yeah.
They put them drops in your
It's a drop that they put in there and it expands the pupil so they can look behind it.
Okay, gotcha.
But they can look behind your eye, like on the inside, and check out the veins, the muscles. Why?
It makes you very sensitive to light when they do that. So most time they you wear sunglasses.
Yeah, they're gonna give you some sunglasses or one of those things you wrap around your eye. But when they put the drops in, it's gonna take like 20 minutes for your pupils to dilate. You're gonna know the difference. Oh, you gonna know the difference. Yeah, so
I gotta go do that myself.
Yeah, because people don't know this, and the eye is the strongest muscle in the body.
It's got so many nerve endings.
And that's why every time something comes towards it, it automatically defends itself. It shuts.
It's also one of the most fastest healing muscles in your body.
Yes, that too.
You notice you get sleep in the corners of your eyes. That mucus is your eye's way of coating itself and protecting itself and washing itself out. That mucus actually contains whatever particles that were in the air or inside your eye that got in your eye during the day, that it's capturing it and encapsulating it inside the mucus and then pushing it out to the corner of your eye. That's your eye's way of cleaning itself.
Wow. When your eye, when the white part of your eye, they say they could tell when you're not healthy through the white part of your eyes as well for some reason. Like if they see it off color.
Yeah, because your eye, that area of your eye is supposed to be white. It's not supposed to be yellow. It's not supposed to be red. Like you can actually look in somebody's eyes and tell if their blood pressure is up if you know what to look for.
Right.
Just by the color of the whites in their eyes, you can tell if their blood pressure is up.
Man.
This is why I said that I was going to have a class with y'all and teach y'all about CPR.
right.
What does that mean?
And when the whites of the eyes turns yellowish, that's a sign of liver disease.
Yeah, jaundice.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
But it can also be cirrhosis of the liver.
Yep.
That's right, from that drinking.
Yep, hepatitis, any of that type of stuff.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
Could one like I'm not sure if this is it is the liver, I believe. Could
CPR means cardiopulmonary resurrection.
CPR.
CPR.
All right. One question real quick. Is it true you could like they say when people's kidneys be failing, is it true that you could heal that? Like that could be healed?
Yes. There is you can there's typically a preliminary stage when it first starts to fail. And it takes years. So usually your kidneys start failing, you don't realize it. But yeah, dietary changes, and now there's actually some medications that can start to either slow the progress or stop it and possibly reverse it a little bit. Same thing with diabetes. If you can catch it when you have pre-diabetes, you never actually have to, well, I won't say never. You can greatly prolong the time before you become a full-blown diabetic if you catch it during pre-diabetes and do some diet and lifestyle changes and possibly take some medication. And that pre-diabetes, and those medications actually work hand in hand. If you're taking something for your kidneys, it will help your diabetes. If you're taking something for pre-diabetes, it will help your kidneys.
They say by eating green or like juicing, like green, everything green, that kind of like I guess gets your body back like to a better, back to a better place. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure how they broke it down to me, but they were saying like eating green, like if you change your diet to just green.
I read something like that too.
But for the most part, the body can self-heal itself for the most part.
I believe that.
If you stop smoking cigarettes, right? Say you smoke.
Good things in you,
If you stop smoking, right? When you stop smoking, your lungs, like let's say you stop and it's been a week, your lungs starts to repair themselves.
Right. I read that basically that you're not really supposed to eat meat because meat is the carcass is dead. There's really nothing in it. But with vegetables and plants and stuff like that are living things. So they say the body is electric. So that even in a plant, you could take a plant and produce electricity from certain plants because of the high electricity value that's in the plants. So they say when we eat meat that basically there's they tell us that there's nutritional value in it, but there's actually no nutritional value in it. They say plants and vegetables and stuff like that are the things that we're actually supposed to eat.
Like we don't need to eat meat to get a full like the right amount of protein in your body.
That's what they said. That's what I read anyway. So like I said, and when I look at certain things, when it comes to it, you eat a steak or something like that, or chicken or something like that, the body becomes tired. But let you eat some vegetables or stuff like that, you don't feel yourself dragging the same you do when you eat that meat. That's why it takes so long for that meat to digest and come through your body, because it's not really meant to be digested.
Ingested, that's right.
Yeah, avocados, eggs, and nuts have a lot of protein in them. Avocados, especially, avocados actually have the protein and the fat that you would get from eating meat. A lot of it. Eggs also.
You said avocados?
Avocado?
That's what you said? Avocados?
Yes. And also, I am personally a very strong supporter of apple cider.
What?
I don't like the gummies because I don't like anything stuck in my teeth. But so I typically just buy the liquid from the grocery store in the condiments section. Apple cider vinegar. Spoonful of that a day.
Yeah.
I mean, they burns
They
fat.
even got the vitamins.
Somebody cracking.
That's her pinky toe.
Oh.
Yeah, they even had but do y'all know where the saying "full of shit" came from?
No. I know what it means.
It came from It came from the doctors.
Oh.
That's why they say when your back hurt, most of the time you think you got back problems, but you actually don't. It's just that you're not removing
shit.
Yeah, you're not moving your bowels on a regular basis. They say most of the time somebody can give you a laxative or something like that and relieve all that back pain.
But you don't even need a laxative. All you need is some ginger.
Mm-hmm.
It'll flush your system. You just find out what naturally flushes your system, and ginger is one of those things. That's it.
White Castle too.
No, not no, not no White Castle.
Yes, them soybean burgers will.
Yeah, I say that because every time I ever ate that, it made me.
If that was, see, this is the whole thing. That's processed food.
That's right.
Okay.
So it's even harder for you to digest the processed food. So White Castles give you diarrhea, yes, but it also leaves stuff behind.
That's why they got them nasty scallions.
When you eat,
so you just eat a lot of greenery. Just eat a lot of greenery.
You know what? People don't realize when they eat certain stuff and that stuff run right straight through you, that's your body rejecting it. Your body doesn't want it there. That's why it's leaving so fast. It does not want to be there.
I'm not gonna lie. Like meat. Like I've been eating meat all my life, but I know that I don't have to eat it. Like I ate a bean burger about a month or two ago. That was like one of the best burgers I ever ate in my life.
In your life.
Dead serious. And I wasn't like, I was like a bean burger. I couldn't believe. I'm like, I swear, tastes good. And just like you said, like I ate it and then I wasn't even full.
Oh. The nigga he went them baked pork chops in a bowl of grits. That's the old pimp calling him, dude. That's the old pimp. He said, "God damn it, I told you last night I was gonna eat."
I thought that was you, Evan.
Chops tonight, girl.
Mecca, you need to do a show on just, you know what I mean?
Okay, hold up. This is my niece. She graduated from Howard University.
Congrats.
Too. Okay. She said, I enjoyed your show. I had to log off to eat dinner, but I will watch next time. Lots of different perspectives, and I enjoy the different perspectives on education and self-sabotage. Your voice is strong and clear and very respected. Love you. Good night. Love you too, Lenny. So that's what she said to us.
Congratulations.
Because I called her, and when I was talking to her, I told her that when she watched, I wanted feedback, like what I needed to work on, because sometimes you might be doing stuff. You know how sometimes people will talk and be like, because, so I didn't want to do stuff like that. Yeah, but my whole 7:30, I wasn't playing with you when I told you my whole family is educators and educated.
That's right.
And especially the women. The men is doing their thing too. But especially the women.
Oh, that's right.
That's impressive. That's a good thing. I know y'all be having some good conversations when y'all all together.
Word up.
Yeah, I ain't gonna front till my mom come and change the whole dynamic with her little Virgo self.
I'm a Virgo. What happened, man? Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Y'all know how them Virgo women are. Stop it. Stop it.
They say there's two kind of Virgos.
I
like
love her though. I love
the
her.
beginning like the beginning of the month and the ending of the month. I heard that's two different kinds. I'm from the beginning of the month.
Me
So
too. I'm
is she.
September the 10th.
She's September 3rd.
I'm September 4th.
And you know what's crazy? My bestie, she's September 5th. So I'm surrounded by y'all.
I used to feel like that with Sagittarius.
Hey, now how did I get into this?
Shit.
Now my mom's, my daughter, my little sister, like my baby mother, it was crazy. I had like about 6, 7 Sagittarius around me, and it's like it's almost like they're the same. They're very combative.
Really?
I know that's right.
You were very
No. See
yes.
that? I'm gonna really have to disagree when it comes to this Sagittarius right here.
You Sagittarius, Mecca?
No, she's a Sagittarius. I'm a Aries.
Who's a Sagittarius?
Angel.
Yeah.
I could tell she's combative as well.
Really?
But she's not. But she's really not.
You know what it is? I'm actually the opposite. It takes a lot for me to become combative. Now, the problem is once I'm there, there's no going back. But I have restraint. And I have the ability. I think the Sagittarius that I can relate to most is Jay-Z. And I feel that we have the same disposition.
As far as what?
As far as just the chill of it all, like, you know, you sit back and watch it, you know, before you get involved, before you say anything, you just watching it. I think you have that thought of Sagittarius because it was your family and your baby mother, and the relationship dynamic is different from just a regular, person one-on-one.
I could agree with that.
Yeah.
I could agree with that. I just been like, not only them, I've been around, quite a few other Sagittariuses, and when I mean that they're combative, they're not all combative in an aggressive way. Sometimes they just got little slick, like they might not say much, but when they say something, it's slick. You know what I mean? So
I can go with that.
I can with that, but the thing is, it goes back to what I said. And that is, we've watched everything. We already done peeped the scene. We peeped what your style and what you about. So when it comes out, it comes so real that it does seem combative because it's real and the truth hurt.
I mean, that's what I've been told about me. Like, I'm very, like, I'm direct. So like sometimes I express myself, and the way, like, I might say something one way, and that's how I mean it one way, but the way I say it, it comes across a whole other way.
Right.
Because I'm the aggressive part of me. That's why I was saying earlier that I'm working on being calm, and by me being calm, I know I'll be able to choose my words wisely, and I won't be so, like, I guess, direct. I don't know how. I don't have like I don't have that that little. How can I say? I don't know how to like
Okay, so he asked this.
You don't have a censor button.
Right.
Right. I don't have. I don't know how to mute.
Did you move out of state?
Say it again.
Did you move out of state? Are you still in Brooklyn, or did you move out?
I'm in the Bronx. Oh,
my bad. I thought somebody said Brooklyn. So
I'm from Brooklyn. That's me.
Oh, my bad. But the reason why I say it is because me leaving New York, coming to Virginia, I feel that way when I speak to someone. So that's why I was wondering if maybe it was the New York of it all. You know what I mean? Because when you leave New York and you go somewhere else, the way you matter-of-factly speak to them, it comes off different than the way you meant.
That's right.
You're fine.
I agree with that as well. Yes.
When I moved to Virginia, well, a lot of people thought I was arrogant because of the way I spoke. They just didn't understand that's the way we talk to each other up there. You know what I mean? That's the way we communicate with each other. So I did have to change a lot of how I communicate because sometimes we come off as aggressive and people think it get the wrong idea from Jump Street. So like I didn't, and that also taught me that everybody's not the same. You got to deal with certain people a different way. You can't deal with everybody the same way like you do with all your homeboys from around the way. Everybody is different. Everybody got their own personality.
That problem a lot on the job. You know what I mean? Like I have to tell them, hey, relax. I'm not the angry black girl. You know, I'm gonna go ballistic on you. But when I'm talking to you, it's in a passionate way because where I'm from, it just, it's descriptive. It's, it's right at you, letting you know. Don't ask me a question if you don't want, what I got to give you. You know?
I say that a lot. I think I'm a little bit too straightforward, and a lot of people like they don't, and I don't mean no harm when I am expressing myself. It's just like I guess I don't know how to put like a blanket over it. I just speak, like I said, I speak from my heart, and unfortunately, some people they just don't know how to take that, and then some people do. The ones that like I said, when you're in tune with yourself, and like I always say, if you really listening to me, I'm not trying to offend you or anything. Because if I'm gonna offend you, you're gonna know I'm gonna offend you because I'm gonna say it in an offensive way.
Right.
But for some reason or another, just talking, even moving my hands, in the Bronx, we move around like, we got talk with our hands. It seems aggressive,
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Those are things I'll be trying to work on because I know that everybody, people do get intimidated by that, whether it's a dude or a female, and I don't mean no harm. I just like sometimes I express myself with, by talking, using my hands. And sometimes I do that a lot actually. And that's why I say you got to learn the people you around. Like I do, that's what I do a lot. I try to learn you as I'm around you, so I know how to deal with everyone according to how they are.
Right.
And I get along. Like I get along with people that people can't get along with, but it's because I learned the people. You know what I'm saying? And I respect who they are. Some people they say, "Oh, he's obnoxious," or she thinks she's all that. She can see that, whatever. I don't be seeing things that way. I just feel you got to approach a person according to how they are.
That's right.
And everybody doesn't do that well, unfortunately.
Yo, where Black at? I ain't heard in our land all night.
I said that earlier.
Yeah, hey, y'all, boy.
See, here's the thing. This the code I live by.
That's my movie.
Accept people for who and what they are, and you can never be disappointed.
That's a fact.
1,000%.
Yeah.
And with that, I land.
That's right. Until they show you something different, you know what I mean? So that's what I would say. I treat people accordingly. I pretty much know what you're gonna do. So if it happens to me, I can't blame nobody but myself because I know that's what you're known for. That's what you're known to do. So how can I fault myself if I put myself in that situation to, for that outcome to happen?
That's me.
Mm-hmm. When you say that, sometimes like when it comes like let's just say like in a relationship thing, I have like if I'm in a relationship and the little bickering starts to happen, my mechanism to not continue is I just leave. I just break away. I don't know how to deal with that, like the back and forth, and it comes down and it also happens to me when I'm dealing with dudes. I don't know how to do the back and forth, and that's where it comes down to what I was saying earlier that I'm working on calmness. I'm working on staying, you know, and I think that's so hard. Like I think that's going to consist of a lot of strength within me to be able to control that, because so used to being spontaneous and reacting, you know.
Right.
But when it comes to females, what I do is just walk away, and I think that's even more. I think that's also a problem, because you know some people want you to figure out the problem. So you know if you're in a back and forth, and sometimes it's not really in an aggressive way, but you know if you're not understanding me, and you know, and I'm hearing you, and then I'm saying, sometimes I just shut down and I just break away, and that's my way of handling things. And I know that's not a correct way either, because sometimes things need to be handled. You got to learn how to, you know, adjust and see why your other half, or you know whoever's giving you a concern about your actions, is, you know, it's good to listen, because you know we don't see behind our ears, you know, and a lot of us don't know how to accept that criticism, you know what I mean, of why we wrong, you know, and that goes. And so that's why I understand a lot of females when they say they're in you know, like when they're getting verbally abused, you know, before, you know, like when I was younger, I ain't understand that. To me, verbally abused, like we talk about, because you know, like I ain't understand that. But you know, like I said, you grow, you understand it as you go on, and you could hurt a woman more with words by saying certain things than by hitting her. You know, and I've learned that, and it's true. You know, you could really hurt someone's feelings with what comes out your mouth. So, got to choose your words wisely. Also, when you're dealing with people, and once again, a lot of people don't know how to do that. You know, be offensive.
I know,
and, you know, women are emotional. Like I remember they asked one time a question. They said, when a woman cheats, like, all right, when a man cheats on a woman, she's emotional. She's looking at it like, what is it that she has that I don't have? You know, what is it that she's doing that I'm not doing, right? But you know, you see that dudes can't accept when a woman cheat on him, because we think with our heads. You know, you already know what I'm talking about. And we get crazy because we start picturing you with the dude. So if it's a big, you know, whatever, brolic motherfucker, whatever it is, you start thinking about this nigga's doing to her what you know, so you picture your woman in that situation. That's how dudes can't handle that. You know, so it'd be different. You know what I mean? Women more emotional, more, you know, they thinking about why, you know, what is it that I'm not doing right? You know what I'm saying? But men, we just lose it. So I feel we take it harder when a woman cheats on us, because we start visualizing you doing to that man what you do to, you know, you doing to me, or doing to, you know, whatever, to your man. And that shit is hard to think about when you see your woman and then you see the dude that she's, or you get out, you know, you happen to see the dude she's cheating on you with. That shit fuck a nigga up. Nigga, well, like, oh man, this nigga doing this, like, you know, you picturing that shit. That's why dudes can't, you know, they can't accept that. Some dudes lose their mind. And it's all because
worse for you. We're not doing what we do with you. We doing with them what you do with you.
Say it again.
I said, to make it even worse, when a woman starts cheating on you, she's not doing what she do with you, she's doing what she used to do with you, when you made her feel special and loved and beautiful. That's what she doing with that dude on the side.
And that shit'll kill a nigga, because you know what kind of woman you got. You know what I'm saying? That'll break a nigga down.
Yeah, but by the time a woman go out and cheat, she done did all she could in that relationship. Like,
are you speaking for all women?
No, I'm speaking for me.
Okay.
I'm speaking.
I know that's right.
I'm speaking for me. By the time I feel when it's time to cheat, it's like there's no hope, you know, and for some reason you're not leaving.
So why not let go?
That's what I just said. For some reason, you're still there, whether it's financially, maybe it's ties, maybe
comfortability,
maybe it's, yeah, that's what I said, financially, meaning if you go, you know, you know, it's going to be a little harder. So let me just see if I can set my traps first, get things straight first, you know. But by the time,
women is strategic. Y'all definitely know how to plan it out.
yeah, absolutely.
I give it to y'all. Y'all very strategic.
Boy, you ain't never lied.
Very smart, very smart, very smart. That's why I praise women. Like, now, no lie, man. Like,
Oh, so
word.
he wasn't around, Dice, for the Shanquella story, huh?
No, I wasn't around for that. Enlighten me.
Enlighten you?
Enlighten me.
Okay.
You sure about that?
I mean, you brought it up.
Okay. You know how you got your side woman, right?
Yeah.
Her
Yep.
name's Shanquella. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You got that, right? Her name
Yeah.
is Shanquella, right? So while you over there running around with Shanquella, right? You leave giving her idle time because you think you're doing something, right? You think you're doing something, right? Because that's what y'all men think, right?
Yeah.
Y'all think y'all smart, so y'all think that y'all doing something with Shanquella, right? But y'all left the wife or the woman home with idle time, right? Idle time is the devil playground. But you keep telling her you hanging out with your homeboy, but you really at Shanquella house. So then one day your woman go to the supermarket and this man walk up to her and say, you know what? Here's my phone number. You're a very attractive woman. Give me a call if you want to go out. So at first, she ain't going to do it because she going to be conflicted. I love my baby. I don't want to do it. Nah, he ain't shit. But I love my baby. But I don't know. But I love, right? So then one day, you're going to do something to piss her off. And she going to call that number out of anger. And that's what Dexter St. Jock going to do. He going to come and do everything that you over there doing with Shanquella, right? So before you say, because Shanquella know your woman, and you know Shanquella know your woman. So you think that you and Shanquella is laughing in her face. But she's actually laughing in your face with Dexter because you don't know about Dexter, but she knows about Shanquella.
Dang.
I got you. Can I? I'm gonna add something to that, right? Now, for men, I'm gonna talk from a man's perspective, right? And I'm gonna speak on on me. I ain't gonna speak from all men because you know we all, everyone is an individual. Everyone, I know we all have the same kind of
Where's
quality,
Science? You still there?
huh?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna speak as far as me, right? And my experiences. Yeah, you're right. As a, you know, we tend to think that we can cheat, you know, and something that we say a lot, a famous saying we say a lot, you know, that, yo, man, you know, because some women, your woman, you might respect her in a certain way, and you won't do certain things with your woman, or you won't want to do certain things with, not knowing if your woman's willing to do it with you, but out of respect, unless she offers it to you, unless she brings it out to you, you know, you don't want to tell
That's
your
right.
woman, yo, I want to do this to you, whatever it is, right? But here you go, I'm gonna say Shanquella, like you said. So here goes Shanquella, because all men be, you know, all men got that, you know, all men fantasize on you know, whatever, threesomes, on, you know, whatever, fat asses, whatever. You know, we dirty men. Men is dirty. I ain't gonna lie, we some dirty motherfuckers, you know.
That's right.
I'm keeping 100, man.
Right.
You know. So here goes Shanquella. She's a freak of the night. Shanquella do everything a motherfucker think of. She don't say no to nothing. You understand? But at the same time, doesn't mean that because Shanquella don't say no to nothing, and I get to go over there and freak over Shanquella, that I love my woman any less. What happens, and I know that sounds very, that sounds egotistical, that could be even selfish. But it's you ever heard when a dude say, "Yeah, I fucked her, but I make love to you," right? That joke motherfucker say. That shit be real. Like, you nigga be just fucking dumb, right?
That's right.
But when
But
you
see,
with your woman,
here's
you
the thing.
making love to your woman.
Let me stop you right here.
I'm talking from my experience. Once again, I'm just talking for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna talk for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to put
Talking
all
for
men in
me
that
too.
category.
Mm-hmm.
But it be dead ass true. Like, when I did step out, when I was in a long-term relationship, and I wasn't no angel whatsoever. But you can't do something to somebody and don't expect to get it done to you. So, I'm wise enough to know that, and I experienced it. So, I'm one of those men that I ain't experienced it in the street. I was in jail, but I experienced it. I left out here by herself, and she ended up doing what she does. And at first, I was mad. Like, how could you do this to me? But that was my selfish thinking. Not really saying, damn, I just left a woman out
Just like
there.
what you just said a few minutes ago, but go ahead.
But
So Jesus. Here's the thing. So I divorced a man that I knew was doing exactly what you just said.
right.
He married me because I was wife material. I was the one that was going to build a life with him, out in the suburbs, American dream, pick fence, blah, blah, blah. And but my thing was, as a woman, and a lot of ladies are going to get upset with this, but I'm sorry. This is a man raised me. I knew the type of man that I wanted to marry and to make the head of my household, and the type of man that I would respect in that space and be able to submit to him, and that he would be a person whose validation I would be seeking, and all of those things. And I knew that type of man would be highly desirable. So I knew that when I found him and he chose me, I knew that he was going to have a lot of part-time options. And so with that, my only requirement was respect me enough that I never know or suspect anything, because I'm not stupid. And I went into marriage under that pretense, me. And when we had the discussion was don't cheat, period. But in my mind, having brothers and cousins and knowing how men are, and not being, being realistic about how life works. Internally, I told myself, as long as he respects me enough that I know nothing about it, I'm realistic about my expectations with the type of man that I chose. He's got options. They might be part-time options, but the type of man I chose, the type of man I'm going to choose, will have options. Now that I'm older, I'm less accepting of that. But, at that age, I knew men are young and dumb. And in the divorce, which only happened because, number one, he got disrespectful on top of being dumb. And number two, he did get abusive.
That's a no-go.
So I feel like me being as smart as I was as a woman, and as accommodating of the human life of the type of man that I'm going to pick, there was no excuse for him to lose me. So once, it was like we said earlier, I sat around and saw some things I didn't like, saw some things I didn't like, saw some things I didn't like. We got into a conversation in one of our talks previously about the different zodiac signs. And yes, I'm a tried and true Taurus. I'm going to give you chance after counseling, after talk to you, after, baby, I'm not going to put up with this. One more time and you're going to lose me. I'm going to leave. That's my warning. That was my last warning shot. And yeah, I'm like, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not grimy. So I don't believe in you did this to me, so I'm going to go do this to you. No, you did this to me and I'm better than that, so I'm leaving.
Thank you.
I want I want to chime in on
But
that.
let
Right?
me no. Let me say
my bad,
something
Mecca. Go ahead.
about what let me say something
I
about
apologize. Go ahead.
that nonsense you said about I'm having sex with her, but I'm making love to
I knew
you.
you was gonna come at me.
Okay? I'm back to that. Okay. First
Because
of
if
all,
he said that to my face, that wouldn't have rocked it. That
No,
would
look,
not
I
I
don't
said,
know.
but I
right.
ain't say.
If he said
Hold
it to
on,
my
I
I
don't
ain't
know.
say I
That
said
might
that.
have
I
been
said, all right, good. I'm gonna talk.
look, cause that
I'll
might have been
clarify
one of
myself.
those you getting kicked in your face with that one. But anyway,
Damn.
yeah.
see, this is what you fail to realize.
Nah, that was a
Even
joke.
though, even though you don't see that woman but nothing but a sex object, that's not how that woman see you, because women deal with emotions. We can't just, for the most part, most women cannot just sleep with anybody. We have to have some kind of emotional connection to you.
No. Right. Right. Because
So for you to say, I'm making love to you,
I,
but it's just sex with her, to you it's just sex. To that other woman, it's an emotional connection.
I'm
And this is
selfish.
why your cars get, this is why your windows get broken out. And
Yeah, I just flat out don't like to share. Once I know you done been somewhere else, it's like a can of paint. You're not going to be dipping my paintbrush in all these different colors.
I
okay?
know that's right.
Because then it ain't going to come out. That's too many spirits.
okay, Mecca. When I said that I said you heard that joke that dudes be saying that I
Mhm.
might fuck her, but I make love to you. But I ain't say that I said that. My baby mother would probably shot me if I would have said that. You know what I say is that in reality, internally, when we do step out like that, 9 times out of 10, and I'm talking for me, I don't really care for that girl. I'm going there because of once again, like that I'm having fun, right? And
Uh-huh.
unfortunately, that's wrong because maybe if I talk to my woman and maybe she might want to do something with me, but you see, I respect women. Hold on, my little doggy's acting up. Hold on, what happened, little doggy? That's my other woman right there. You gonna hear her? It's my little baby girl. But that's my little baby. But as you know, we as men we do be wrong, man, because your wife, you should cherish her. You right, but do I like like some women, like I don't know how to explain it, man, but like how y'all could tell when we doing something wrong. Men is kind of naive to that. A lot of men,
Yeah.
like I'm not the type of dude that go looking for something I don't want to find. So I never was the dude to be looking in phones or where you was at. I don't do that. Never did that. And
When
because of
your
me never
woman
doing it, huh?
when your woman cheating on you, that man number ain't in her phone.
No. See, when I got cheated on, I ain't even really count, I can't even really count that as cheated on in the sense of I was in prison. But when she did do it, she did it with somebody I know. That's where,
That was spite. See.
there you go. There
Yeah.
you
That
go.
was
She was trying to hurt
spite
you.
and revenge to get back at you and to hurt you. That's
Well,
what that was about.
unfortunately, right?
It backfired.
That was that. But I mean, her spice was that I went to jail. Not that I was cheating on her because we
Right.
was young.
And I
You
was
know.
about to say that. I was going to say, even if it wasn't hurting you because you hurt her,
Right.
it could have been that she was hurt by the situation you put her in when she was loyal to you.
Right. No. I left. I went to jail and I left her out here with two children, two daughters. And at the end of the day, she's a woman, and you know, she got because it's hard out here by yourself. So to have two more mouths to feed and you ain't got the man to help you, I can only imagine what a woman goes through. But it took time for me to understand that. I was selfish and I was ignorant and I was childish. And when that came about, I was just, I was thinking kill, all that. Because how could you do that to me? Like, but 20 years later, I look back at that, I'll be like, damn, it's hard out here for a person by themselves. I can only imagine being a woman with two more mouths to feed.
That's right.
What she had to go through, you know, and subject herself to. Because sometimes women, when they're in need, when they find themselves in a survival mode like that, they might make choices that they really don't want to do, but they do it for the kids. You know what I mean? They gotta feed their kids. So, I understand that now. That's why now, I'm not in no relationship now. I stopped doing, like I told myself, I'm not gonna get myself involved with nobody unless I feel in my heart that I know I'm not gonna play, because I'm already old already, so I don't got no time to be playing games. And if I get involved with a woman, that's what I wanted. I want her, and I want to give her all my attention. You know what I'm saying? And I want it in return. But that's because I'm older now, so I'm willing to sacrifice, and get to learn a woman now, because that's another thing. We get into relationships kind of fast. You meet somebody, you confuse lust with love. I'm saying I done met women that I was dealing with, and 2 weeks later they saying, I love you, and I'm like, what the word? Can't understand that. Like, how could you, like, that's a powerful word to be using. That's why I never use that with women, because unless I really do fall in love or love you, because I know when a man says that to a woman, you take that to heart. A lot of men say that trying to, just to think they're getting over, it'll make you feel good, not knowing that, bro, your brother, you could get yourself hurt, because some women are so emotional. The same way men flip, and you see how some women cut niggas' genitals off. I don't want to be sleeping and wake up with my little man gone.
That's right. Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Right. So you gotta choose your words wisely when it comes to women.
And even more so, another place where sometimes men and women get in trouble. I'm a person, I believe personally in I'm not so much about saying I love you, because I believe in doing I love you. Action. I believe I love you is a lifestyle. Right. It's how I carry myself in your absence. It's how I treat you in your presence. It's how I represent you when we're around other people. So the words are, it's bad to say the words prematurely, but it's even worse. If you're showing up in her life, you're coming around her children, same thing for a woman. If you in his life, you're going to the park with him and his kids and all of that kind of stuff. If you're doing I love you in his life, and you're not really, and then when you sit down and talk about it, about being solid, being an item one-on-one, and you're like, and then she's like, oh, I need some time. It's like, well, why have you been wasting his time? Because that's playing with his emotions. If you've been doing I love you as you show up in his life, but then you're not ready to be his, it's like, do you do this with everybody?
Right. No, I agree. I agree. That's why I don't want to sound like, I don't play with women's heads. I don't. More so because, like I said, one is I learned to praise women. Two is I don't want no one doing that to my mother or my daughters or my grandkids, or to any females that I got love for, right? So I'm not gonna be a hypocrite, right, and think that I can do it, but you can't do it to me or my loved ones. You know what I'm saying? So I choose to be respectful, and sometimes with sometimes you miscommunicate, sometimes misunderstanding, and you can see I've been saying it a lot tonight, as far as me learning how to control my my actions, my composure, because doing that alone, just me being able to do that, I'll be able to listen, because sometimes being younger, I'm thinking while you talking to me, I'm thinking about what I want to say to you, so I'm not even listening to what you say. That's right. You know what I'm saying? But I know that if I was to be able to stay calm and be attentive, and really, because you got to also really want like when you with a woman, I want to make a woman happy, and if I'm doing something wrong and she's bringing that to my attention, I want to understand her, and I want to know what is it that I can do to not offend her, or or not disappoint her. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you do things that you're not even knowing you're doing something wrong, and it's offensive to the the other person, or they don't really like it, but they tend to hold it, and then when they decide to blow up one day, you kind of bugging out like, yo, where all this shit come from? It's because the lack of the communication. So I'm good with, I encourage to be able to communicate with a woman. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I encourage that. Let's communicate. Talk to me. Don't be holding. If I do something wrong, please let me know. Don't keep that inside and then keep taking, just holding stuff, and then one day just blow up on me. Because I ain't gonna know where that's coming from. And immediately I'm gonna start thinking like, yo, you looking for an excuse, you know what I'm saying, to do you. So fuck out of here. Start thinking crazy. Communicate with me.
We're still on topic. I appreciate you, Duke, because what we're talking about now, the importance of communication, that falls under verbal abuse and alienation. You cannot alienate someone from your true feelings and expect them to be able to be in a healthy relationship with you, because that's abusive. No one can read your mind. If you feel a certain way about something, you have to speak up and say it. And then when you speak up and say it, you have to watch your tone and watch your words to make sure that you're saying it to the person respectfully, where they can receive it and make the necessary changes they can make, especially if they care enough about you that they're willing to change. So you need to make sure you're addressing them in an appropriate tone, that you're being respectful so they can receive it. But
Absolutely.
but like he said, if you don't speak up in the first place and you're expecting somebody to understand that they hurt your feelings, that's unreasonable. You have to speak up.
And that happens a lot. Like I ain't gonna lie, I came out of prison. I was on my Playboy shit, I felt like I had to catch up. So I was playing around a lot. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I wasn't really feeling too good about that. And I'm gonna say this, and I say this because of this, right? Because some dudes, they like when I hear dudes say, yo, I got, and excuse me for saying, for this for this word, but I got mad bitches, right? I be looking at dudes and I say, you a liar. Because when you got mad bitches, you probably lose your hair. Because
that's right. Too many personalities.
Absolutely. And every one of those women want some form of attention and some form of time, right? So if you tell me you got 10 bitches, 15 bitches, I can't believe you. Because personally, me, like, I don't like to be on the phone for no hour talking to anybody. Women or men. I'm not a phone person. But some women, when they call you, they want to see how you doing, right? You don't know, and they want to converse. So, so I might, if it's a conversation that I got into, and I end up being on the phone for an hour. When I put that phone down, I want to be on the phone again for another hour. But it just so happens because I'm Mr. Having mad bitches. Guess what? The other one's calling me now. Now I got to pick up for her, and they'll listen to whatever's going on with her. That's transfer of energy, right? So I'm, every female that I'm dealing with, I'm listening to their energy, their whatever's going on with them. If they're going through problems, whatever, that's coming to me. You understand? And unfortunately, I'm not a counselor, right? And I'm not in it for the reason they think I'm in it for, because I'm trying to be Mr. Playboy. And that's where we go. That's why I was like, I see myself going wrong, and I'm like, hold up, I can't be doing this shit. This shit ain't cool trying to be Mr. Playboy, because all these females, all these women, like a lot of women out here, they unfortunately they troubled. You know what I mean? They scorn women. Like that's yeah. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but these are women that been through stuff, right? And now here I came out of prison. I'm shining. I'm whatever, and then I'm saying what I know they want to hear, but I'm only saying what I know they want to hear because I have an objective. I have a motive. You know what I mean? So there I am playing with women's heads. And those women on that side, they take it, whatever I'm saying, seriously. Where that's wrong. Once again, no, like I said, I'm past that already. But that's how I started knocking that off, slowly but surely, because I realized, first of all, I'm not built like that to have, fuck all that. I ain't trying to impress nobody. I don't want mad bitches. That shit is problems. I don't have the energy to be fucking in the morning, in the afternoon, in the morning this one, afternoon that one, this one. I don't got that energy. I leave that for somebody else. I'm all right with one woman. And 9 times out of 10, if me and that woman connect, she gonna know how to please me the same way I'm gonna know how to please her. But it took some time for me to get to where I'm at now. But I was trying to play that game until I realized that shit is not cool at all. Because women love to communicate with their partners or who they feel they're a partner with. You know, they want to call you, did you eat today? You know, I get that 10 times a day from different women. You know, oh, yo, you should pass by. You know, whatever. And and you need money. You need a lot of money to deal with women. Because you can't be broke nigga fucking with women. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
All of that plays a part. Because I'm a man that when I'm around a woman, I'm the man. You know, I cannot understand. Like I just heard a phrase, not to probably get off subject, but I just heard a phrase not too long ago saying about going Dutch. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And they broke it down to me. They was like, going Dutch is go out with a woman, she paid her way, you pay your way. I said, who the fuck invented that?
Well,
okay,
that's
wait,
something I do with my male friends.
Everybody, hold that thought. Okay, Q, Infinite Mecca, is the one who came up with the topic for the alpha females.
Okay.
She's in the chat now.
Salute.
Oh, okay.
Salute.
What up, though?
She had to go through something, but that was her topic. But she's in the chat now. So everybody shout her out for that beautiful topic that she gave me.
I'm going to shout her out. Salute.
Thank you for the topic.
Alpha females, basically, they in control of the situation, right? That's what she's claiming.
That's what we thought.
That's what they thought. That's what was thought. Just like
okay, because
the alpha male, right? Just like with the alpha male.
Female, or quote unquote, every female that ever, and like I said, I'm gonna talk on my behalf. Any woman that was a quote unquote alpha, when I got around them, I broke that down. They became
see, that's because they wasn't alphas in the first place.
That's what I'm trying to say. So I guess that's the title that they give themselves. But when they get around certain dudes, as myself, I've broken that down. Where they become
no, you didn't. No, you did not.
Because all women, and I can say this, and I don't, and I don't need to talk in general, but a woman, when she get with a man, it's because of that right there. She want a man. She don't want someone she can walk over.
Listen. Stop.
Let's be real.
No, we are being real. And Dice is the one up here that need to be real. You already know we went through this, Dice. We went through the alpha female, the beta.
One was higher.
Okay. So the only thing with the alpha male, the alpha female, is she is in a leadership position, meaning she's chairman of the board. She's in a hierarchy position, like she's driven.
She's the breadwinner or something?
No, but that can be the beta. That can be the gamma. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Let me tell you something. You will never be able to break an alpha female. Ever. Because she's already your boss.
Not my boss.
Now the beta is the beta. See, this is the thing. That's why you missed that. We did a whole show on that with just like who's more, when it comes to the men, who's more powerful? If you go from alpha to delta to beta to sigma, who is the higher for the male?
I need you to clarify that. What you mean as far as men is concerned? Like what, man with man or man with women? Like
no. Who would be higher? Is the higher when it comes to men? We just talked about.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Alpha female, the beta female. Now we're talking about the males. Who is the higher?
The alpha.
No, it's not.
That's what we thought.
That's what we thought.
Okay.
See, we did our research and our homework. You gotta listen to the discussion. Go on Magnificent Mecca's page.
Not a problem.
Under alpha female. If you take a listen to it's a long conversation, but
it's 6 hours.
It got deep.
They were
broke 6 hours.
We broke down.
Yeah, we broke it down. We broke down each one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened was this: what I was trying to tell you. See, she might have thought when she came with you that she was an alpha female, but she might have been a beta. She might have been a gamma, which is a mixture of all of them. Like 1 minute she can be the beta, the next minute she can be the alpha, the next minute she can be the gamma. She can be everything except for the omega.
Yeah, she pretty
you know
much
what?
shapeshifts in
The omega
situation.
So the omega is basically the strong, the one in control.
Nope, that's the bottom.
So what the gamma?
It's the sigma for the men.
Okay, sigma. Got you.
Right. And the only reason why they're over the alpha is because they're more level-headed and in control. They have the same personality. They have the same drive, the same stride. But the sigma male is a little more laid back, a little more relaxed, a little more level-headed.
Yeah, the alpha male is the narcissist, the
Right.
arrogant one who thinks he's in control and thinks he has it going on and thinks he's cool and calm. But really, you can set him off, and his is not as solid as the sigma. The sigma is solid. He's actually very well controlled and very well composed and laid back, and he's confident in himself and is solid.
Right. Yeah, just go back and watch the show. We got it all up there for you.
Now, I definitely look at that. It's not a problem. But see, when I just my food for thought, women, I guess it's in the DNA or that design like that. When they get with a man, that's what they want is a man. I don't think you want a man that you could walk over. And when a woman realizes she could walk over a man, she starts treating him as such.
And
she loses respect for him.
It's vice versa. If you anybody, that's for anybody. That's not a male, a woman, or a man thing. That's a person thing, a human thing. If you find somebody that's going to allow you to walk all over them, you're going to do it. Well, I'm not, because I don't like weak. My personality is too dominant for a weak man. If that makes sense.
That's right.
Yeah, you gotta let me be me,
and I'm gonna let you
my
be you.
Strength cause you to feel some kind of way about yourself, because I'm gonna have a dominant presence even when I'm quiet.
I know that's right.
Come on, Q Infinity Mecca. You started this whole conversation. We've been talking about this all week without you since Sunday.
She got my carnations.
Oh, yeah, she paid attention.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, hon. I appreciate them so much.
Yeah, so this is what we do. This is what we do over here. We enlighten. We enlighten, and we do the research. We don't speak on what we know nothing about. Like we did extensive research on the alpha, because see, first we started with the alpha female, but then Black, we was on Dice page, and then Black was Black had came in, and he brought up, or was it L Boogie? One of them brought up we should do the male. So that's how the next day we came about finishing the male and the female. So we was figuring out like where everybody fit at according to the different personalities and character traits.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting. So that's what we do over here. We do the research first, and then we come up here and we discuss. And over here, Duke, there is no wrong answer. There's no wrong opinion. We can agree to disagree. As you see, We've been having a beautiful conversation. Nobody got upset. Nobody disrespected the other person. We wasn't over talking each other. Well, we did it, but it wasn't,
Disrespect.
Right, exactly. So this is what we do over here. But we found it was very interesting to us. We were just like you. We were just right. Everybody on the platform will tell you we was just like you. We all thought that the alpha, even with the females, the alpha ain't even the big dog with the females.
Word up.
Yeah, we thought we were alphas, and the big dog is the alpha. We came in out like, well, no, maybe not. No.
Yeah, like wait a minute, that ain't me. Oh, okay. Well, I did this one.
And wait a minute, I might have some growing to do before I even become a Sigma. And what about that Gamma girl? My goodness.
Why?
No, because we was too busy associating it with the wrong thing. People use words for different things, and most people associate with alpha and omega. You know what I mean? The beginning and the end.
Right.
So a lot of people associate that what they with relationships or people rather, and get it misconstrued. But when you went up there and looked up the definitions, a lot of people found out that alpha is not really what they are.
Right.
But why you think that we assume immediately that the alpha is the stronger?
Because of animals.
That's right.
Got you.
Because of animals, because whoever, when it comes to the animals, whoever is the leader of the pack,
that's right,
is the alpha.
Okay.
And with religion,
there's no base. See, they the alpha. See, with the animal is alpha and omega.
Okay.
So once because we just was conditioned to think that alpha meant the head, when alpha is really shit. I could say the average Joe. No.
Well, yeah, I mean he is. He's average anybody with with a chip on his shoulder.
Right. Right.
Right. And that was for the male and the female.
But the Sigma has every trait that the alpha has, except for he's more level-headed. So let's put it like this. The Sigma will be the king, and the alpha will be the warrior.
The alpha would be the jester.
The alpha will be the one with the attitude that they send out there to do damage and destruction. While he bossing everybody around, but really yet ain't doing nothing.
So like if you saw Beauty and the Beast, the alpha would be Gaston.
I don't know nothing about Beauty and the Beast.
You lost me with that one.
You lost us on that one, Weird Science.
Okay, go watch it then. And watch the cartoon version. It's the best one.
I'm not watching no Beauty and no Beast. I ain't got no kids in this house.
And that doesn't mean you can't have an appreciation for cartoons.
I love the Lion King, though.
Me too.
Okay, so look up Beauty and the Beast.
I'm not. That looks boring. It looks boring.
We're learning about. It's not boring. And they're. Girl,
it look boring. It look boring. I ain't saying it is boring. I'm just saying it look boring.
Well, I can relate to Bill so well. Just I always wanted much more than that provincial life.
Question. All right. Can I ask either you, what do you consider yourself as far as when you, like, in a relationship, you consider yourself the stronger part or the should I say weaker? No, I don't think that's the right word. Like, are you the one that's in control or you the submissive one?
Was that for everybody or for me?
For the two ladies that's on the panel.
Yeah, this is good. I want to hear this.
I think
they're kind of quiet there, right? They're thinking about that.
I was waiting to see if Mecca wanted to go first. Like I told you, I respect my cousin. I think we know she's the dominant. She's dominant. I am more of the submissive, strong type. I prefer a man who lets me be feminine. I prefer to play a more submissive role. So I have to have a man with a strong personality so he can represent my strong side. Because I don't like, I have it. I mean, I out here pay the bills, buy a house, buy my own Benz. I mean, but I don't like to have to. So he has to be strong enough to accommodate that. But yeah, I'm more of the submissive type. That's what I prefer to be in a relationship.
Okay. How about you, Mecca?
I'm gonna be real with you, and I'm gonna be real with the whole YouTube world. I'm not submitting. I will cooperate, or I will come up.
I like that.
I will
like that.
stroke your ego. I will do anything other than submit. That's just me. I don't like that word. I don't like the word submit because the slaves submitted.
Yeah, I guess I don't consider,
yeah, I just don't like
that's one of
word.
the differences between us, even though we both have very strong personalities. I just don't take that part to heart. I like being I like my soft side better.
I know that's right.
Side, even though
No.
I have both.
No. See, submissive means to submit means to give power and control. That is the meaning.
Yes, I want him to be able to. If I can't go with him, and we got this business decision to make, and it's got a deadline. I want him to be able to go in that meeting and make
that has nothing
without me there.
That has nothing to do with submitting.
That's a part of it, though.
Yes, it is.
That's not has nothing to do with submitting.
Yes,
if we as a couple and we are in business together, one of us gonna have to go to the business meeting. That's a given. So that is not submitting.
It should be us usually going together. But if there's a one of us. I don't want a dude that's gonna walk in there and make a decision that I'm looking at him like, what shade of stupid are you today?
But see, that's why you sit down and you discuss stuff, and then you figure out who's the better candidate. That is not submitting. Submit means to give power. And I'm not giving power and control of my being to anyone.
Oh, if I got papers on you, I should be able to empower you.
He had paper. Ain't nobody go look.
Okay.
All right.
On my behalf.
All right. Hold up.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Now we're talking.
Different beliefs. I mean, it's okay. We have two different beliefs.
There's nothing wrong with it. Everybody is allowed to be who they want to be. You know,
absolutely.
That's why I said with as strong as
it says submissive.
A very strong man to play that role.
Submissive, ready to conform to the authority of or will of other.
Yes.
Meek, obedient, or passive. Yes. A person. No, I'm not going to do that.
I'm saying I'm willing to do that for the right man.
Mecca, real quick, right?
Weird science.
Mecca, real quick, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't want to throw it off, but if you were with your man,
I was married for 18 years. Now
okay.
Go.
When it came down to you and him being intimate, you wasn't submissive to him?
What?
When you hear me?
No, I wasn't submissive because we equally came together to have sex. It wasn't like
he wasn't the
Wasn't
he the man?
You asked me a question, let me answer. You asked me a question, let me answer. Okay? He came in there equal. It ain't like he came in there and said, I want to have sex. And I said, but I don't. And he said, but I do. And I said, okay.
No, I ain't mean it in that way.
That would be submitting to what he wants.
No,
giving him power and authority to do something that I don't want to do.
Okay, but I'm not
Okay,
saying
I
that.
was married for 2 years, and I know you weren't talking to me, but I'll just give the contrast to that.
I was married for 18
well, not that
years.
I was married for 2 years, but out of 2 years of my marriage, I was a stay-at-home wife. With all the credentials I have right now, just less experience. And I prepared myself that if he came home for lunch or his lunch break, which he would do sometime, I made sure that I was ready at whatever time because that was
Yeah,
my husband.
that's what I'm
And my
talking
But
about.
body
you
was
was a
my body
stay-at-home
was for
wife.
him.
I had to work. What do
And
you? That's
no,
two separate entities.
where
You was a stay-at-home wife. If I was a
but I
stay-at-home
would have
wife,
done that if I was working because I feel like if we're married, that's what we got married for.
okay.
Absolutely.
My body is for him, his body is for me. So when he wants it, I need to be ready.
Okay, well, if
There you go. High
okay,
five.
so
High five with it, son.
listen. This is me. This is me. My body belongs to me, and if I don't want to do it, I'm not. And no one is going to get me just because I'm married to you. Don't mean you're gonna get me to do anything.
Okay, Mecca, but you saying I don't want you to take it that way. What I'm saying is once you're in the act, forget not when you want, like when you agree and you're not submissive to the man in the act already, when you're in motion, you telling me that you're not submissive?
What do you
You
mean
being the
by
woman, him
you
being
know
the
I'm
man,
having an
him taking
orgasm?
control?
I'm having an orgasm. I'm not submitting to anything but the orgasm.
Nice. Where'd he go?
That is what I'm submitting to, the orgasm. I just read you the meaning of the word submit.
Okay, I understand that part.
She's saying she doesn't believe in no. She doesn't believe.
No, but I could, not for nothing. I believe her because I said that earlier. I said you could tell Mecca has a strong personality, so I believe her. It's not like I'm doubting her. What I'm saying is, when it comes to the sex part, and you're already in motion, you having sex with your man. I believe the man is, taking control of that. So,
what gives you the impression that if two people is sexually active, that the man is doing all the work?
Nope, I ain't say the man is doing all the work. I'm saying the man is in control.
Well, how is he in control?
He's the one. He's guiding you.
Okay, you lost me, Duke.
Huh?
Yeah, you losing me now, Duke. You're losing me now.
What I'm saying is, all right, listen, because that's what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna speak from my terms, right? I don't want to sound crazy. What I'm saying is,
no, you can sound you good.
Okay, look, Mecca. Like in my experience, right? Mm-hmm. I've had women, right? I remember experiencing a woman telling me about, and I'm gonna be real, it shit threw me the fuck off. But because I came out of jail and I had that little sick little mentality, watching all them fucking, them poem books and all that shit. She's like, I like pain, and I'm like, you like pain? What the fuck are you talking about? Right? And I remember she's telling me she like pain, and I'm not trying to beat you up. You know what I'm saying? In sex. So I came to, I asked her, I'm like, yo, what you mean you like pain? Like, what is it that you think I should do to you? She's like, you could do whatever. I'm used to being done whatever. So that's what you call submissive. Right?
No, that's not what I'm talking about either. Yeah, you just lost me because
no. Listen,
like that,
I don't want to lose you.
No, that's for dominatrix.
Exactly.
That's not. No. So you don't consider that
domination
submissive
and submission are not the same thing.
Okay. I might be misconstruing that then, because I felt like when someone allows you to take control of them, that's being submissive.
Yes, but that doesn't. To dominate someone means to do what you want to do with or without their consent.
No. It's their consent. Everything has to be at their consent. Never. Right. Never not their consent.
So
I don't want you to confuse that.
Domination out of this conversation.
Yeah, let's get that out of there. I don't want.
No. What the word we need to really take out is submissive.
All right. Whichever.
I don't like that word, and I done said it several times. I don't like it because I am not giving power and control of my being to no one.
Well, I'm going to ask that we take it out of the conversation as it pertains to you, because I am maintaining that I don't mind being submissive to the right man in the right circumstances, which is if we're married.
Well, see,
Respectfully.
Listen. I done had this discussion 1,000 times. What am I submitting to? What am I submitting to?
Nothing, because you said you don't believe in being submissive. So in this situation, we have to.
What am I? No, give me an example outside of my husband, right? Gets to get all the benefits in this relationship.
I like I said, my perspective is different. I don't believe that he's getting all the benefits just because I feel like I need to be a ripe and ready wife. I feel like that's partly my benefit too, because if that's my man,
agree. I agree.
Read the comment.
Read the comment.
That's both of us. That's us.
Read the comment. Read the comment.
I don't see him.
The comment.
See the comment.
Which one?
That's pinned up there, right now.
Subservient means to be of service.
That's subservient. That's submissive.
Also,
okay. I'm not.
Yeah, that's what you been to your husband.
No, being subservient and being submissive are not the same thing. Subservient would be more related to a slave,
which is what submissive is. Same thing.
No, submissive is not being a slave. All
right.
No, I can't agree with that, Mecca. That's not being a slave.
We're ready to conform to the authority or will of others. Is that not what the slaves did?
Nah, they wasn't ready.
That's not what
they
the
was
slaves
told.
did.
Nah, they wasn't ready to conform. They was told to conform. There's a difference. They was literally being controlled. You know what I mean? They ain't had no power over that. So you can't.
No, they did have power over. They did have power over that.
Explain to me why you say that.
Explain to me why you say they didn't.
Because remember, when they were slaves, they had no power over themselves, Mecca.
Okay, so why is it that the other people that they tried to enslave fought? Why?
That's because they woke up.
That's because because the slaves the people that were slaves submitted. That is why they submitted.
I think that's a sensitive topic, and I say that because we wasn't there at that time, so we don't know what caused them to be, to give up. Because like us in our time right now, we not trying to hear that shit. Unless you locked up, that you got.
That's because we're not trying to submit.
Because we're not trying to hear that shit. Because
we're not trying to submit.
But we don't know what was going on really back then, other than what they told us.
Okay, we say we do our research on this channel. So
right.
Well, I'm gonna give the definition for subservient.
Okay.
So subservient means submissive, differential, and it says less important or subordinate. Like I said, that's not what I'm saying. So I'm not being submissive, subservient.
Well, what? Read it again.
It says less important or subordinate. I'm not saying his subordinate, but it does also have submissive here as.
Okay, all right then. That's it. Right there.
Wait. Did you hear what I said? I said it has submissive here as a similar word, not a synonym. A synonym means it's the same. Similar means it's similar. They're close in definition, but they're not equal.
Okay.
Copy that.
Okay. So
subservient and submissive are not the same.
Okay, that's fine. All of that is similar, right? So you say tomato, I say tomato.
No, that
because I'm not submitting. I'm not going to be subservient. I'm not going to be submissive. I'm not going to be none of that, because in order for me to be a good wife to my husband does not mean I have to submit.
I don't think that either. I don't think for you to be a good wife to your husband, you have to be submissive either. But for my husband, I feel like I'm gonna be ripe and ready, honey.
That's just
what I want to do.
Listen. Check this out. I was married for 18 years and I was not submissive. He was well taken care of. I did my part as a wife and he did his part as the husband. Simple as that.
And that's why everybody's married.
I wasn't in control and he wasn't in control.
And
I wasn't a stay-at-home wife. Maybe if I was a stay-at-home wife, I would look at it differently. I don't know, because I never had the privilege to be a stay-at-home wife where I could say, okay, my husband be home at 12 o'clock. Let me get his lunch ready. Then he can have that, but that's still not being submissive.
I was like that when I was working also. I just
that still don't mean being submissive. No, I cook too.
He was coming home for lunch. Let's I think we need to, like we normally do, I think we need to agree that we are two different women that believe in handling marriage in two different ways.
Oh, listen. This is not about we two different women or we the same woman. It's about the word, once again, submissive. I don't like that word.
Okay.
Because I know that word means to give power and control over your being to another being. And I'm not going to do that.
Subordinate.
Temporarily. That's only temporarily.
Subservient, not submissive.
I'm
only being submissive temporarily.
Submissive. I just read it. It means authority, however you want to word it. Authority meaning over you. Authority means over you. Who has authority over you? I'm not giving him authority over me. I was born by myself. I didn't come with a twin. I didn't come with a husband. I didn't come with none of that.
Okay.
Becca, we could agree that that's you though, but
right.
And I respect
all
it.
I'm asking,
that was my question.
All I'm asking is, can we get rid of the word submit? That's all I ask.
I just want to make sure that we're giving everybody.
You want to use cooperate?
as we're imparting information, because people are going to come here for information.
Right. Yeah, and they're going to learn what the true meaning of the word submit means.
Now we're going to change it to cooperate.
So I have here from a scholarly journal.
I don't care nothing about that. I'm not giving power.
I'm not asking you to care. I'm asking you to respect the fact that I want to read this.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't care. Respect.
All right.
So submissive versus subservient. It says being subservient means that you obey unquestioningly and that you serve as a means to an end. Mm-hmm. Being submissive means that you may obey, but you definitely cooperate by choice.
Cooperate. That's the better word.
By choice.
Use a better word. Did I not say cooperate a long time ago?
Yeah, Becca, that's why I said we're going to use cooperate.
And I said, let's eliminate the word submissive.
Okay, so that's why I'm telling you we're going to use the word cooperate.
Okay.
I like that better.
Okay. I like that better because I agree with that. It's part of the definition.
Okay, so you cooperate with your other half.
When I feel like it.
And then there's that.
There's that right there. When I feel like it.
I got you.
If he deserved that.
Got you.
I mean, we both divorced.
You got to earn it. You right. As a man, you got to earn it, though.
A best answer to give. We just have different approaches to how we handle marriage. And neither one of our approaches worked, apparently. So.
Look.
No.
Why
you say that?
Whoa. My approach was working. I just refused to be talked to a certain way.
Respectfully.
That was a part
now,
of my
if I was willing to submit, I would still be married.
You can be submissive without accepting verbal abuse. There's a way to handle it, and I actually exhibited that. I stopped talking back, and no matter what,
still be married if I was willing to submit.
In place as to when I was leaving.
If I was willing to submit, I would still be married, and so would a lot of other people. Oh, let me put it this way: I ain't no ass kisser.
Huh? I don't think you have to be an ass kisser to be submissive, but that's just my opinion.
No, and that's respected as well. To be honest, you don't have to be an ass kisser to be submissive whatsoever. Well, I ain't never experienced someone kissing my ass while they were submissive.
What?
Peace to the chat, to the panel.
What? Wait a minute. What did you just say? Duke? Duke? How you gonna mute your mic now, Duke?
Right. Is he sleepy?
I don't know. What's up, Mecca?
Peace, what's going on? So,
Hey, Infinite Mecca, how you doing?
I am fine. Sis, I have listened. You just got to tell me where they come to. Let me tell you, I got some carnations coming your way. Absolutely. I got a chance the initial topic, which was the alpha. I had opportunity to listen to it today while I was at work. And it just was absolutely amazing. My hats off to everybody that was on the panel that day. Y'all broke barriers that day, for real. I just want to give all y'all flowers. To the brother Duke, the subservient was for him. That comment wasn't for you. That was for him. And it pertained to the woman that he was talking about that was saying that she was here with the sugar honey iced tea.
Yes.
Because that's what a subservient is. Like I've experienced that firsthand.
Okay.
With how that works in a sub, and as you were saying, a dominant relationship.
Thank you.
And seeing a woman being, that's why I was trying to hurry up and get home and get in here, because I was like, oh, it's going left. And I probably fall somewhere in the middle between you weird science and you magnificent. Where I was married as well for 18 years, and my initial energy was that of what you expressed, weird science. With my husband and even relationships. And it's unfortunate. Well, I ain't gonna say unfortunate because I'm fine, in my life. I don't have 100% of the energy that Magnificent got, but I understand her position on, you know what I mean, what she's saying and how she feels.
I understand it too. I actually agree with her to a degree.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I say I fall somewhere in the middle, because especially when we go back to, again, this goes back to the original conversation on the alpha female, or should I say the hierarchy of women, and what you identify as. Because I stemmed the conversation because I had, it had been coming up so much in conversation. So I wanted to know what was it, and I had been accused of being considered an alpha female so much because of being too strong-minded or too ambitious, too outgoing. I've been told that I needed to literally dumb it down or lower my standards for what I sought after for myself or in relationships. So I actually got a whole lot more information out of that conversation than I intended to when initiating the topic. And to the brother Duke, that for what you were saying, you would definitely want to go back and check that one out. Because again, it's enlightening. Like listen, as they say, it's a game changer for how we think of ourselves and even how we think of how it is we communicate and we have dealings with other people in our surroundings, and in hearing that conversation, it actually, for me, it, what I'm saying, it gave me a better understanding on how it is I maneuver and how it is I deal with people, because now, and I'm not looking at it in a judging sense for myself, but I have a better or a bit more clarity on when I'm talking to people or when I'm interacting with people and their mindset and their actions and reactions to things, on how I'm able to assess them in that hierarchy. In the society we in right now, you know what I mean? How, especially post-COVID, I don't curse, but sugar honey iced tea is in a chaotic state, and things was already unfortunate how we were moving beforehand. Now we really moving wild and wild stuff. I don't mean we, but people really moving wild and reckless. But when you better understand people, you can better assess, you know what I'm saying, how you did. And that conversation you guys were having, as much as I wanted to be there, it did me a much better service of kind of having the opportunity to be a fly on the wall, to seeing the after effects of how that conversation went, you know. So I'm definitely hoping to
That
be a
you
part two.
started and it didn't show up. Yeah, okay.
Look, let me
I
chime in.
very yes. Listen, I take that. I'm gonna eat that all day long. You know what I mean?
Hey, one second. L Boogie, you've been lighting up a little bit. Were you trying to talk, or was that background noise?
That must have been background noise, but I ain't got nothing on in here. But maybe it's just the way I got the phone held. But that wasn't me speaking. I think Duke just said something though.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in real quick, right? I'm gonna talk in reference to me, right? Because I did ask you ladies that question as far as being submissive and stuff. That's where that came from. Like me as a man, you know, when I come across a woman, I like to let her know, yes, I am the man, right? But I also, I could actually say that I also dumb it down when I see a woman has a strong character. You understand? I know that I can't come at her or or deal with her the way I would deal with a woman that, you know, allows me to deal with her, like, you know, in certain ways. Meaning that I'm gonna respect a strong-minded woman, and if that could be considered, you know, because the alpha is a whatever. My bad, because I say alpha is really not what it means. So we're gonna say sigma, right?
That's for the men.
That's what that means. Sigma is the strong character, right?
For the men.
For the man. Okay, so as a man, like, you know, I wanna think that I'm a sigma, right? But I also feel that I know I've come across, even to take it back to the mother of my children. The mother of my children had a very strong character, very intelligent as well. You know, I'm not gonna take that from her. So I knew I couldn't do certain things with her or say certain things with her without having a immediate response where I would feel that she would challenge me as a man. You know what I mean? And through life, through experiences, right? Once again, because, you know, that's where we used to explode at. Because you're not gonna challenge me. You know, that's how I used to think. Whatever. I turned to learn, because like I said, I learned to respect women. I respect a woman more that's intelligent and has a character and stands on what she says and doesn't allow certain things. And a lot of men do that. You know, some men be fronting, but they like a woman that's a little sassy with it. You know what I'm saying? A woman that, you know, they used to tell a woman, yo, man, go whatever. You know, they control the shit, go upstairs. Men like when a woman be like, I ain't going upstairs, you go upstairs. That average dude I know, that, you know, the goonie, the whatever, they'll say that themselves. They love when they come across a woman that doesn't allow them to do whatever they are accustomed to doing. You understand? So we kind of, I guess, if you want to say we kind of cooperate too. I become a cooperator too, because, you know, I know that I can't come across in any form of fashion to an intelligent woman. She's not gonna allow that. And that's what make a man respect her more and actually be more attracted to her.
Yeah, what I'm disagreeing with is, what I'm hearing is there's still an undertone, even in what you just said. And that cooperation, submission is meaning not standing up for yourself, you know, not speaking up, not still having the sass, the fire, you know, all of the things that make women interesting to strong men.
That's why I ain't gonna submit.
The undertone that, and I really just think that that's a perception that may need to be dispelled. That when someone is submissive, so to speak, or cooperative, so to speak, in certain situations in their relationship, that it comes across as a weakness. And excuse me, I think it's more or less that you have to see it in practice to see that that's not what it is.
Well, I have a question. And it's for, you know, either the men on the panel, but particularly for you, brother Duke. You said it multiple times. You know, being the man, as it pertains to how you feel. What does that mean?
Being the man.
Great
Yeah,
question.
All right. Well, all right. I, what's the, what I'm gonna tell you what it means to me,
that's
and
what I want.
how. Okay, yes. So how I'm gonna bring it to you. Remember, we are all instilled things when we're young, right? When, as a kid, as a child, you're told when you're a female, or they was told, years ago, yo, you have to be the woman in the house. You got to clean. You got to do this, do this. The man needs to be the provider, right? In every sense of the word. When a man is the provider, in every sense of the word, that's what I would consider the man. You know, and that must be respected. Now, when you're not a provider and your woman is the one doing the providing, you can't consider yourself the man because you're not doing manly things. Got me?
Okay, so now I'm gonna take that a step further because you say as we were, as growing up, we were raised. That's what we were taught. So I'm gonna give an example of at a younger age, on my father's side of the family. Everything that you spoke of, you know what I mean, was yes. My grandfather, he was the provider,
Who
so
over
forth and
there
so
trying to
on.
put spells on people?
Now, there came a time, and now mind you, everything was stay in the child place, so you didn't enter grown folks' business or whatnot. But once we got older and stories were being shared with us, the understanding we was given, there had been a time where my grandfather had fell short and was out of work. And granted, he may have taken to the streets to do whatever, 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 but he was no less the man because in that period of time before he got back, you know what I mean? Right, so to speak. Um, he was never made to feel like any less of the man because, he fell short on what was supposed to be provided. My grandmother picked up and went and did what she had to do. But she didn't look to, as we would say, emasculate or make him feel any less than a man because, and it's for this, for however long period of time it was. And I think it was like for a year or some change, you know what I'm saying, them being down south, he wasn't able to get work, and he might have did a few few things or whatever, but she had to step up and become the breadwinner. She went into houses and cleaned and washed clothes and took care of people's kids and whatever it was. Prior to that, she was a stay-at-home mom. He was out working. He's in factory. He was doing whatever had to be done. Factory shut down. He got to work. Now she got to kick up and go do whatever. But at no point was he made to feel any less than a man because, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't, quote unquote, in that position as you explaining it to that role to be. So,
I was gonna say something real quick. I don't think he
uh-huh,
meant it like that. I think he was coming more. I don't want to speak for Duke, but the way I was hearing it, I was thinking he was talking more of the lines of when a woman meets a man and he ain't really got nothing going for himself, and she is basically, they get together and she's basically the one, paying the bills and taking care of him, and the way I was brought up the same way. That's not a man. There's nothing wrong with help, but sometimes that help could be a crutch. You'll find that person never
Absolutely.
would want to be a man. You know what I mean? He'll stay there and get comfortable in that position where his girl is doing everything or his woman is doing everything, and he's not stepping up to be a man. So, and that's what I got from what he was saying.
That's exactly what I was saying. And
okay,
just to jump on what she said real quick about her grandfather, remember, he was the provider from the beginning. So he already showed his qualities, his character. That little 1 year that he was out of work, there should be no reason why they should make
exactly.
him feel no less. Because
Okay,
your grandmother knew what kind of man he was, and she knew, and that's what a partnership is about. He was down,
okay,
she came up and She handled her handle until he get back to handle his handle, and she ain't had no doubt that he would do that. You understand?
Okay,
That's
that's
what a
why I was
man.
asking you to clear me when you say, being the man, because
Okay, now I'll
again,
clarify that for you, sweetie. I don't mean the
yeah,
man as far as.
and I received that. What I'm
Okay.
saying, I received that as you saying, and even more so, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, how the brother gave the follow up for it to really, really break it down.
For sure.
So okay,
I appreciate you giving that story, because hopefully that will help out some of the women that do disrespect a brother that has been there in the beginning and fell off and starts disrespecting them. Because,
Absolutely.
you know what I mean? Mecca said something that made so much sense the other night when she said people don't realize that men have feelings too.
For sure.
indeed,
You said that, Mecca. I applaud
Yeah, I
you.
said that. Of course I did.
I applaud you.
indeed.
Because people think that men cry too. You know,
If they don't
but we
cry,
was
something
taught not to
wrong.
cry. We was taught we're not supposed to cry.
That's right.
That's why we carry so much rage in us. Because if you cry, that shows a sign of weakness, which is kind of messed up, man. Because sometimes when you cry, you release so much energy that when you stop crying, you feel so good.
Yeah,
It's
I,
true.
I know when I first meet a woman, and she starts talking about any type of past relationship, I stop them right dead in their tracks. I said, I don't want to hear about your ex or nobody
I'm
like
the
that.
same way, Al.
And
Same
they
way.
be like, why? And I'd be like, whether you know it or not, you're gonna tell me everything that he did to you and all the disrespectful things he did to you. So whether you know it or not, you actually giving me a blueprint of all the things that I could do to you that I
Facts.
know
Hmm.
up with for a certain amount of time before you finally get fed up with it. So I
And
tell people, like, leave
my
your
bad,
past,
Al. My bad.
leave that past in the past, man. It
Yes.
or it's
But
gonna
do you
it's
ever
gonna
think that sometimes that could help you understand how she's coming to you
I
and
Uh,
where some of her
nah.
reactions to
don't
you may be coming from?
You know,
realize that
nuh-uh.
person, you don't know the person you're dealing with when you're first meeting a person. So when
For
you
sure.
start in your guts like that, get to know that person first before you start taking it there. See who
Agreed.
that person is, because you should be able to see them traits.
Oh, I see what you're
That,
saying. Okay.
you know, you should be able to see them traits that you just ran from.
And for the record, right? When you meet somebody, like I don't want to know your past, because I'm not gonna judge you upon your past. I'm gonna judge you upon your present and how you deal with me. You understand? Because people change. And I don't want to have that in my head, whatever things you telling me of whatever, your defaults, whatever. I don't want to have that. I don't want to have a judgment of you off of
Right.
your past. I want to be able to, deal with you in your present, you understand? And go by that. How you treat me, how you deal with me. I
That's
think the
right.
past should stay where it's at. The past.
Exactly. And not only that, you always got to realize that it takes two people to be in a relationship. So I'm only going to hear your side of the story. I don't know his side of the story. So
Uh-huh.
what are you
Facts.
what are you leaving out?
Facts. That's a fact.
Typically, everything that would make her seem guilty.
Right. And
My
vice versa.
officer shit ain't turn on.
Has anyone ever heard this statement? It's usually been projected towards women when I've most heard it, but I just feel like men and women should apply it. That we have to be careful about collecting red flags.
Red flag. What you mean by that?
Meaning
When
that,
you meet somebody and like you said, it's certain things where as you begin to talk to them, it's certain traits or things that you can learn about them, or you should be able to recognize about them that identifies with maybe a previous relationship or situationship that you've had.
Of course. Yes.
And despite seeing them, you will still proceed forward in dealing with that person. That's collecting a red flag.
You want to know
You
something?
know what I mean? Yeah.
I've told a lot of females this, right? And I might be wrong for that, but like I said, I'm working on myself. But if I see anything, any quality that reminds me of the mother of my children, I turn the switch off. I'm gone. And that's because I assume immediately that once I see those qualities, you're gonna have the same actions and you're gonna do the same shit because of those qualities. You know what I mean? And we are all similar in many ways. I had that conversation with somebody about a pattern, right? Patterns. You know, as you go along in life, you know, you see this, like you see the situation, it started like this, you know, whatever, and it ends like this. And then you see them saying, you know, you end up picking up throughout life in jail, you know, not to bring the jail life into it, but, you know, I remember walking in the yard and my hairs, the back of my neck, for some reason, whatever, was that like I would feel something and it would make me stop and look around because I would feel something's not right. It's either quiet or something, patterns, and that would keep me aware always. And I was never wrong. I swear, I was never. Whenever I felt like that, I was never wrong because, you know, once again, we got a higher self and a lower self, and I believe the higher self is the one that tells you immediately something's wrong. But sometimes we choose not to listen to that, and we go with our lower self, you know, and we just go along, and then whatever the higher self was trying to prevent you from doing, you end up realizing that because you ain't listening to that. You know how people say, "Damn, man, I knew that was going to happen. I felt it, but I kept going."
That's kind of the equivalent of collecting a red flag.
Yeah.
Like what you
we
spoke about.
definitely pay attention to our instincts.
Yeah. When you spoke about the trait that
we
you
also
see
have
someone,
to realize when we're seeing traits in others and we're calling them red flags, realizing that what you're actually seeing in that person is your own triggers. Because just because their behavior triggers you, it doesn't mean that that's something that's flawed in them. It's actually how they affect you, which you're the only person you can take care of. So so I mean, you have to be careful collecting red flags. I agree with that. I like that phrase actually. But you also have to be mindful of how the fact that those red flags are things that you need to look inward with.
I could agree with that.
Yeah,
I could agree with that. You know what? I kind of compare that when I used to be like, yo, I don't like this dude. You know, I had to. You know, I was told. You know, what you mean you don't like this dude? What is it about that dude you don't like? I don't know. Well, you need to check yourself. Maybe you know, there's something about him that, you know, you see in him, you probably, I don't know, you know, you probably intimidated by him. Something about him makes you feel you don't like him. You know, and you don't even know this person, you know, or and so forth. So I had to learn not to be saying words like that. I don't like a person because, you know what? There was many people I didn't like for whatever reasons. And then when I came across them, they end up being totally different. You know, I end up gaining good friendships.
And sometimes you could say, I don't like this person, and I don't know why. And then you can find out that it really wasn't you. It really was their character. See, that could go both ways.
Right. I could agree with that. I agree with that. But you got to give yourself a chance to
find out.
Right.
Yeah, that's your instincts kicking in.
So yeah, that could be. I had a couple of I had a friend that had a couple of friends that I was like, they were like, why you won't say none of them? I said, I don't like her. They say, why? I said, I don't know.
I don't know. It's just something about them.
It's just them. I don't like their spirit.
And
then every time I say that, they don't be shit. So that can go, those red flags, it can be, that's tricky. Them red flags is tricky.
Yeah, because see, one of the things I've also learned success with them red flags is some self-reflection. You know, we creatures of habit. You know, so when you deal with people, I don't care what kind of relationship it is. It could be an intimate relationship with somebody. It could be a friendship. It could be, you know what I'm saying, relatives or whatnot. We creatures of habit. When you deal with people, regardless of what, on a consistent basis, you learn these people. You know what I mean? Regardless of what place they place in your life, you learn them. So when their movement or their actions deter from what you know, boom, it raises a flag, something's wrong. You know what I mean? If you got a man or your woman or whatever, whatnot, normally any other time, Y'all together, everything is hunky dory or whatnot. They got an open phone now. All of a sudden, they got a lock on your phone. Well, actually, for you, of course, that's gonna raise your eyebrows. Like, well, all of a sudden, you got a lock on your phone. You know, or uh, your woman. You used to her coming in and doing whatever it is she doing and carrying on, and now all of a sudden, she don't do these things. Or she was more modestly dressed and now maybe she's dressing a little more provocative than what you used to. Same thing with him. You never used to seeing him buying all these fancy special colognes, and now all of a sudden he's smelling different and moving different. You know what I mean? Because again, we creatures of habit. We know the people that we interact with and how they move. You know a person's daily, weekly, monthly, yearly routine. So when it alters, when it changes, you know what I mean? It raises a red flag. It raises an awareness in you. But also shifting that to relationships. Again, that could be friendship, that could be intimate. When you deal with a certain type of person, you know what I mean? You constantly ask yourself, why do I deal with somebody that cheat on me? Why do I deal with somebody that's always lying to me? And I think the brother L said earlier, like, no, matter of fact, I think you said it, were signs that when you know what I'm saying, you could be setting yourself, a person could be setting themselves up of when you tell a person everything about about your past relationship, you kind of giving them a blueprint on how to treat you. So
That was
in
L.
that was L, pardon me.
Yeah.
So if when you dealing, you know what I mean, with this person, and again, you constantly like, dag, every time I get with somebody, he do this to me or she do this to me. At some point, this is why I say it becomes self-reflection, because you got to check yourself. Because at the end of the day, you picking them. Whether they walk up and they shot their shot at you or you shot your shot at them, you picking them. You know.
Yeah,
So
kind of like
at
L
what point
said,
do
you don't
you?
know how to hurt you.
Yeah, exactly. So at what point do you reflect back on you to be like, yeah, everybody can't be the problem in this equation. You know what I mean? Like at some point, I got to look at me and say, okay, what am I doing that I keep feeling the need to invite this person into my space or this type of person into my space? You know, rather than have the woe is me, like, oh, I can't find a good man because every time I get a man, he always cheating or he lie or he do this and he do that. Okay, but what are you opening yourself up to receive? You know what I mean? And at what point, you being a creature of habit, what part of you do you not begin to acknowledge that you need to make a change within self?
And that's on topic with toxicity and self sabotage, actually,
Facts.
Because
and
sometimes,
abuse. Because
sometimes
And I didn't even fully know what the topic was. I just chimed in.
well, you use the word self destructive. I mean, that's self
Yes,
sabotage.
yes. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what reminded me. Yep. Right on
sometimes
topic.
we meet that person, or we not even gonna say we meet that person, but we have an intention on who we like or who we want to pursue, and we already heard the stories, but we always think that we gonna be the one
We
to
gonna be
change.
the one to change.
Right? We gonna change.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
married into
we're
that.
creatures
I'm
of
married
habit.
into that. That was the whole basis of me being married.
Question real quick. Why
That's that
why
arrow.
why 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 is that? Why people be feeling they want to change somebody after they already met them, and when you met them, that's what you liked about the person. Why want to change that person?
Can I take this one?
Sure.
Okay, so as I was just saying, my marriage was based on that. Like I don't have no ill qualms against my ex-husband because we're not divorced. He a good dude. He just wasn't the right dude. This is one of the individuals that always felt like I was too ambitious and I was, I wanted to go out and get too much. He had a lot going on before I married, and while we were dating, all of this was going on. And mind you, honestly, he a regular Joe Schmo. You know what I mean? He really just wanted to get up for work. He tried his hand in trying to be out in the streets. I was more in the streets than he was. You know, um, and it just didn't work for him. You know what I mean? He, you know, if you can, but he was also one of them, I need a hookup type of brothers. You know, so he didn't have to drive to go out and get a job. But if he knew somebody that could plug him in, you know what I mean? Once he got the job, he would work his behind off. Real talk. But the intent to go out and get it wasn't there. Later on in marriage, that's where that began to come a problem. But in the beginning, the change part, he had a friend, and he allowed his friend to use his personal credentials. I'm talking about birth certificate, social security card, ID, to get an ID in his name. And the friend, because I'm using this term loosely for the sake of this conversation, ran amok and was doing all kind of foolishness. Fast forward, he got him caught up where he had 77 indictments of fraud because the individual was running around using his name, doing some fraudulent stuff, stealing elderly checks. And I can understand why whenever this brother would walk down the street, just for the sake of having a left foot and a right foot, the police would pull him over and he would constantly get locked up. And I also didn't understand why nobody seemed like they wanted to help him. But it was because I learned later on because he didn't have energy to help himself and people grew tired. But initially, me being the girlfriend, you know, like y'all just leaving him out here on the limb by himself, dangling and carrying on. So yeah, I'm trying to save my man. And one day, you know what I'm saying, them indictments walked up on my doorstep. And they had, you know, they locked him up and they told me with the charges. And I'm working tooth and nail with the detectives because I'm like, this can't be right. And this is how I found out everything about the friend using the ID and so forth and so on. And this is where hopefully one day we have another conversation about loyalty. But his loyalty to this friend, he wouldn't, you know what I'm saying, basically give him up. And I ain't gonna hold you. From the position that I was standing in, I'm like, yo, this your livelihood. You get ready to go to jail for God knows how many years. You about to go to jail for longer than the amount of years you've been alive on this planet. And because your quote unquote friend used your information, you know what I mean, and ran amok with it, and you fine with that? To add insult to injury, come to find out the friend was behind the scenes. When he'd see him every so often, they would meet up. He'd give him $50 here and there when he see him. So he thought it was okay. He didn't want to burn his bridge on getting, you know, these couple of dollars. But you about to lose your whole livelihood. You know, and again, all of this ended up coming out in the course of the investigation of me trying to change and save this man. So while he was constantly going into court because I was the girlfriend, despite the fact that I'm working tooth and nail with the detective, whenever he get locked up, they not telling me nothing. They, you know what I mean? They not answering my questions. So I got to go get his mama and his sister and them or whatnot, who are very uninterested in really helping, to go to the police or to call the police or to call whatever. And so in my mind, because I want to change and fix the situation, I know how to one up y'all. We gonna get married. Because now if I'm your wife, I can get all the answers I want. I can answer all the questions. I can do all of this and I can do all of that. You know what I mean? And I can make you this better man that you telling me you want to do, you want to be. Or if I just had this, I would do this. Or if I just had this opportunity, I would do that. So I'm like, oh, let me put my cape on, tie it tight. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna help you make these changes that you want to make in your life. So that's what I did. And yeah, excuse my language. That sugar honey iced tea wasn't all that it was correct. I'm not against the institution of marriage. I think marriage is a beautiful thing, but I definitely recognize it more as a contract. You know what I mean? If it's not for the right reasons, then it is a union. Because we didn't have a union. We had a contract. And all the way up until we got divorced, you know what I mean? We were just a marital contract on paper. And I would tell anybody, like, that's not my husband. You know what I mean? Like, We under a marital contract until we are able to dissolve this contract, like, because we wasn't husband and wife to each other after all the demise and everything set in. But in my head, what I mean, I can change him, I can change his circumstance, I can change his situation, if I become this or whatnot. But the reality is, you can't change nothing for a person or about a person if that's not what they will and they drive is to do for themselves.
Right.
Exactly. And a lot of times that need to change or be different or be something that they didn't have or something that we think they need, that's a trauma response. That is the result of some abuse that you have lived through. Like we didn't get a chance to get back around to we were talking about abuse earlier, but we didn't get a chance to get around to the effects of being abused. After you've experienced the different types of abuse, how do you typically show up in your life and how do you show up before other people? And that's one of the things one of the typical characteristics of an abused person is you're a pleaser, a people pleaser. And that you seek validation and that you seek approval from other people. And then that's actually one of the things that becomes an addiction. Joyce, we were talking about the book by Joyce Meyer, Approval Addiction. So that's to address Duke's question directly. Why do people go in? I mean, Tina Turner told us why during the movie. Well, Angela Bassett, but while she was playing Tina Turner, she told us why. When she was sitting at Jackie's house and she said, "Oh, no, Jackie, don't talk about Ike like that, because I know what it feels like to have your own to turn on you." And so she was basically saying she was sticking by him no matter what, because she knows what it feels like when people are not there for you and when you get left behind. So that was her trauma response from the trauma of her mother leaving her. So that's the answer to that question is it's a trauma response. You have to wonder when a person is trying to get into a relationship to have so much meaning in another person's life and make them be something that they're not, and not willing to give up no matter how poorly they're being treated. What happened to them?
That's a major fact, because I identify in that aspect too. And that was one of the things that I had to learn about myself to be able and be willing to let go of this marriage and move up and move past it. The different traumas and trials and tribulations from childhood into adulthood that I had gone through, to realize, like, wait, I'm just adding another layer to it.
A lot of times in relationships too, people don't always mature at the same time. So, sometimes that person is getting left behind, and and the other person is not making no attempt to, better themselves either. So sometimes you just, you have to realize that you got to move on.
That's a fact. I agree with that.
I think we was talking about that the other night, because if I'm not mistaken, Weird Science says something about, how long should you wait for a person to catch up and mature to you? Because I said sometimes we do have to have that understanding that everybody's not going to mature at the same rate, but when is enough?
So does that mean you stop loving the person?
No.
Absolutely not. No, you just, at some point you have to make a decision.
Love you doesn't mean that I have to be with you.
That's right.
Got you.
And loving you may require me to let you go.
You're right. You also got to remember that you got to love yourself too, to understand that
what loving someone else is.
Right.
Got you.
Yeah, because that's going to traumatize the other person. I'm just thinking about that conversation as it relates to this conversation. It could actually traumatize the other person. If they see you suffering through trying to help them trying to pull them along to get them to where they can walk with you instead of behind you about whatever the issue is. And
Yes, that's what we
so
went
that's
through.
why
Oh
I
my
come out.
God.
You have to love them enough to let them go, because they don't want to see you suffering through trying to put up with them while they're sitting back feeling like I can't do this, or this is just, and they're feeling like this is just not me. And you're feeling
That's what we
like,
went through.
well, I'm
Wow.
not that anymore either. So you have to love yourself and love them. And that's just, somebody's got to let go at that point.
Wow. We literally went through that phase of him feeling like, like I can't do this. And so I let go, or should I say I left. And initially in leaving him, he was angry for a long time, like because I left, but it was like, like you said, well, neither one of us are growing, and we literally pulling each other back down and trying to act like we maintaining this. We putting on airs for people. Everybody just thought we was the
Right.
best couple in the neighborhood. We looked like the Huxtables,
Can I ask real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel any guilt when you left?
Yeah. I felt guilt and anger myself. I felt anger because I felt I didn't understand why he didn't understand, but I also felt guilt because I felt like I was leaving him behind. And personally, I didn't get married to get divorced, which is why we was married for 18 years. Now, mind you, we wasn't together in a relationship to, what I mean? But again, we stayed married for 18 years. Like, and I had guilt for a long time, like first of all, it took me 10 years to find him, to even begin the divorce proceedings, because for so long he had kind of, for lack, he was ducking and hiding, and you know what I mean, and his family wasn't being cooperative either. Like, I would see them like, hey, have you seen your brother? Or, oh yeah, he around. What does that mean? He around? Like, we all live in the same city, and for you to not be able to find somebody for 10 years and y'all live in the same city is real, but if a person don't want to be found, and that's what I learned, they won't be found.
Right.
And one day he just surfaced, and he surfaced with wanting to make amends. And he came to me, and we sat down and we had lunch. And he had started off with apologizing for being a mean man in the course of our marriage, because he was a mean man. It translates to me where a statement that I hear a lot of women say now, and I felt back then, where you're married but you feel like a single parent in the household. And mind you, I have one child. He had three and an additional child by his kid's mother. And I took care of all these kids, you know what I mean? Not because of him, but because these kids needed taken care of, to the point, at one point, I took him and the baby's mother to court for custody of their kids, and one custody of their kids. And so when everything became to a demise, it had a lot of hurtful factors in it, that these kids decided that now you no longer want to talk to me because I've left your father. And mind you, when I took them to court for these kids, he was still living in the house. But again, when I left him, a lot of relationships were severed. Folks felt some kind of way, because now people felt like I unloaded the responsibility back onto them. Because now who's going to take care of him? Who's going to do this for him? Because when he was with me, I did these things. You know what I mean? And I was the best sister-in-law. I was all these great things. But once I left him, he was back at his mother's house. And, who's going to do this or whatnot, to the point where it wasn't until, honestly, until about 6 months after we got divorced that I handed over a life insurance policy that I had on him. And I got a policy on him not because I wanted any money. I got a policy on him because I wanted to make sure that if something happened to you, you would be okay. And it wouldn't be a GoFundMe type situation. You know what I mean? And I honestly, like you asked me about guilt, I had to release myself because I'm like, yo, this is not your responsibility. You know what I mean? And you don't have to make this your burden. And I contacted him and was like, listen, do you want your policy? You know what he told me? He said, no. Do what you want to do with it. I said, well, you can, you know what I'm saying, this whole life, you can get cash value on it. You can do whatever you want. But again, do you want your policy? And he was like, no. And that there was, you know what I'm saying, really, I think that was like the aha moment for me to be like, oh, you know what I mean? When you caring about somebody who is no longer really caring about themselves, what can you do? And I had to release myself. Like, okay, I don't have to keep doing this, and I don't have to feel bad about not doing this. You know what I mean? But yeah, there was some guilt, and there was different levels of guilt for quite some time. Even when I, was moving on and call myself trying to date and everything or whatever or not, I felt like it was something that always haunted me because I can never peacefully or happily move on with somebody because I still had this kind of this lock and key. You know how I used to sell your ball and chain? I had the ball and chain. Still, you know what I'm saying, as a weight on me. Because if I did want to pursue and go further with somebody, I couldn't do none of that because I was still technically married.
You know what?
Yeah, we can have a happy relationship, but we can't grow, we can't build, we can't, you know what I mean? I mean, because honestly, in the legal aspect, you know what I mean? If push come to shove, and this even bothered me, if push come to shove, because I'm married to you and you felt some kind of way, you know what I'm saying? Everything that I am trying to build to save me, you can come after. Even your kid's mother. If they decide to feel some kind of way because I'm the one legally married to you, you know what I mean? They could come, you know what I'm saying? They could come after me. And it sounds crazy or whatnot to be thinking to that magnitude, but it was real. But I'm sorry, brother, I cut you off.
Are you all right? You all right? I was just saying that, when you use that term ball and chain, it just makes me think back to when, when you're in a relationship with a woman that you really care about, and you might have that the idea of that you might want to get married, but then you go back and we start. I know me as a man, that's when I start to become selfish and be like, I don't want to be tied down. But a lot of that be things that we seen growing up, where we seen people getting divorces and people not together, our parents splitting up. Them things, they always sitting in the back of your head, whether we like to admit it or not. But that scares a lot of brothers into not marrying these women out here, man. I know for myself anyway, but I feel like that it affects a lot of people because, the divorce rate is high as hell now. And, you don't see marriages lasting as long as they did back when my grandmother grew up and my great grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people are scared to get married because of the way things are turning out nowadays. But a lot of that got to do with compatibility. A lot of people get in relationships for the wrong reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't show up as themselves in the relationship. I mean, my father had said, my ex-husband, he's like, that boy deserved an Oscar that he could play that role for that long, that good. Because that was one of the reasons why we ended up divorced, because I didn't recognize the person I married.
Mm-hmm. and I
Yeah.
saw the person that I married, and I didn't recognize them for who they was. You know what I mean? I started dressing it up and dressing him up and putting bows and and painting this picture of oh it's not really this when it was all of that 1,000%. It was all of that from the door. You
Mac,
know.
you lit up. Were you about to say something?
I said I tell people no matter how much sprinkles you sprinkle on that shit, it's still shit.
It's still shit.
Oh, we got two Meccas now. Uh-oh. Magnificent. Were you about to say something? You lit up.
I ain't saying that. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm just submitting right now.
Oh, stop. That's my cousin. Oh my gosh. Well, we can be as petty as we want to be with each other. We can let that ride. that can ride all the way out. Long as it's the two of us.
But L, to add to what you were saying though, as far as like marriage back in the days, it had a different core. It had a different it had a different core value. You know what I mean? Like
that's what I
what
just
a husband and a wife was to each other. What's that?
Excuse me, I ain't trying to change the subject of the conversation because it's really going good and I'm really, really enjoying it. But guess what I just found in my container that I got all my hair supply in? Guess what I just found?
What you found?
$100 bill.
Oh,
nice.
I thought you were gonna say a candy cigarette.
Oh, no. $100 bill.
Yeah, because
we go get a few candy cigarettes with that dope.
I know what happened to Dice. Speaking of candy cigarettes,
where's Dice?
He just dropped off. I was like, we lost Dice. I don't know what happened.
I know what happened. He in there crying over Qualia. Qualia, I love you. Qualia, I love you. Please.
I know he dropped off before because he was watching the Roots. I don't know what. Usually he'll leave something in the chat before
exactly
talk to us.
Not unless he fell asleep and his phone went dead.
Yeah, maybe that was it.
Y'all think he smoked too many candy cigarettes?
I heard every once in a while, so he was cognizant of the conversation.
Yeah, he was. I'm still looking for real now, some more now. Y'all hear there's some noise. I'm on a mission right now.
You know what? She going for buried treasures in the bottom of that little basket.
Ain't it little? Now you know that the roll card with the three drawers on it. I'm about to go through all my bags, all of them.
Listen, when you done started something. But I was saying you L, something that you had spoke on, which I want to play
something for y'all, and then I want y'all opinion after y'all watch it. Is that okay with everybody?
Mm-hmm. Can she finish her thought real quick? Because I was
I gotta go get it anyway.
Oh, okay.
He was speaking on basically like marriage of yesteryears versus today. Well, when our grandparents are carrying on, they was married. It was a different core value to what marriage was. You know what I mean? Versus now, like, and that was based on the man and the woman. Like, a man wanted to get married to his woman back. Like, if he proposed, you know what I mean? Like, that was some, excuse my French, that was some big sugar honey iced tea. You know, and you knew he was about his business too. If he was proposing, he was ready to be that, you know, to go into what you were saying with science as far as that submission, like, you know, he knew. Well, listen, though,
we're not throwing away the word. You just don't have to use it.
But listen, why I'm saying it is because, you know what I mean. Remember, there was this statement. He was making an honest woman out of her. She got to be a stay-at-home mom and took care of the kids and took care of the house, and you know what I mean, and did all of those wonderful things and didn't have to worry because, boom, she knew he was going out there and he was gonna make it happen, and that was the dynamic. And You know, even we can even assess this part, the roles of, you know what I mean? The roles of a wife, the roles of a husband, you know. Um, and here in 20, I ain't want to say just 2023, the 2000s, the 2010s, the 2020s and going on, is different.
Yeah,
You
the
know,
roles.
it's not, yeah, because it's not 100% about a union. You know what I mean? If you acknowledge how we talk about it, now it's addressed as a partnership.
Right.
Yeah, and that was a
We
big
didn't
part of
address it
what
as
I
a, or
was
it
doing.
wasn't addressed as a partnership. It was
Right,
addressed as a union. This
right.
union coming together. Now
And
you address it as a partnership.
that's a lot of what was disillusioning to me about it. And when I would realized I needed to walk away was I saw that those two traditional roles in a marriage with my two parents and
Right.
the way they carried themselves in a relationship. And that's what I carried into my relationship. But like you said, uh times and things have changed. So, and just like you said, you dressed him up, into what you believed he could be.
Mm-hmm.
I dressed up in my mind. I mean, yeah, I think I did some version of the same thing, but he played a role that wasn't really him. And then once
Mm-hmm.
he got me, he got comfortable. And I'm like, wait
Mm-hmm.
a minute, this is not who I married. Who are you? And I'm trying to put him back on that pedestal that he presented himself on. And come to find out, it was made out of chocolate and it melted. So
Mm. It looked as sweet
it
and even
wasn't there
had sweet.
anymore.
Listen, I'm gonna add to that chocolate because milk chocolate tastes a whole lot different than dark chocolate. Dark chocolate don't got is not sweet at
There you
all.
go. There you go.
Milk chocolate is what's sweet and tasty to you. Dark chocolate is just it's just dark.
You have to have something sweet to go with the dark chocolate.
Yes, God, mix it, please.
Well, I was taking him as he was, and yeah, wrong thing to do.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, that's understandable. And to hear both of you guys, 18 years, and then having to walk away. Yeah, I wasn't married that long, but
It was very easy.
I mean, that's just a lot of life.
No, that's that. No. That's the same thing as like if you did went to school for 18 years.
Pretty much. Yeah.
You didn't learn shit about that nigga on the way, like you did in school.
Yeah, when you put it that way. But yeah, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
it was
18 years is a long time to
listen.
be
When
in
I
an
met my
experience
husband,
and then have
right?
to walk away from it.
That
No,
was that. I'd rather go to school and get the degree.
listen. Okay,
Yeah,
it was.
less then you get to
It,
walk away with something.
it's your all.
That part.
Say that again.
She said, at least if you go to school, you get the degree, you walk away with something. That
When
part.
when
I
you
mean,
marry, you walk away with something too.
Baggage.
Baggage.
Something to heal from. That's what I walked away with.
Yeah. Dress it up. Dress it up how you want to dress it up.
I think somebody putting some sprinkles up there.
there you go.
Okay.
Y'all done added some whipped cream and cherries on top of the sprinkles now.
I'm gonna tell y'all why it was easy for me to walk away after 18 years. When I met my husband, right? He was walking. Well, he had a car, but it needed repairs. So I helped him with that. I didn't move in with him. He moved in with me. I was already established. So I already had my kids. He already had his daughter. He had his job. I had my job. He had a car. I had a car. When he got arrested and went to jail and had SWAT run up in my house and act like they was going to shoot my Rottweiler, and I told them, you ain't going to shoot my Rottweiler, shoot this motherfucker right here. Because you ain't going to wait until my motherfucker, because you didn't come here for the motherfucking Rottweiler. See, hold, give me a minute. I just got mad. Wait a minute. Hold
yeah, girl. It sounded like the triggers was like shots fired.
Ooh, y'all don't even know how I felt about that Rottweiler. That Rottweiler. And I even said, and my husband will tell you this. I told them, don't kill my dog. Kill this nigga. Don't fuck with that dog. Okay? Because he is not a drug dog. That is not his dog. You do not have to waste the taxpayer money on more bullets. You already got the person you're looking for in the car. Okay? Now, mind you, I told him for like 2 weeks, yo, whatever.
I don't think you told him.
You need to stop. No, I told him. Not I suggested, not I was giving him advice. I told him, whatever you doing in the street, you need to stop it. And you need to stop right now because this officer right here is following us. I ain't doing nothing. 2 weeks later.
That officer ran up in your house?
2 weeks later, I told this nigga, I told him again, don't go outside. Let me turn back into Magnificent Mecca. I said, don't go outside. You know I got to go to work. Why? You know I work in a whole nother town. Why would you go outside? I told you the police is following you. This nigga told me I was delusional. That I'm not a street person. So I don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. So then he goes outside. Somebody, the neighbor across the street, come knock on my door, said, the police got your husband around the corner. I said, I don't give a fuck. And I was getting ready to close the door. So the policeman said that was following us. He said, no, don't do that. Now, it wasn't what he said. It was the way he said it. So I didn't close the door. So he told me I had to come sit outside. But I want to know why I got to come sit outside. I ain't illegal. Why I got to come sit outside? Right? They had SWAT run up in my house looking for drugs that wasn't even in my house. Okay? I had to go to court and get a restraining order out against him because you know when you get arrested on the property, even though it wasn't on the property, but since his name was on the lease as well, I had to go to court and get a restraining order against him, saying he couldn't come back to the house.
Wow.
So I didn't have to move. So the moral of this story is that happened. I did that time with him. Okay? I did the time with him.
How much time he did?
That ain't even important. But I did the time. But I did the time with him. Okay? When he came home, then I got hurt. Right? I always made more money than him. I always had his back. I always made sure whatever needed to be taken care of was taken care of. See, I did my part. Right? Because that's all I have to do is be a wife. When the tables was reversed and I got hurt, even though we wasn't together at the time, and I told him in the hospital, I said, I don't think that you should tell these people that you're going to sign me out the hospital because what you're going to have to do takes a person that is mentally, physically, and emotionally strong enough to handle what you're getting ready to go through because now you got to pay all the bills. See, I was used to paying all the bills because remember, he moved in with me. So I was used to paying all the bills, but he wasn't. So when before I can get, my disability and stuff, right? I became a burden. Now, in his mind, he may say I didn't, but I felt that way, that I became a burden. So I said, we can't be together. We can't be a couple because I started looking at him differently. He started saying things that I didn't like. Like, for instance, he always had negative things to say about plus size women, even though his daughter was plus size.
Don't be talking about the fucking girl.
So
my uncle always told me big cars drive good too.
right.
That's right, goddamn. Broom, broom.
Listen, my thing with it was this.
Broom, broom.
My thing with it was this. You are talking about plus size women when your daughter is plus size.
Mm.
I didn't like
it. Dig.
See, it wasn't what he was doing to me that I had the problem with. It was what he was doing and saying to other people. I didn't like it. So my thing was, if I allow that negative energy around, I can't prosper. I'm blocking my blessing. God kept me here for a reason. And I'm going to keep it real with you. The day we separated, on everything I love. The whole time that we was together, we didn't sleep in the same room. I used to get
What do you mean? After you came home or in the whole entire marriage?
After I came home from the hospital. We didn't sleep in the same room because I couldn't stand it. And this is why I asked the question. This is why I asked the question. Have you ever woke up one day and looked at a person and said, I don't like this individual? See, that's what happened
with me. Ask the question. Oh, I'm raising my hand, please.
Yeah, but
no. I don't want nobody. I'm telling y'all the story. I don't need no questions. I'm telling y'all what happened. Save your questions.
It is says to what
Save
you're
your
saying.
questions for the end.
It's
going to take me off topic. It's going to take me off what I'm trying to tell y'all. Right? So, now, I had my own issue. Okay? I had my own issue because remember, through this, what I'm telling y'all, I was in recovery. I was going to rehab. I was seeing the therapist. I was seeing the psychiatrist. You understand? So I had my own issues. You feel me? I had my own issues that I needed to work on. So when he left, the day we separated, I kid you not, was the first day I ever got sleep since the day I left that hospital. 5 years later was the day I slept. I couldn't sleep while we was in that house together because I didn't trust.
Can I ask my question now?
Because I didn't trust him. What's the question?
So do you think that after the incident and you coming home from the hospital, that the way you looked at him was, you know how we speak about the representative and then the real person showing up? Do you feel like the person that you had, married prior to your accident, because it sounded like when you came home, you was looking at a totally different person, or you was looking at this person through a totally different set of lenses.
I looked at everybody through totally different. It wasn't just him. It was everybody.
No, but we talking about him.
No. Listen, you asked the question.
How did when you say you address him like how you felt like he spoke about his daughter, it wasn't about how he made you feel, but how does he made you feel based on how he treated or he spoke of or dealt with other people? Did you not notice feel any of that prior to the situation?
I don't know what the situation you're talking about. I'm confused on the
question. I'm a thing you saying when you came out of the hospital. So this was after your ordeal and everything, correct?
But see, I'm telling you, when I came out the hospital, I looked at everybody differently. Everybody. My sons, everybody. Differently.
Okay.
So in short, the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah.
Yes, what? Because that ain't. I don't understand why you saying that. My answer is yes. To what?
No, because she was asking, did you look at him differently? And you said you looked at everybody differently, so that includes him.
Yeah, I looked at life differently. See, things that that I would entertain was no longer entertaining. If that makes sense to you.
Right.
A lot of things became simple. That's stupid. That's petty. Like, why? I mean, like, it's so much to life. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
So it wasn't him per se. It was me. Remember, I told you I had to recondition my thinking. So once I realized life was short, right? Once I realized life was short, right? And then I started realizing I don't need to be around people with negative energy.
Okay, I get it.
He was one of them people.
Because he actually was who he was, and he was that, period. But how you may have perceived that prior was far different than once or the other. When you looked at life differently, like you said, you looked at everything and everybody differently. So things that were, however they were always like that. But now you looking at them through a different set of lens and how what they mean to you. And now it has a different feel altogether. So
it had like I'm telling you, when I came from the hospital, it was like a totally different outlook on life.
Yeah.
Like certain things just didn't matter. It wasn't important. Like, what are you upset about that for? See, that's how I start looking at people. Like, you over here crying? Do you know what I just went through?
Yeah.
And you sitting over here crying because you can't find a red cream?
Yeah.
You know, I'm just using.
All right, I got
Got it now?
Yeah.
So I started like just small, petty, ignorant stuff just started irritating me. Like ill, and I don't want you around me, and I don't want that energy around me. Do that make sense?
Yeah. I understand that. I do. I fully understand it.
But yeah, he didn't change. That's what I want you to understand.
Yeah,
he didn't change. I changed.
You did.
Exactly. He remained the same person. He was always
and he had always been that person.
He always been that person. It's just that it didn't bother me before.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't.
And now every little thing, even the smallest, minute things,
right?
Because your outlook on life and your value of life is way, way different now.
Yeah, way.
It did a 360 like 3 times.
Facts.
Is Duke sleep?
No, I'm here.
So it's
no, I'm just listening.
Yeah, it's just that, like a lot of things. Even now, you talk to me, Mecca. You know a lot of things. I'll be like, that's so stupid. That is so petty. Like, I don't understand. It's just like I don't get some of the weird stuff people do, because I'm like, man, life is too short. When y'all over here arguing about what color
over
over fucking crayon. Y'all arguing over nothing. Really, it's really nothing. So that is what ended my marriage. Was he stayed the same and I changed.
And you changed.
Right.
Well, that goes back to the conversation y'all was having on the Alpha show, where you were saying where you had said we're science that, when a person levels up, and whether your partner levels up with you or not, what do you do and how long do you wait? And then it sounded like in your case, Magnificent, there wasn't a matter of a wait time. It was an instantaneous, like, oh, we not on the same level. We not even gonna get on the same level, because your level of understanding on what the value of life was, because of your circumstances, was so profound. Was like, oh yeah, nah, this is an immediate and drastic change. Like
Okay,
this is
but
right now.
see, right, because we wasn't together when I got hurt anyway. We were
Right.
separated. And
Right. But the fact that,
and I'm gonna
that
always respect him. And I'm gonna always, if he ever need me, I would be there. We just can't be a couple. Do that make sense to y'all?
mm-hmm.
Like we can't be a couple because it ain't gonna work.
Mm-mm.
Like it ain't gonna work. Yeah, and if he was to need me like in the same similar situation, and because he stepped up and had my back, even though we were separated, he stepped up. I can't take that from him, and I'm not going to take that from him. That's why if he was to ever need me, I would be there.
So what are the boundaries that are set for that? Like, is it just if he needs you in the capacity of anything, you just open arms?
No. Drop the arms. Drop the open arms. Drop that.
Yeah, you switch that up. So no. Okay, that's why I'm asking. Like, what are the boundaries of that? That I'm open and I'm there for you.
It would have to be something major.
Okay.
It ain't gonna be like if one of his homeboy died.
Oh God.
And he needed console, like somebody to talk to. No, that ain't happening. That part ain't happening. It can't be like he has to be sick.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
It has to benefit him.
Right, I got you. And it sounds like you got to have some detriment to it too. Like you listen, you ain't just coming around here for some chit chat.
We don't
carrying on.
We don't speak.
That's what I'm saying. It ain't just some simple something. Like, all right, this got to be
it ain't
some.
it ain't no. He needs some gas money because his car. No, it ain't that. Like it has to be where I'm needed.
Right. Okay.
I think my ex gave me the best gift you can ever get during a breakup. He told me.
What would that be?
He told me, if you ever leave me, it'll be like we never met. And out of every promise he ever made, that's the one he kept.
Dad, why?
Obviously.
No, but see, the only reason why, and I just told you why I would be there for him. Because we wasn't together when I got hurt. He stepped up. He gave up his apartment. He came and moved back in. He made sure I had somewhere to stay. I ain't going to say he was the best, but he was far from the worst.
Right. But just on the topic of abuse, like I said, the thing that pretty much ended our marriage was the emotional abuse. But that act was another form of emotional abuse. That's abandonment.
Who?
You don't stand for him. In my case, because you don't spend the years it took to get to the point where you're gonna marry someone. Then you spend the years in the marriage, and then part ways as if.
And act like I never knew you. I went through that. Queen, I went through that.
That's abandonment, and it just so happened that with the way I felt about him at the time that it happened, it ended up being a blessing in disguise. Because of the way I was going to go on with my life, it was better off without him. But that is a form of abandonment, and it will affect you mentally.
It will. I went through I went through that. I drive public transportation.
I'm so sorry that y'all went through that. I am so sorry because when I'm telling y'all, the day we separated, I'm telling you, that is the first night that I ever got sleep where I actually went to sleep. Like I was able to actually sleep. Do y'all understand what it is not to be able to sleep?
For me, it was.
And wait. Right? So when he left, the next day, the birds was chirping, the flowers were blooming, spring was in the air, man. And he left in November. We separated.
I was just about to say he left in the wintertime. She talking about spring was in the area. I can't with you.
Like it was like a big relief. Like it was like, whoo, like Word?
That's serious.
Oh my God. Listen. I said, if I would have knew I would be this peaceful without you, I'd have left you a long time ago.
All right, Mary, cut it out.
No, look. I'm dead serious. If I would have knew that I would have been that peaceful, I would have been in that marriage. I would have told the hospital, don't send me home with him. If I would have thought it all the way through.
But here's the thing: prior to that, you may not have been that peaceful.
Who?
You said if you'd have known that, you would have told the hospital, "Don't send you home with him." I'm saying
would have been that
prior
girl,
to that.
If you don't stop right now.
Well, hold on. Let me add to the Queen statement what she was saying. Like, I experienced that in the sense that, again, we separated. You know what I mean? I drive public transportation, and the irony is, I was on the bus one day, and a passenger that knew us was like, oh, hey, how you doing? Yada yada yada, blah blah blah, chatting me up, whatever. And was like, how your husband? I'm like, oh, we not together no more. And she's like, oh, same thing. Like I said, oh, you look like that Huxtable couple. Oh, y'all look so happy. I would have never thought ABC XYZ. I get to one of the main bus stops that where I live, and it's like the hub stop. You can catch every form of transportation there. And open the door, and who steps on my bus but him? Honey, he stepped on the bus. He put his fare in the box, and he went and sat down. Or whatnot. Now, mind you, I'm saying this lady asking me about him because she know, you know what I'm saying, us as a married couple. When I say the look on her face was priceless. The awe that was on her face, because she was like, yeah. After he walked past and sat down, she leaned in and whispered, like, and I was like, what? She was like, ain't that your husband? I said, yeah. She was like, yeah, I don't speak. I was like, no, listen. And I said he got on the bus like a passenger and we ain't know each other, put his tray in the box and sat down like.
Want me to tell you the marriage was over? One day I was sitting outside, with the elders, other women. We all sitting outside, the people in the neighborhood. And there was two ladies, Miss Gwen, rest her soul, and Miss Rita. So they used to always say to me when I came outside, yo, it's this man that he be walking the Rockwaller, and he be working. All he do is go to work and come home and walk that door. And he is so handsome. And I said, really? So why y'all don't talk to him? Right? So this went on for like the whole summer. So then one day, he came down there to ask me something. And when he left, they was like, that's the man I'm talking about. I said, girl, that's my husband. They was like, that's your husband? I ain't know that was your husband. Why would you tell me to talk to your husband if that's your husband? I said, girl, you can have him. You can have him.
You know what?
You can have, I said, I promise you can have him. That's when I knew I was done. And then one lady for herself getting an attitude, because my husband sold some weed on the side, right? But he worked. So she called herself getting an attitude, think she gonna hurt my feelings. Come on. That's why your husband was trying to give me all his weed. I said, girl, you can have him. Do you want me to go pack his bags and shit for you right now? Because he's asleep, getting ready.
I can tell that to one of my neighbors.
I told him I will wake him up because you can have him.
I swear, I used to tell that to one of my neighbors.
Because I didn't come outside and tell my business. See, I didn't come outside and tell my business. So we looked like we was the happily married couple.
And all kind of hell was breaking loose in that house, honey.
But the whole time. But see, he went to bed by 8:00 because he worked he got up he went to work 3:00 in the morning. So all I had to do was stay outside to 8:00. And then he go to sleep. And then when I'm up, and then he got to get up and go to work, and then I'll go to sleep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I need to sign off for the night.
Okay.
I love you all,
All
and
right.
it's been wonderful. And I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Indeed, it was a pleasure finally getting to meet you and talk to you all.
Oh wow,
I'm
we've been
Yes,
on
telling
yes.
here
you,
for 5 hours.
Likewise.
Pleasure,
I'm telling
pleasure.
you,
It's not about the
Queen
time.
Science, Queen Science, I'm telling you, them carnations is coming. I just need
I
to
know
know
you
where to
gotta
send
get.
them
I know
to.
you got things to do. I'm
Thank you.
retired. Time on my side. I'm retired.
I know. I get it.
I just need to know where to send them to. That's all. But
Absolutely.
we'll fix that later.
Thank you so much. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night, ladies. Good night,
Good
Mecca.
night, brother.
Bye.
Good night. If what
I'm
is it?
Mecca too.
Oh, word.
I'm
Oh, that's
also
a
Mecca.
okay. Okay. Bless. God bless you too, Mecca. I love the conversation, man. I could do this forever. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie. I'm about to pass out.
Yeah. Well,
But
we can huh?
when you coming back up again tomorrow, how you go about your panel?
I'm gonna come on tomorrow, probably like 8 o'clock, and I'm gonna find we gonna find a topic.
I copy
But
that.
we gonna move.
Count me in.
Loyalty.
We
Count me
gonna.
in.
That's why I was getting ready to play something for y'all, but everybody going now. So
I just gave you a topic, Queen.
what?
Loyalty. What do it mean to you?
Watch this. Wait. Watch this. Watch this. Before y'all go, watch this. Okay.
To make this video.
Wait.
Hi, y'all. I decided to make this video because I was woke up out my sleep, and I decided to just make this video. I never make videos, but I want to say this. Some people don't know the meaning of a true friend. If I rock with you, I'm a loyal person. If I rock with you, I rock with you. Period. People that I consider my friends, what you can't do is say things about me and think they're not going to check you right then and there on the spot. A friend is not somebody. How you know a friend is when the chips is down, your friend is there. When it's all good, the lurkers and the leechers are around. Trust me on that one. But my friends, you can't walk up to them and talk shit about me and think they're not going to touch you.
Right.
Absolutely. That's a fact. That's a fact.
A friend is not someone that's going to take you to the club, want you to go to the club every week with no car, no money, all drunk up. That's not a good look. A true friend gonna want to see you do good, get on your feet and do what you gotta do to make yourself better.
Fact.
Okay? Not running to the club or not seeing you succeed, want you to spend your money instead of paying your bills. Understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, oh, I never see you at the club. Well, guess what? Bitch, I never see you at the bank. I don't need to go to the club to validate myself. I don't need to go out lurking, looking for niggas, because I don't do no chasing. They chase me. Let's be clear on that one.
Okay.
So, with that being said, anyone that knows me, I'll always be a boss. I always will. It don't matter what my situation is. Throw me in the jungle, and I'm going to come out with a chinchilla and a Lexus. Believe me. Made out of trees and woods. I'm going to make it happen, Captain. Because that's just how I was raised. That's just how I'm built. That's just how it is. Only the strong survive. I don't fuck with no weak-ass girls, bitches, ladies, women, whatever you want to call them. Dots, tots, whatever. At all. I stay to myself. I don't deal with anyone. I know who my true friends is, and I may not talk to them every every single day.
Every
But
day.
I know when I call, they're coming. Believe me, they're coming. So all you ones that's walking around talking about my friend, no, you're not.
Okay, what y'all thinking?
That's a fact, man. A friend gonna love you when you ain't loving yourself. A friend
That's
gonna
right.
think about you when you ain't thinking about yourself. That's what a friend is. He's gonna
That's
show
right.
you factually.
So what
That's
y'all think about that topic? We talk about that tomorrow.
Oh, that's
Fact.
a beautiful topic.
What's the
It's a
truth?
You
beautiful
can
topic.
add a loyalty and friendship.
Hold up.
Everybody don't want to see you
Yeah.
I like your theme song. Where you get that?
Huh?
I like your theme song. Where you get that?
You like that? What you mean when I get that?
Huh?
What you mean when I get that?
I said, where you get that?
Where?
Like, who created that for you? Yeah.
You know who created the E. Nicole?
Oh, word? Oh, I ain't know that. I ain't know she did that. I mean, I give her credit for doing a big one. That's nice.
Yeah, she did this one right here.
You don't know my story, the anguish and the guilt that consume me. Grateful I can tell it, for no more shall the shackles condemn me. You don't know my story,
You just don't know.
for if you did, you would lift up your hands. You don't know my story.
Be careful who you rock with, baby. Everybody don't want to see you when. Everybody don't want to see you when. Everybody don't want to see you when.
So one sound like it's an intro and one sound like it's an outro.
Hold up.
Everybody don't want to see you Everybody don't want to see you
Think you're tripping with, yes, I'm the boss.
Yeah.
that
Intro. One sound like an intro and one sound like an outro.
Well, one is for when I do a story on a victim with a victim.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the You Don't Know My Story is for.
Oh, okay.
And the other one that I played first,
Uh-huh.
that's the intro.
Okay.
And the one that say thank you for watching.
Uh-huh.
That's
the outro.
Tripping with, because I'm the boss. That's the outro. Yeah.
That's fire, Mecca. Real
That
talk.
is.
I like that. That's
y'all like
yeah,
that?
she did that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she did her big one on that one. That's nice.
The E. Nicole. The E. Nicole. She did it.
Fire. No lie. I feel this. How do you end up like? All right, question. How can you get more people to start chiming in, like to hear you? Like
put the word out, share and like.
How we get to do that?
We gotta share. We gotta share and like. Oh yeah, they told me to start saying that and putting it in.
Some folks was putting it in your chat.
Yeah.
Okay, copy that for sure. We're gonna start doing that for you. That's a fact.
I'm putting my application in for a rent.
You ain't got no rent.
No.
Did you comment?
I don't. Did I what?
I gotta wait now.
Commented.
Wait. Because we still live. I didn't end it yet. Hold up.
Brother Duke, it was a pleasure meeting you and talking to you. To Don.
Same here, sweetie. Same here, man. It's always good to see. I like good vibes, and I like. I was saying to Mecca earlier, man. I respect my queens, which is all the women, and I love intelligent women because y'all always got something. Y'all always got food, man, for the brain. You know, we should praise y'all more. That's one thing men should do is praise all our queens. And for some reason, it's not happening, man. We need to, I think that's a job I need to do. Start trying to get dudes a message, man. Praise your queens, man. Y'all important to us. Y'all give us life. You feel me?
Well, conversations like this on panels like this will help enlighten them to understand what it is and why it is, you know what I'm saying, you give your queens that praise and why they worthy of it. Because unfortunately, you know what I'm saying, there's so many examples out here, especially in these social media streets, of the opposite of, like I get a lot of pushback from women who feel like I bash women, and I ain't never here to bash my sisters, but I'm always here to uplift. But in my uplifting, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? And that goes into this conversation, the next topic of loyalty. If I'm your real friend, you know what I mean, I should be able to call you on your BS, and vice versa. You know what I
Uh,
mean? If my shit is raggedy, you should be able to call me your sis. That shit right there. And see, I'm also the type. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into public displays of embarrassment. So you don't get to embarrass me in public. We ain't doing that one. But I'm gonna rock with you. But when we get over here, as soon as we step inside this house, oh, it's on and popping. You know what I mean? Like, yo, you was wrong. And if you respect me like I respect you, I can tell you you was wrong. You know, um, how we always saying we can agree to disagree. All right, we can agree to disagree, but I respectfully understand I'm telling you was wrong. And don't put you or I in that kind of compromising position, whatever that case may be, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? You checking me about something that I did. And again, if I'm your serious A1, you know what I'm saying, or your serious, you know what I mean, compadre, your companion, your whatever, you should be able to receive that from me. We should be able to have that kind of conversation. That's just like you hear a lot of it being put out there. You know what I'm saying? If you see your sister queen crown tilted, you know what I mean. You don't laugh at it. You go over and let her know, and you fix her crown. You know,
Absolutely.
straighten it back up. Let her know this is. You know what I mean? If she outside, I ain't gonna let none of my friends go outside half stepping. Why? Because I ain't going outside half stepping.
You know something?
So
Let me chime in real quick, right? Friendship, right? That's important, man. Your friends just become more family than your family, because
then your family, that's facts.
you be more around your friends sometimes than you be around your own family, your blood, right? Your
That's facts.
friend, when you respect your friend and you really love your friend, you would never, never, never disrespect your friend in any form or fashion, right? And when you are a real friend, you're never gonna let your friend look like a bozo, you know what I'm saying, or look
That's right.
any kind of way, because you're gonna make him aware of that as a friend. And if he is loyal to you and he is your friend in return, he knows that you got his best and got best intentions for him, and he gonna
That's right.
respect whatever you have to say for him. Guaranteed. Like most of my friends, or rather all of the friends that I have, they love me to death. I'm like the procrastinator, believe it or not, with them. Like I'm the one that, like I said, I don't like to be on the phone a lot. I don't do the phone thing too much. I just get tired of that. But they know who I am. They know what I'm about, and they know that if they need me, I'm there. Factually, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate them for always, when they see me out of order, checking me. And that's the reason I've been able to go along, because I got good friends that make sure they don't congratulate me on my bullshit. You understand?
Right, right,
They
right,
they they check me, and I respect the check. You know what I mean? Cause they my friends. You know what I mean? I know they don't mean
right.
no harm. So friendship, a lot of people use the word friend in a very
Loosely.
right, the same way they use love, right? You can't
Mm-hmm.
tell somebody I love you, right? And you're not showing it. Show me you
Right.
love. Don't tell me you love me. Forget about that.
Because here's the thing, love
Show me
is
you love me.
contrary to what people believe. Love is an action.
There you go. Show me you love me. Don't tell me
Love
you
is
love
an
me.
action word.
Facts. No, and that gets used loosely as well. I said that earlier.
It
A lot
does.
men like to say that to women a lot. Like when they want to, when they got a motive, they got to your motive, man. I
Right,
love you.
right.
And then when
It's a
they get what they
manipulating
want,
tool.
yeah, but that's not good because see, you women take that shit seriously. And
Yeah.
y'all believe that shit. And then when you realize this nigga's lying, y'all capable of reacting in a real bad way. And dudes don't be knowing that until it happens. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Okay. When I first came in, that's what you were saying. I heard you say that like women can react just as badly as some men do nowadays or whatnot.
absolutely.
And I would see that because I've had, out here trying to get back into the dating scene or whatnot, and prematurely men say that. And I got a thing where I say to you, I was like, you don't even know me. How could you love me? Do you know my last name? Do you know my favorite color? Do you know my favorite food? Do you know the things that get on my nerves and aggravate me? How could you love me and you know nothing about me? Oh, I just love your personality, but you don't even know my personality.
Mm-mm. No,
You
no
don't know
one
nothing
takes
about me.
yeah, no one really takes time out to learn a person. You know, you get caught up with lust. Honestly, man, when
Hmm.
people get caught up with the exterior part of a person,
Me
and
personally,
I like to find out what you got inside. I don't really care about the outside because that shit is it could be an image.
me me
I want
personally, I feel like people rush into dating because I feel like the first year of you meeting someone and people be like, damn, a whole year, yeah, a whole year. And it flies, you can see, you know what I mean? It flies by a lot faster than you think. It takes a whole year for you to just get to know the basis of a person. Year number two is you assessing whether or not you like that person enough to deal with whatever that is. You know what I mean? Whatever
right.
your pet peeves and my pet peeves, do they mesh? Can I deal with you long enough to be like, yo, this uh this mofo, he pick his teeth or he do whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? Or whatnot. I don't like the way he laughed, like
You
just
know
simple
what?
little
You know
things.
what? I'm glad you said that, right? Because you can be friends with somebody, right? And you go outside. That's my man. That's my homie, right? But you might not be able to live with your friends because you might not like certain things that they
Exactly.
do. So you gotta,
Exactly. They say you don't know a
yeah,
person till you live with them.
yeah, you gotta learn. You gotta learn your peoples, man. You gotta learn who you around so that you won't be misguided. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta learn how to, you know, be attentive, pay attention. Because when somebody has bad traits, it doesn't take long before you start to see them. Trust me. Trust me. They can't hide it
That's
for too
right.
long. You know what I mean? And that's real talk. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, I love my queens. I respect my queens. And I'm here. I'm here. It's a pleasure to meet you ladies. I hope I gain a friendship with all you ladies, man. And I want y'all to feel in return. I want y'all to feel, I want comfortability to be like, yeah, man, Duke, that's my boy. That's my people. You know what I'm saying? This is with no ulterior motive. This is just natural, organic friendship. You know what I mean? And
Right,
that's
exactly.
straight from the
Indeed.
heart. You feel me? Well,
Indeed. That keyword organic.
Yeah.
yeah,
Just natural bread.
yeah, you gotta let things. You gotta let things go accordingly. You can't just jump into relationships, whether it's a sex relationship or boyfriend girlfriend relationship or even a friendship relationship, because
Yeah,
not
when you plant a
everybody's
seed, you
not.
gotta allow
Yeah,
it to grow in the form that it
yeah,
grows.
man.
You
Everybody's not
water
gonna
it,
be
you
good for you.
nurture it, but they ever tell you a watch pot don't boil, or when you plant a seed, if you constantly digging in the dirt, that plant will never get the nourishment it gets because you constantly stirring it. You know what I mean? And never get an opportunity to really receive all the nourishment that's going into it. Because every time you seep into it, you just stirred it and mixed it around. Like, no, just let it see. Let me absorb. Let me
Right. You,
absorb what
you
it is
gotta
I'm
pay
supposed to get.
attention. Yeah, you gotta pay attention. You have to pay attention. Because when somebody has good intentions, once again,
Mm-hmm.
I said that earlier, you got a higher self and a lower self. The higher self is when you get that feeling, you get a butterfly feeling. Some people think that's because
Mm-hmm.
you got scared. No, that's your higher self giving you an awareness. Now
Mm-hmm.
it's up to you to align yourself with that. Or if you don't pay mind to that, then you know what happens after that. Whatever comes, you're gonna have to deal with it because you ain't
It's
listening
like
to
your
your higher
innate
self.
alarm system.
Absolutely. That's what we got. That's that little voice we got that nobody can hear
Mm-hmm.
but yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's there for. I don't believe in coincidences, man. And I believe
I
in
don't
God.
either.
I'm a
Facts.
lie.
I don't
I ain't
believe
gonna
in
lie to you.
coincidence. I believe everything happened for a reason.
I
Now,
believe
what
in
that
God
is,
for real. Like
that's it.
God,
Whatever that is, listen. What's
nah,
for you is
real.
for you, and He put for you good, bad, or indifferent. What's for you
See,
is for
hold up.
you.
Hold on. See, I'm about to clarify something for you. See how you said he, when you said God. What makes you say he? How about if God is a she?
I
Because
don't mean He as in.
only she could create life. And they
Here's
say
the thing.
God created
I
life.
don't even mean He as in a stationary, as in man. You know what I mean?
No, I'm just saying,
Um,
I just wanna because we
No,
get
I
caught up with
received
that.
that. I received
All
that
right,
because I've had
copy
that
that.
conversation with people where, you know what I mean, someone said to me like, "Oh, you say he." I don't mean he as in in referencing as God being a man, you know, like or a woman. It's an entity. You know what I mean? Um, like
Hold on, you
there's
can't say that. I can't agree with you because he is he. That's you talking about him. He, her. You know, that's what is. That's why they created that. He, her. You know, so if you want to say an entity, you know, you could just say God. But if you
facts, facts.
give it a title or whatever you characterize it as a he, that's what's gonna be taken. He, him. You know what I'm saying? That's why I try to say
Well,
just
I
say
mean,
God
I can agree to
or
disagree, but I
or
received
your
that
higher
just say
power.
God because yeah, I would say that a higher power
There
because
you go.
he or she or he or her, you know what I mean?
You're giving it
Is
a
just an
title.
but it's an
Identity.
identifying property. Yeah, it's just an
Right.
identifying property because what a person
Absolutely.
identifies as, you know what I mean, especially in this world we live in right now, it's about pronouns.
Absolutely.
And, you know, those that identify as he, you know what I mean, weren't born as he, and those identify as she wasn't born as she, but it's an identifying property. But I receive what you're saying, a higher power. You know what I
Higher
mean? What a
power.
higher power has for you is for you. What's meant for you is for you. And that's good,
Right.
bad, and indifferent. If it's a, you know what I mean, whether it's a lesson or a blessing, it's for you, it's for you, you know.
Actually.
And I agree
And
with you on that. I don't believe in coincidence. I believe everything in our life happened for a reason.
energy is something that I really be in tune with. And I like to respect energy, right?
Yeah,
So
you should. But energy is
right,
powerful.
right. When I
Energy is a
feel
very
something,
powerful
for sure. So if I
source.
feel something, I felt it for a reason. I am
Facts.
not gonna doubt it. I'm not gonna, overlook it because
Facts.
I felt it for a reason. And that goes
That
for
goes into
anything.
what we were talking about earlier, and Meg said, you know, like I don't like this person. It was something about that person's energy in that moment that gave you, you know what I'm saying, the feeling of like, nah, but it took you to either talk to or get to know them, you know what I mean, to be like, oh, all right, this person is all right.
For
Again,
sure.
it don't make them 100% square biz because again in that moment whatever the situation was, something about their energy gave off something different,
You
you know
felt
what I
it.
mean, and
Hmm.
and that's a very strong possibility, you know. I use myself example, but I give you this example. Have you know people that other people be like, yeah, nah, I don't fuck with them, or I don't mess with them, or excuse my language, or you know, whatever the case may be, and you be like, nah, they cool, you know what I'm saying? And people make this statement, oh, they never did nothing to me, you know what I mean? So you
All right,
rock
but
out with
see,
this person.
all right, so
Wait,
check this out.
wait,
Okay,
hold on, let me finish.
I got you.
They never did nothing to me. You understand? And I'm emphasizing that. Oh, they never did nothing to me. You know what I mean? And you got five other people telling you like, yeah, nah. And mind you, they may not elaborate on why it is they feel that way, you know, about that person carrying on. But again, you standing on, oh, they ain't never did nothing to me. They cool with me. And who shit for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, this person is just that. They cool with you. Mind you, the circumference around you is saying, oh yeah, nah, you really mess with them, this, and the third, until that day comes when now you on the burner end of this individual. But for years, oh, they never did nothing to me. Oh, they and I mind you, I've experienced this firsthand. With somebody I trusted. You know what I mean? I trusted them like family. Like to me, they was family. I've known them just about all my life. My whole family knew them. And I didn't never know understand why other people in the family didn't rock with this person, because nobody would elaborate on why they didn't rock with this person. You know what I'm saying? But again, they never did nothing to me. You know what I mean? We was cool. We rocked out and we fought together. You know what I mean? We broke bread together. We got out in the street, did our 1-2s together, or whatnot. They never did nothing to me until the day came that they finally crossed me or whatnot. And them crossing me took me for everything I had, and I ended up in bankruptcy. You feel me? Or
Wow.
whatnot.
I'm
So
sorry to hear
now,
that.
you know what I mean? Again, though, what's for you is for you. You know what I'm saying? Or whatnot. That was my lesson. You know,
Yeah, but you know
to
what?
take heed sometimes.
I wanted to say something towards that, right? Would you consider yourself a leader or a follower?
A leader.
A leader, right?
A leader,
So,
but I followed. And
no,
that's
listen.
part of being a good leader.
You have to be in order to be a
You
leader.
have to be able to follow in order to be a leader.
Absolutely. So the reason I say that is because, and I said that earlier when I was speaking with Mecca and them about another topic, right? That a lot of people are followers, right? You know, I was a follower, right? I consider myself a leader now. You know, I make my own assessments. I'll listen to you. I appreciate your advice or your concern, right? But me being a leader, I need to experience what I'm going to experience, and I can't allow you, you know what I'm saying, to stop me from that. That's part of my life. So I don't go no more by some people like, yo, don't mess with that nigga. I don't like him. I might respect what you're telling me, right? Because you might not have bad intentions. You might be telling me that from a good place, right? But that person might, you might, and that person energy might not match. That doesn't mean that person and my energy is not gonna match. And I'm not gonna stop myself from getting to know somebody. That person could be fuck around, be able to change my life. No, I don't know. I have to experience that person first. So I can't go by. I can take your advice. I can listen to it. I put it in my Rolodex, and that's where it comes back to. I was saying, save your money, because one day your money gonna save you. Money is information. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. Information is money. This shit is, if you know a lot of information, you rich, right? Because you make the best decisions, right? Your thinking is broad. So back to that. So the more information I take in, the better chances I have of making a better decision. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to stop or you from giving me information, right? But at the same time, I don't have to go about your information the way you want me to. You know what I'm saying? I need to be able to, you know, put it in perspective and just have it there. I know you gave it to me. It's there. I'll put it out when I need it. That's, you know, if it's meant to save me. You got me? That's all. That's all it is, man. So I you know, in life, you know, we all, that's what life is about. Everything's good, bad, left, right, you know what I mean? Black, white, yin, yang, all that good shit. So that's what keeps this world a balance. You know what I'm saying? So for every good there's something bad, right? You know, you got to learn to
Every
experience it.
action is a reaction and a consequence.
Absolutely. Just, you know, we got to learn how to experience things and process them, you know, because we're going to always have a good experience or a bad one. Period. You know what I mean? And everybody might not be good for you. Your friends might not be my friends. You know what I'm saying? But me and you are best of friends. All I got to do is respect my friendship to you, right? And by me respecting my friendship to you, I'll respect your friends. Doesn't mean I got to be friends with them, but I will show them respect. You get where I'm coming from? And the word organically. And if they become my friends, it will become, because it'll work organically. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to force them to be my friends, and I'm not going to let them force themselves to be my friend. You get where I'm coming from? That's just me. That's my way of thinking now. Trust me. I was very narrow-minded. I was naive. You know, I used to be, to this day, you might say something and everybody else catch it. It might go over my head at that moment. But I promise you, I'll be laying down. That shit might pop up 3 weeks later, a month later. It might pop up tomorrow. It might pop up 6 months later. I might think about what you said today 6 months later. And if that don't sound right to me, I will come back and check you on that and have you bugging like, yo, bro, I said that 6 months ago. I know you did. It just, I ain't catch it. You know what I'm saying? But I finally thought about it. Here I am, homie. What you meant by that? You know, whatever. You know, it's just like, it just took me time to start really paying attention. You know what I'm saying? So I don't
I don't doubt you. Whatever you tell me, and they say it's not good to be that way, right? But I don't have no reason not to believe you. So whatever you tell me, I'm gonna believe you until further notice, until you show me otherwise. I'm not walking around with my hands up guarding everything. I can't do that, man. I want to meet people. I want to learn different things. You know what I mean? You know, Erica Badu said it best. A man that thinks he knows everything knows he knows nothing at all. You know what I'm saying? Because this world is full of information. You know what I'm saying? And we, as much as we might think we don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always open to learn, and I'm always open to experience something new. You know, it's just that's what it is. That's where I'm at with it in life. You know what I mean? I know I got more years behind me than in front of me. I'm 48 years old. So now I feel like, damn, you know, I'm kind of procrastinated, jail and all that. I missed out on a lot. But then again, you know, that's where my life took me. That was my life experience. I had to go through that to get to where I'm at now. God knows what. I probably would have got killed out here if I never went to jail. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? All I know is that I'm here now, right? I know I'm in a better place mentally. Not physically, because I ain't been working out, but I'll get to that. But mentally and spiritually, I'm definitely in a better place. You know what I'm saying?